Chapter 11. Hollywood. Dennis Wilson did not own the historic Sunset Boulevard estate. Rather, it was leased for him. There were, in the main house, at least 4 bedrooms off a hallway that led to a bath and a simple master bedroom containing his personal stone fireplace, white fur rugs, a low, wide bed, a high-quality stereo system, and a large collection of the group's records. He had been living in the house alone, paying thousands of dollars rent per month, and he was rarely ever at home. We filled it up, playing all of his records, the grand piano, and the unique harpsichord, swimming in the pool, and between the satin sheets. Alma, the maid, was aghast to find a dozen house guests, but we women were helpful and listened to her stern instructions on how to clean and polish the good silverware. One day I saw Alma ruffling through the linen closet. Where were the blue satin sheets? Brenda was standing beside Alma in her newly sewn blue satin pants and volunteered to look for the sheets elsewhere. Brenda was slowly dressing us like genies. Dennis liked her billowy pants so much she made him a pair that he often wore around the house without a shirt. A chic. He was likable and funny without trying to be. Loose, whimsical, and with few reservations, but his body was reserved under contract to the music group made up partly of his blood brothers. He said that he wanted to break ties, those ties to go with us on the road or into the wilderness. So we waited between the bus and the house, exploring the short woods between fences. A high-pitched scream startled me one night just before sleep. It was the pet peacock that roamed the premises freely. Dennis didn't feed the peacock. That was done by others. There was a man who came to clean the pool and a gardener for the grounds. They showed up unexpectedly. The black bus loomed large in the yard. The gardener reported to the landlord that he'd seen a man swimming naked, and Alma probably put in her missing sheets report. After a couple of weeks, it all got back to Dennis's band and advisors. They raised a huff, but Dennis shrugged it off. He bopped into the house at the end of the day, humming, smiling, dancing a little, stripping on his way to the shower. We were there, yet not there. And it was nice. Still, we felt to be fewer during the day. So when Dennis was gone and others came around, half of us disappeared. Soon we were spending as much time in shadow as in light, so a change was in order. Bruce had always wanted to travel and was considering a voyage overseas, so he took action on it. The 2 Texas college boys, Rob and Deuce, set off separately to see California. And Mary took the black bus with Sunstone, Ella, Patty, Stephanie, and Sadie to the Mendocino woods for a vacation that would last longer than expected. The rest of us remained at the estate. Bounding through the kitchen one morning, Dennis told Charlie, "I'm falling in love with Brenda." Charlie laughed. Who wouldn't fall in love with Brenda? It was a nice thought, but Dennis was married to his company. It tied him down. It also gave him security. Before he rushed out the door in the mornings, he went down the kitchen counter, unscrewing jars of vitamins, dumping the pills in his hand, and gulping them down with orange juice, That was breakfast. In the otherwise vacant cupboards, I counted 37 jars of vitamins. The refrigerator contained nothing but unprocessed orange juice and dairy products. Dennis Dennis told us to order what we wanted from the dairyman and put it on his tab. He also offered to charge food, but we had other ideas. We floated the Rolls Royce behind high-end supermarkets and loaded it with grade A garbage, winking at box boys who pretended not to be looking. Then we spread big dinners on fine linen and china plates. When Dennis's friends came to eat, we didn't tell them where we got the food until after they'd eaten it, then snickered to see their expressions of satisfaction sink. But Dennis ate heartily and always thanked us. Ruth, the preacher's daughter, came from the north, fuller-bodied and fancifully dressed, lugging a big suitcase over the threshold, and barely pausing to say hello before asking to be shown the bathtub. Her father had permitted her a marriage of convenience, so she was legally free at 16. Ruth said she wouldn't be staying long because she was on her way to see a boyfriend, but she stayed for a week, then a month, until she was such a part as a piece to a puzzle that apparently she forgot she was going at all. From the house on Sunset Boulevard, a drive toward downtown Los Angeles, past the guard booths and gateways to the elegant neighborhoods of Bel Air and Beverly Hills. The real estate then descended in the value all the way to the Sunset Strip, once the glamorous gold standard of talent and creativity, but by then just a hodgepodge of glitter and litter. Farther down, the boulevard was lined with junkyards, liquor stores, and little stucco Hispanic communities, before careening into the flat gray cement surfaces of downtown LA. But traveling in the other direction from Dennis's driveway, Sunset Boulevard was a clean breeze to the beach, bordered by quiet side streets of modest mansions. Those of us at the estate sampled lives of leisure, sipping orange juice by the pool, kicking our chlorine-clean feet into brocade couches while embroidering, flopping on Dennis's bed, or dancing to all of his albums. Good Vibrations was still popular, and we heard the first version of Smile over 40 years before the final recording was finished. It seemed that Dennis and his brothers did not understand the physics of the vibrations they were singing about, but their music was catchy and their harmonies good. They had begun as teenagers, fooling with guitars in their garage, then picked up and furthered their music wave that spread from California to the rest of the world. Surfer music. By the time I'd hit high school, they were famous. Financially successful musicians with a number of albums and yearly concert tours. They were not without problems. The first time I saw the Beach Boys in person was at a big teenage fair. They had short hair and wore pale, striped, short-sleeved shirts like the dozen or so in Dennis's closet. Most of the group was set to play on an outdoor stage at the appointed time, but the lead singer, Dennis's brother Brian, was not there. A standing audience grew more and more impatient. Over half an hour later, when Brian did show, he was stumbling drunk and had to sit down. Members of the crowd by then were rowdy and merciless. Some had bought raw eggs at the Orange Julius stand, and the group got pelted. Watching the yellow yolk splash against their pressed shirts, I felt simultaneously embarrassed for them and glad. The words to their music had never meant anything to me. Dennis and his brothers were not surfers by definition. Their music was commercially popular by design. The design was part of the business, which didn't necessarily have anything to do with the singers' lives or beliefs. In keeping with trends, they sang about vegetarianism and transcendental meditation, but most, if not all, ate meat. And Dennis couldn't sit down long enough to meditate. Brother Brian was seriously troubled. It was an accepted fact that he had been holed up in his bedroom for months. Dennis was troubled too. The opinions of his fans were important to him, but seeing the public from a vantage few of its own ever get. They had raised him up to be an idol. In this position, a man might seek someone to look up to. The Christ of our culture was still on the cross, so Dennis and his partners, like the Beatles, had gone instead for a brief audience with India's most famous living guru, the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Dennis did not have a lot to say about the Maharishi. With a facial expression like the sheep in nativity scenes, he said only one word: beautiful. Lots of Hollywood entertainers had been to India, and almost everyone we met had the albums of Ravi Shankar. Charlie said it was music to the soul. Someone had lent us a sitar and a set of tabla drums that he learned to play. Each of the several circles of a tabla drum produces a different tone, and although Charlie didn't study traditional Indian music, he could play the circles individually or in combination. He didn't play the sitar much and never spoke of an inclination to imitate East Indians in speech or dress. We visited the shrine of Yogananda at the Self-Realization Fellowship, a couple of miles up the boulevard. Inside its gates, around a small lake and ornamental gardens, fair-haired Americans dressed in saris and nose rings wandered quietly in meditation. Though he said little at the time, Charlie thought it was strange that so many Christians and Jews would migrate to other religions. To him, religion was indigenous. It was as unrealistic to wrap up in a sari and call oneself a Hindu as it was to put on feathers and call oneself an American Indian. My mom had a Christian name and spoke English, he said. Good, bad, like it or not, I'm bound to be what I am. Dennis spent a lot of time with Charlie, and I will never know all the things they talked about, but there was good blood between them. Charlie obviously got a kick out of Dennis, and Dennis routinely referred to him as a wizard. After roaming the yard barefoot one morning, Dennis stepped into the living room through one of its tall windows, sat down at the piano, and, for the first time since we had arrived, played some of his own music. His music was beautiful when he put his heart into it, and that's what was attractive about him. Not just his body and face, but the opening that showed heart. Charlie made up a song for Dennis, and we wrote down the words. Part of it was from a man to a woman, and part from a man to his brothers. Dennis would later talk the Beach Boys into recording the song, but someone would talk him into changing the rhythm and words and failing to even mention Charlie. Dean, the preacher, left the Ukiah woods, heading south about the time that the girls in the black bus passed him going north. Since his daughter Ruth was living with us, Dean was welcomed by Dennis to use the guest house. Dean told us that Mary and the girls traveling in the black bus had gained a strange reputation. A hitchhiker had told him of witches and a baby goat in a black pirate bus. All I remember is that about a month after the girls left, we got a call. They were in jail. The way I heard it, Sadie had given LSD to some underage boys just before the boys were questioned by the neighborhood police. Small town. The police had come raiding and found the girls' weed. And even though it wasn't in the house, and they had a variety of charges from possession to contributing to the delinquency of minors. Sunstone was handed to Patty during the arrest, since Mary was already on probation. Patty had booked herself into jail as Catherine Smith and her son as Michael. The only potentially good news was that Sadie was at least 2 months pregnant by one of the young Texans. I was cleaning the kitchen and Charlie was standing in the breakfast room talking to me when his sentence broke off and he looked like he was listening. Then his eyes watered. He went to a chair and sat down. After a silence, he said, "It's Mary. I'm thinking of Mary." For the second time in the 3 months since Sunstone was born, Mary was separated from him, and Charlie knew her feelings about it. We had considered what we could do. None of them had sounded miserable, just a little put out at Sadie. Sadie had wanted to do all the talking. They'd been having a good time, magic things happening. Magic tuning in people. Mary had been business-minded, with a rundown of charges and legal procedures. She said they had a public defender, would wait, go to court, and let us know. Charlie's parole officer and his wife had offered to pick up Sunstone from foster care and to keep him out for the duration of their incarceration. So she was correcting the record, claiming him as her son, and releasing him into their care. Charlie talked to Dennis about bailing the girls out. I caught only part of the conversation. There was a problem. Dennis's money was tied up in investments made by his advisors. He had specified charge accounts, but sometimes bummed pocket money from friends, and even from Charlie. I got the impression that Dennis's people considered him irresponsible and untrustworthy to handle his own finances. It would later be widely reported that we took Dennis for thousands of dollars, but we only took what he gave. We didn't press him, or the girls would have been out on bail. Terry Melcher drove his sleek foreign sports car through Dennis's carport and honked. Strawberry blonde, with a big red mustache, Terry looked impeccable in pastel cotton sportswear. He was a young businessman, the producer of his mother's television show, which we had never seen. Beside him was a naturally handsome actress, the daughter of a beloved TV entertainer. Terry and his girlfriend looked like print ads for expensive liquors and leisure vacations, but their expressions were serious and distracted. When he learned that Dennis was not at home, Terry continued around the circular driveway and zoomed away. The sons and daughters of other movie, TV, and music entertainers came by the house, as well as some of Dennis's girlfriends from out of state. With the exception of a wholesome Irish girl, the girlfriends were stiffly jealous of other women and tried to wedge as much distance between Dennis and the rest of us as they could. One high-heeled woman was so indignant she couldn't be in the same room with us. She'd flown into town with a wardrobe that jam-filled one of the big closets. Later, when she went away and left her clothes, we took them out and distributed them to people on the streets. She would call it stealing, but we never wanted her clothes. We just wanted to make sure that she wouldn't come back to stay unless she was willing to be naked, in a sense. No woman could possess Dennis. Each came in and went with her own illusions of him, and each had him to herself, however briefly, long enough to sustain those illusions. One night, Sandy, Dennis, and I were camping on his front lawn when headlights came up the drive. The driver found her way from the front door across the lawn and, within seconds of kissing him, was scooting her pants down. Dennis put himself into her like it was his duty. It was over in minutes. She got up without saying a word, straightened her clothes, went to her car, and drove away. Dennis liked the concept of camping. When his music group scheduled a vacation at Lake Havasu, he took 5 of us girls in the Rolls Royce, and we lay sleeping bags on the sand within a circle of willows, while his bandmates and their families parked large motor homes on the beach. It was a fun weekend of picnic food, sun, and water sports, but with the exception of Al Jardine's family, the entourage was inhospitable towards us. Back in Bel Air, Dennis took us to Brian's home to swim and see his recording studio. It didn't seem to matter where we were. Wives or girlfriends came to pull their guys away. I hadn't seen anything like it since high school. It was more than that our clothes didn't come from exclusive Wilshire or Rodeo Drive clothiers, or that we looked too young or too many or too much alike. Most of the women we saw in Beverly Hills were tense and unreceptive before they met us, and we didn't like going to places where catty women treated us like dogs. Increasingly, we were perceived by Dennis's managers and advisors as a threat to him. Dennis said he told them he wanted time away from the business to camp and to be inspired, and they pulled harder on him. Dennis and Charlie walked to the grounds, comrades of many moods. Charlie asked Dennis if he wanted us to leave, and Dennis insisted not. But each time he declared he was going to take a vacation to travel with us, he only got wound up tighter and, in turning, looped himself into even more commitments. "Okay, I'll see you at 5, I heard him tell someone on the phone. And I said, "Dennis, you already said you were going somewhere at 5. He just shrugged and made a funny face. Wasn't he just in a big movie? He traveled the world, played before thousands who paid him for it, had girls in every state eager to lie with him or just get a scrap of paper he touched. He meant well. What did it matter what he said? But it did. And he was perpetually agitated. There was good reason for Dennis's dilemma. Popularity and wealth were not entirely satisfying ends to him. Surety and peace eluded him. And while most of us girls were ordinary, Charlie showed more faith in himself than even the most successful people Dennis knew. Dennis was beyond fame and money, but even in his youth, he was already spent. He couldn't roam for more than a day. He was owned and operated. People's investments rode upon him. He had signed the contracts long before, and he didn't have the will or the confidence to make the change. He had gained access to half the world through his company. It was a lot to give up for a soul he was unsure of. Twice, Dennis told us he would be home for dinner, and the rest of us waited, and he didn't come. So the next day we left the estate and went back to the valley, where the land is flat and wide, to the foothills above the smog line, to the ranch. Chapter 12, 1969, The Ranch. As we became, and have always become what is around us, the ranch gave us texture. The sharp rocks and smooth stones, the sticks and grasses beneath our bare feet, the hoot of an owl, even the distant scent of a skunk, all added dimension to our experience. The sun heated the mountain boulders above us by mid-morning, and rattlesnakes lay between them. And the deep, cooler places along the creek, beneath thick-trunked oaks, were shade and dark, moist dirt that felt and smelled good, but also insects, spiders, and poison oak to keep us aware. The medicinal scent of eucalyptus trees cut through the summer humidity, and their rattling signaled a welcome breeze to otherwise sweltering afternoons. The 5 girls spending that summer 500 miles north in jail had gotten so hot that they just quit wearing clothes. They were the only prisoners in the women's section, and all of their keepers were women. But Charlie's parole officer in San Francisco read a newspaper article about their nudin, the reporter exclaiming that their cooling tactic was a new kind of protest movement. Friends who had visited them stopped by the ranch to tell us that they had lost weight but looked great. That Patricia was now an exuberant Katie, whose song and humor filled the cell block, and that, while facetiously called a little crazy, they were well regarded by jailers and townsfolk alike. I was struck by the irony that the celebrative spirit was about a stint in the county jail. The rest of us were spending nights in the jailhouse. Temporary arrangements had been made with the ranch's owner for us to bed down on the movie set in the rooms with the black wooden bars. Then somebody brought the black bus back so that we could sleep in it. A quarter mile from the ranch front, the back ranch house or farmhouse was still occupied by hippies who gave us use of their kitchen, so there was some intermingling and exchanges, including a quantity of grass and acid. One day, a group of us was enjoying a walk down the road when I heard Charlie say, "Wasn't Snake wearing that blouse today?" Illogically, I knew that he was talking to me. Snake hadn't been wearing my blouse, but I understood that she was not among us. "No," I said, "but she could be." I wheeled and ran back to the bus. Diane had been regressing. She was more of a child than when we had met her, but I hadn't realized that Charlie thought we needed to keep an eye on her. I found her inside the bus, sitting propped against one wall like a big blow-up doll, being manhandled by an unwholesome hippie known as Ratface. She appeared to be in a stupor. Had it been anyone else, I would have apologized for the intrusion, but I blurted something about our walk and told Snake to come. Ratface was incensed, but he knew I wasn't going with her. So we left the bus. Snake wasn't herself. She looked bloated. "What are you doing?" I asked her. "I don't know," she said, beginning to cry. "I feel like a dope." "You're not a dope," I said, wondering where she got the idea, and we went down the road. That night, Snake's parents stopped by the ranch. They were living across town at the hog farm with other hippies, and their infrequent visits were welcome, but always surprising. Telephones were rare to the disestablished. Nobody called ahead unless by telepathy. Snake's mother was pretty like her, but heavier. Cheerfully stepping into our bus, the first thing she said to her daughter was, "Hi, dope." Snake reflexively gave her mother a dopey little grin, then suddenly shot me a look to confirm her understanding. LSD was cathartic. Our trips into other lives and lifetimes were awful and fantastic, but always interesting. Egos became visible not just as ideas, but as physical beings, often in the forms of our parents and grandparents whose genes and thoughts we carried. In the extreme, they might appear narcissistic, timid, stubborn, or arrogant, dripping off of us or plastered on like armor. They might be racing toward winning a perpetual competition or hanging back to avoid failure. Whatever the facade, these living sets of habit and thought blocked a soul we knew to be infinitely brighter. Most of us had glimpsed that soul and wanted to let it live in us. The want, paradoxically, was part of the ego that we had to give up. Eventually, we gave the black bus to the hippies so that they could follow their dream to Oregon, and we could move into the farmhouse, paying the proprietor beside the movie set $40 a month for the rent of it. I wandered up the road one day to meet him. George Spawn's house was a crude and cruddy bungalow with a row of filthy windows that overlooked the front yard, and flies going in and out the open door. Beyond the steps and the storm door, I looked into a long, cluttered room with linoleum curling on an unvarnished hardwood floor. Mid-room, with his back to the opposite wall, an old man wearing a light cowboy hat and dark glasses sat in a saloon chair with arm rails, the kind movie cowboys use when playing poker. He was smooth-faced and, despite the heat, dressed in a starched white shirt, suspenders, and gray work pants. Across from him, two ranch hands ate lunch at a table covered in red and white oilcloth. In front of me were several old desks heaped with broken leather, bridles, and harnesses, and sitting on one of them, a gangly, long-nosed, pit-faced cowboy, clothed hat to boots in dusty black. One of his black-gloved hands didn't seem to have any life in it, but he used the wrist of that hand to prop a plate against his chest, while the other hand forked short, greasy plugs of fried hot dog between his chomping jaws. After staring at me, he put down the plate, pulled a flask from his pocket, popped the top of his teeth, and took a swig before yelling, "What the hell do you want?" and laughing fiendishly at my surprise. "Hello?" The old man spoke, as if searching the air with sound waves. "Hello, Mr. Spawn?" I answered. But another cowboy, a short, dirty blonde behind the counter in the kitchen, was rattling pots and pans and yelling, "God damn it! I can't find a damn thing around here." "Hush!" "Hush now," the old man spat out, wincing with irritation. His voice settled when he asked, "Who's there? Is somebody there?" It was as though no one had heard him. I walked towards him, past a balding stuffed chair, and said loudly, "Yes, I'm from down the road at the back." "Here at our place?" he asked, still flinching at the noise. "Mm-hmm. Yeah." "You're one of the ones who rented the farmhouse." "Right. My name's Lynn." One of his big hands extended, and I took it. He nodded straight ahead and told me he was pleased to meet me. He had a solid speaking voice and proper manners, but he didn't seem pleased. "I thought maybe you were one of our riders," he said. "We run a horse rental business here, you know." He shook his head once and complained to himself, "Some days you'd never know it." He felt the seat of the chair beside him, and with a twinge of disgust or regret, he said, "Excuse me, I'm blind as a bat." Then he offered me the seat. I sat down and was taken in by the action of the cowboys. They shouted back and forth through the room, though the room was only about 14 feet wide and twice as long. A counter set apart the kitchen, which was greasy and full of flies. Scattered aluminum cake pans at its entrance contained water and a few pieces of dry dog food. The two men sitting at the table got up, dusting crumbs off their hands, stuck their plates and forks on top of a pile of others in the kitchen sink, and continued their conversation out the door. Someone had dropped a chunk of hot dog on the table, and a cat in one of the chairs was reaching a paw to steal it. "Now, Randy," the old man said firmly, about to give instruction. But the darkly dressed cowboy with the gimp hand growled, "Larry, did you do what I told you?" The short blonde Larry came out of the kitchen, flaunting a fist and pouting, "Oh, shut up. You don't tell me what to do." And he took a swat at the cat. Randy pretended to laugh loudly, and the old man wiped his sweating brow with a handkerchief. His bold jaw set in anger. Then a pint-sized red lady with gnarled hands appeared in the doorway. Her face flushed with heat. Dyed red hair, 1940s styled, bulged above her forehead from under a scarf tied at the back of her neck. She had a sharp nose, wore faded red lipstick, and was scowling like a bird. Her words were short in one raucous tone. "What are you doing?" Slack jeans and a snug cowgirl shirt showed her petite but aged body. 5 feet of embittered beauty, with movements like a speedy chicken. Hurrying past me, she gave a curt, professional howdy-do, slid the dog pans aside with one barely shod bunion, and seemed to scare the dirty blonde Larry out of the kitchen. "Pearl?" the old man asked. She didn't answer because she was drinking a glass of water. "Yeah, it's me," she said, coming up for air. There was an undercurrent of resentment. "Riders, Pearl?" he asked impatiently, like they would need his immediate attention. "No, no riders," she obliged, turning around with her second glass of water and delicately blotting the sweat from her forehead with the back of her cuff. "We haven't unsaddled from the last group. I had to come up here to see what was going on." "We're eating. That's what's going on." Randy dared a battle. She countered firmly. "Well, I told you to get those horses unsaddled before you came up here to eat." Before George could finish asking, Pearl told him that the horses were not lathered. It was a slow group, she said. They walked most of the way. Still, he looked stricken with worry that compounded his anger. He asked what time it was, but nobody answered. Pearl hurried out the door, sharply telling the cowboys not to dilly-dally, and they got into a play fight, throwing something back and forth at each other. The old man asked again about the time, so I scanned the room and finally asked him where a clock was. He told me that behind me to the right was the door to his bedroom and an alarm clock on his dresser. I opened the door to an odd, sunny room, the windows without curtains. His bed was made and covered with a clean cotton quilt. It was lofty, with old-fashioned posts at its head and foot. The only other pieces of furniture were a bedstand and a dresser, on which were the ticking alarm clock, a telephone, and a bottle of shaving lotion. To one side of the room, a storage space contained 2 or 3 fancy saddles on pegs, and near the door, a cold water faucet crooked over a half-gallon can. He had no hot water and no sink, just a hole in the floor. I could see dirt 2 feet below. "Did you find it?" he sounded. I think to draw me out before I'd invaded too deeply. I closed the door behind me and reported to him the exact time, as I reseated myself beside him. I knew then that he had little left but time. I didn't know that he kept himself busy, thinking about how much money and the rental business was pulling in, versus the cost of feed for horses and cowboys, or that he'd worked himself blind. He had a number of problems, 2 being that he couldn't take care of all the problems he thought of, and people had quit listening to him. I was impressed with George Spawn's hardiness. He was 80 years old, although his blindness had for 5 or 6 years kept him in a world apart. But he was mentally still present, living alone and working through all the frustrations of having lost authority and the running of his own business. I couldn't help but listen to him, and he gave me one of his problems. I took it to everyone at the ranch. There was a tractor-trailer-sized water tank on its side down a steep ravine in a creek bed. George figured that if we could haul that out of there, he could probably get $180 for it. That he was sure it looked an eyesore on his property. I had thought that together we all could move it, but the tank was rusted, had holes in it, and had filled with silt. Not the picture George had in mind. Nobody wanted to even try. I explained that to him, and it made him angry. What with all the people roaming around, there must be some able-bodied man. Christ, he'd do it himself if he could see. What was the matter with people today? I told him it would take a crane to haul it out, and that the crane would cost more to rent than he could get for the tank. I also told him that trees had grown up and now concealed the tank from public view. The full truth was that the rest of his ranch fit quite well with the rusty old water tank. Snake came up the road and sat with George. Ruth and Brenda and the other girls came, and soon the water tank lost prominence in George's mind. He had visitors to entertain. I walked into his house as he was telling stories about old times, and in a brisk Irish brogue he said, "Top of the morning to ya." He was smiling like a new man. Much of Los Angeles was unpaved when George Spahn came to California from Pennsylvania. He bought land and built this ranch. It was one of several movie ranches in California, and the people from Hollywood rented it and his horses regularly. He told of Tom Mix, Gene Autry, and other movie heroes for whom he had wrangled. Autry, he said, was a scoundrel. Most of his fans never knew it. He was mean to the hands and often came to work so drunk he could hardly get him on a horse. You could tell a lot about a man by the way he treats his help. Some fellas were real gentlemen. And then there were the other kind. We would always know when George Spahn disapproved of someone. He'd stop short and substitute gravely. My mother always told me, if you can't say something nice about somebody, don't say anything at all. The 5-room back ranch house was unevenly built, but the hand-hauled stones gave it rare distinction. George Spahn called it the farmhouse. A modern bathroom that had been plumbed but never connected, so we employed the bucket method again. We furnished and decorated to our liking, but no matter how often we swept, fine sand crept into the house, along with a few cats, dogs, and even people. There were usually a few well-meaning, self-depreciating self-deprecating girls like Shirley coming and going. If, when Shirley served you a meal, you said, looks good, Shirley confided that she had burned the rice, put too much oregano in it trying to cover the burnt taste, and then made it soggy trying to wash off the oregano. If you took that with good humor, she became serious. You really hadn't understood. With tonguey grimaces and guttural sounds, Shirley confessed what she hadn't washed or had dropped on the floor. Until you put down the plate, lest a morsel fill you with her negativity. Then, eyes wandering, Shirley went away. Beau was an excellent cook who came and went frequently. Petite and pale, with round dark eyes and dark frizzled hair, Beau seemed a shrinking violet, but she was something else. Charlie called her a witch. I had never met Beau when we nearly bumped into each other one night on the movie set. I stepped back with a startled hello, but she moved closer, taking one of my braids in her small hand. She yanked it, hard. Calmly, her black eyes studied my surprise, and what I perceived as smugness turned into a bemused but warm smile. Although she said nothing, I felt afterward that Beau liked me. Beau proved less predictable than a wildcat, which she sometimes resembled, bristling and yowling her displeasure. She both craved and hated attention, as she was into fighting with men. She'd been in a physically combative relationship with a hippie man at the farmhouse, but Charlie drew her out of it, and when the hippies left for Oregon, she stayed, silently moving to be near him, always in the shadows. Dennis in Pacific Palisades said that he missed us. We visited but didn't stay. Ranch life was rough but active, with interesting characters and plenty of day traffic. Despite his run-down surroundings, George Spahn was always dressed for business. He bathed from a washbowl of cold, soapy water every morning and shaved with a blade. He couldn't stand even the thought of a beard he could feel. Then he put on clean underclothes, gray work pants, and a starched white shirt, and came out of his bathroom to sit in his chair for most of the day. On the days we stopped in to see him, we began cleaning his house, starting with the antique gas stove in his kitchen. It was so thick with grease it could barely be recognized. There was a modern refrigerator, filthy with fingerprints, and 2 sinks of crusted dishes, pans, and cast iron skillets. Frustrated, he told me, "It's hard to manage a place you can't even see." I told him we fixed up the farmhouse, and that Brenda was cleaning his kitchen, top to bottom. He solemnly said, "I know it. She's a hard worker, good little gal." I could tell by his tone that, to him, the term hard worker was high praise. George eventually allowed us to give him his meals, but he was very particular, filling each plate by habit before we served the food. Almost everything at first had to come from a can. He told me that he used to have to feel his way around the kitchen, which caused him to lose his appetite, and that there were times when he'd spent half an hour looking for a can opener before giving up and eating dry bread. He said that Pearl fed him, but not always when and what he wanted, and that she was always in a hurry and didn't like to argue. It made him mad just talking about it. Ruby Pearl climbed into her dented green pickup every morning and drove from the valley to run the horse rental business. Tough and shrewd, she supervised all the horses, all the cowboys, and all the money. At evening, she took George into the valley for dinner at one of several hometown restaurants, and then shopping for a lot of coffee, hot dogs, pork and beans, potatoes, eggs, and cinnamon rolls. They'd been doing this for years and knew each other well. The cowboys, for their work, earned little more than a bunk in the food and cigarettes that Pearl purchased with George's money. They were in an odd set, Randy Starr being prominent as the bossiest and most cantankerous, and the others simple down-and-outers, some who had found their roles at the ranch years before and stayed. After the day's hard work, and that could be any day, Brenda sat on the steps of George's house wearing a serious expression. Then she turned her chin up to the sun and she shined. Brenda had hair the colors of driftwood and sea gray eyes behind long lashes. She was younger than most of us, but raised to be confident. Whether delivering babies, fashioning clothes, or driving Mack trucks, Brenda displayed the same calm confidence, as she was a giver, always doing something for somebody else. She was so endearing, able, and attractive that all of the guys wanted to be with her, and many of the girls just wanted to be her. It was the modesty with which she handled this that sustained it. One day, Brenda was ahead of 4 or 5 of us girls, climbing onto a loading dock behind an upscale supermarket. She had just lowered herself from the ledge of the dock into one of the vegetable dumpsters when a little produce man burst through the market's swinging back doors, carrying a big box of outer green cabbage leaves. At the edge of the dock, he looked down, saw Brenda, and stopped. Then he spotted the rest of us and pointedly emptied the box on her head. I remember it in slow motion, the green cascade and her disappearance. When most of the leaves had fallen away, her small face reappeared, blinking up at the man under an elfin cap of curled cabbage leaves. After a stunned silence, the rest of us broke up laughing. "Why don't you get jobs like the rest of us?" the man growled, marching his anger inside. His unhappiness was our answer to that. It wasn't the first or the last time we would be rebuffed. But there were then, and always would be, market employees who became our allies, putting food they were bound to throw away in boxes and bags for us. We would have a dairy connection, a fruit and vegetable man, a baker, and others with whom we might exchange words once or talk to each time we came. And in some cases, as camaraderie became food, food became information, and information camaraderie in circles like that. When the ranch creek was deep enough, we submerged ourselves in it. During hot summers, we sat beside it, cooling our feet, the small colored stones on its bottom making mosaics of our reflections. But rather than soap up the creek, we bathed in the shower shack near George's house. The shower shack reminded me of my grandparents' pump house. It was dark on entering. We could barely see the spigots over the big iron sink. Behind a wood partition, a bare pipe trickled cold water. If several of us girls were in there together, we sat on the bench below nails that held our clothes and took turns soaping and rinsing. In dark wood and dim light, we looked mysterious and beautiful. Shafts of sunlight streaked between the boards, across part of a foot, an elbow, a breast, an eye, a strip of shiny paper. Sometimes we carried pots of heated water from George's kitchen and poured the warm water slowly over each other's heads, knowing the meaning of luxury. At the end of each day, we gathered in the back ranch house next to the stone fireplace. There was noise until everyone settled down on the rug. Then it was rare if we had more than one conversation going across the table. We didn't have a table, but there was a level of respect above which we passed the bowls and plates. Since we ate only one large meal together at sundown, most of us were hungry. The food was good, and the only sounds were in response. The house had space for all of us to sleep together in a long room with a secret door. A stranger standing in the front room might never know it was there. Some people paired off to make love. Paul was a young go-getter. I think Charlie liked that about him. He was a good match for the younger girls. But half a dozen women always awaited Charlie's touch, and every so often he took his time, laying us out like delicacies to be savored. He was also genuinely instructive to the other guys. One night in Dennis Wilson's bedroom, as all of us lay naked on the white rugs beside the fire, Paul was mechanically rubbing Brenda's leg, and Charlie put a hand on Paul's arm. "Easy," he said. "This isn't a piece of furniture. It's a work of art." The rumor of that congregation would travel as the orgy. When it began, Dennis was in our midst, but some of his friends and band members were just sitting on his bed, watching us. As the caressing became more intimate and the sighs more intense, I was half conscious of murmurs and snickering coming from the bed. When Charlie sat up and said to the spectators, "This isn't a joke. Have some respect. Get in or get out." 3 or 4 men jostled each other out of the room, but one took off his clothes and joined us. I didn't know his name until years later, When in prison, I saw him on television, receiving a music industry Grammy for having written I Write the Songs, which had been deemed Song of the Year. We were always more women than men, and some of the men were still in their teens. But a few, like Bobby and Dennis, came and went, hurried by fate or fortune, and Charlie was inclined to spend time with them. His prosecutors would argue that he was recruiting followers, but his inclination toward the company of more experienced, independent men doesn't support that contention. People of the day were calling brothers and sisters to stand up for causes. Each kind of people gathered with and for their own. Ever since we had become a group of women plus Charlie, he had been seeking his brethren. Charles Watson was sitting in Dennis's living room when we stopped by to visit. He reminded me of a tall sapling as he stood and called me ma'am. I thought if he'd had a cowboy hat, he would have tipped it. I came to see this Hollywood I've always heard about, he said, grinning. No doubt he was keen. He'd come from rural Texas, seeking worldly experience on the fast track. While taking business courses at Cal State, he'd worked part-time as a salesman before quitting both to open his own businesses. Then, less than a year after leaving his 2-block hometown, while driving up Sunset Boulevard, he had stopped to pick up a long-haired hitchhiker and was wowed to learn that he was transporting a famous musician. Dennis had invited him into the house, and he'd been practically living there ever since. I asked Charles about his businesses. Wigs, he said. He sold hair pieces from a beach house in Malibu. He didn't tell me that he supplemented his income by dealing marijuana and lightweight drugs. I figured the wig business would be cut short. He was so personal he could have sold homes, cars, magazines, or anything but wigs on Southern California beaches. He was politely aggressive, interested in girls, and ultra-confident, even with the aw shucks guffaw. He wore the thrill of victory like wings on his head. This Hollywood he'd always heard about was the destination of dreams. Not that he wanted to be a celebrity. Just being in the same house with one was not much short of meeting God. Charles at root was a church-nurtured Methodist from that wide strap of the southern U.S. that used to be called the Bible Belt. Imagine his surprise on meeting the weed-smoking, LSD advocate, Methodist minister who was living in Dennis's guest house. Preacher Dean's new faith had blessed him with a beatific smile. His full white beard and ministerial history lent him influence as a psychedelic spiritual guide. But it was a reputation that had got him into trouble in Northern California, where he had legal charges pending. During the next months, he made several trips north to court, sometimes with Charles, and once brought back a car full of college-aged kids, thinking they might stay at the ranch. Since ranch visitors already included horseback riders, an ex-policeman, former ranch hands, and tippies, we directed his passengers to the spiral staircase house. One of them insisted upon returning and had to be accommodated. That was Brooks. He was quietly persistent, but he didn't quite fit in. One day on the ranch, Charlie told Brenda and me that it might be a good time for the two of us to take a vacation. He said we were working too hard for people who were just along for the ride. I felt we were being cut adrift, but he borrowed an old convertible for us, and my sense of adventure was rekindled. We took turns driving a lazy zigzag north, bumming gas at a quarter's worth a station. The convertible didn't actually convert, the top being permanently down. But the weather was warm, so we often wore only bathing suits, stopping at public recreation areas to swim and sleep, and somewhere contacting poison ivy. I have never seen anyone swell up like Brenda did, her delicate face lumping into a monstrous potato head. The cause of this disfigurement was not obvious, and it became difficult to talk attendants out of gas. For days under the hot sun, Brenda's skin wept. She shook herself to keep from scratching, and more than once I turned from the road to see tears rolling down her face, but she didn't complain. North of Santa Rosa, we realized where we were going. On the one hand, it was a might as well idea, but on the other, it suddenly seemed obvious that this was what Charlie had in mind. We arrived in the wooded town of Ukiah just a day or two before Mary, Patty, Ella, Sadie, and Stephanie went to court and were released, trusted to return for another court date the following month. We had a happy reunion packed into the convertible, driving in the open air to San Francisco to pick up Sunstone. Susan exposed her belly to the sun. She couldn't stop talking about the baby boy she had dreamt was inside it. And thanks to Charlie's parole officer and his wife, Sunstone was as sturdy and cute as a bear cub. Charlie was disgruntled to hear us calling Sunstone Pooh Bear when we got back to the ranch. He later told me gravely that when Sunstone was born, he saw an image of the moon eclipsing the sun. He said, "Women have been overshadowing their children for too long." All of the girls came into George's house to meet him. He perked up, politely asking questions about our drive south, and listening to the sounds of their voices. I could give you a tour of the movie set like I gave them. We'll walk out of George's house and to the right down this slope along a white picket fence to what George calls the rabbitories, State Park-style wooden restrooms, each with a sink, mirror, and flush toilet. There's a big wash basin and a shower in the adjoining shack. On downhill towards the back of the western set, here's a red shack storeroom, and next door, Randy Starr's special and only trailer. Randy looks like a villain, and he's always mad. We girls only saw his trailer from the doorway since we heard him yell, "Nobody better go messing around in my trailer," as well as, "Get in my trailer and take off your clothes." Clever psychology, but we didn't go in. Not until we had an excuse and he was gone. The inside is cluttered with everything he owns. 10 framed photos of himself, and photos and posters advertising Randy Starr, famous movie and TV stuntman, specializing in death-defying neck drag, and showing a fuzzy photo of Randy hanging from a noose. There are dusty rodeo awards, broken knickknacks, and numerous pieces of larger junk on which to display the smaller junk. There's a rabbit-eared TV, a holey couch, and in the cramped kitchen, a stack of dirty plates. And stashed in his closet, everything from his rhinestone-studded Western costume to his former wife's wedding gown. Those are all the reasons we'd better stay the hell away from his trailer. Next, around back, is a rusty freight car where Larry, the cowboy, lives. He's the small blonde one. He's young for his age, has a metal plate in his head. He'll go along with anything you say. One day, he and Charlie saddled up to scout the territory in case we needed to move the wagon train. Larry keeps better care of the horses since we got here. Likes to show off. Ruby Pearl, the day horse lady, has to keep after him to take his showers, and Benny looks after him too. Benny's the dark-haired cowboy who sleeps in the bunkhouse. He might be a little backwards, but he's good at heart. He used to be a trapeze man for the circus until he fell wrong and wrecked his leg. He says it only bothers him when it's cold. Benny doesn't yell at the horses like Randy and Larry do, and he's gentle with the kids who come to ride. He's gentle with Larry, too. He and Larry are getting a big ranch in Texas someday, and they're talking about going back into rodeo. Larry has told me about it many times. Leaning against the sliding door of his boxcar, he says, "Yep, I got my Levi jacket in there packed right now." Now, we're in the back of the movie set. We don't come back here much. This porch behind the saloon has been full of broken props and furniture since before we got here. To your right is the barn where about 24 of the horses stay in individual trails. Stalls. Fresh hay bales are stacked in there and pleasantly pungent smells. And to your left is the wagon shed, housing 2 fine old buggies, a buckboard, a black-fringed funeral coach, and a beautiful full-sized replica of a Wells Fargo stagecoach. George doesn't want us messing with these, and they never get taken out of the shed, except for parades and movies. Across the saddling yard in that separate corral is George's prize year-old Appaloosa stud, Cody. A leopard appy, he says proudly, with perfect black spots, big as your fist all over him. There are a number of horses George says are marked like they came off a carousel. A few that are over 30 years old, but he would make sure they eat good because he says they've worked hard for many a year. Next to Cody are the tack room for saddles and bridles, a pen for mares in foal, and then the haystack. That's 20 feet high of baled hay. Behind it are the corral, the mule, and donkey pen, and the dump, not for garbage, but for junk. To complete this circle tour, to your left is the little office where Pearl signs in the riders. Here's the payphone, and left again, rounding the corner, we'll step up and walk along the boardwalk in front of the movie set. Here's the bunkhouse, where Benny and some of the cowboys sleep. It's got one room with a table and chairs, and another with 2 beds, covered in clumpy mattresses and dog-haired blankets. Next is the boarded-up wagon shed, and then the jail with the black wooden bars. And this big log place with the thick double doors is the Longhorn Saloon. Look inside. See the stage? The whiskey bar, mirrors, and all those vintage bottles and props are true antiques. Over there is a huge pot-belly stove, but Pearl says we can't light it. The next room is the Rock City Cafe. It's just a facade and a storage room. and across the sand, we're back at George's. Charlie says the soul of George is living in this tattered town. It's still alive in my imagination. So much happened in such a short time. I was inclined to leave this telling in the present tense as I originally wrote it. People would later give testimony attributing months or even years to what in real time was much less. Time-altering supplements had something to do with it, but there were other variables, including the comings and goings of so many people, each affecting and acting upon the others. Patricia Cranwinkle's bark brown hair parted cleanly in the middle and draped to her elbows. Sometimes she seemed to duck under the weight of it. She was Patty to us before she used an alias at the sheriff's booking desk up north and became Katie. And in my experience, Katie was a real heart lifter, given to humble service, encouraging, giving right of way, yet not so shy as she might appear. Beneath quiet enthusiasm was a singer, an orator, an activist, and so on. But most often she listened, allowing each their hour and their stage. Everyone liked Katie. She was strong, but also delicate, mucking out stalls, washing dishes or diapers. Her slender hands remained milk white and graceful as a harpist's. Ella was a flashback to the 1920s, if photographs and movies were the standard. She had star-bright eyes and the thin, wavy blonde hair, shorter than most of ours, and parted to one side. Even her expressions were of another era. "What can I get you, hon?" she asked, like a small-town waitress. And she was one of those girls, entirely comfortable in the company of the fellas. I don't remember any problems deciding what to do or who would do it. We didn't have job assignments or schedules. The obvious things to do were whatever was necessary, and someone usually stepped up to the need. Sunstone had full-time supervision from any of his many admirers. Mary, Katie, and Ella often gathered the quilts and sheets, and all of the clothes that were not on our bodies, and took them to a coin-operated laundry in town. They brought everything home, fresh and folded, then hung or stacked them in the closets and made the beds. Another contingent hauled away our garbage and came back with fresh food from the market dumpsters. Then a varying group of women prepared the meals. Almost everyone did almost everything at one time or another, but the women took care of 90% of the food, cleaning, and child care. Charlie was no kingpin in our female drive toward cleanliness and sustenance, but he did influence us by noticing. He wiped his feet at the door, admired the decor, and cleaned up after himself, or else asked for help. In doing so, he set the behavior for the other guys. In less than 2 years, county prosecutors would indict Charlie as a mastermind and dictator. But Charlie didn't dictate by ordering or making rules. Most of us had had enough rules made by people who didn't follow them. He ruled by example. He still had the sharpest eyes and ears, and the most experience of anyone back at the ranch. In the circle at night, we treated him as a kind of shaman, giving him sound space in exchange for his insights. They emerged not in sermon or elevated speeches, but in extemporary, often musical response. And when his humor crept up on us, or we were amazed, or enlightened, or thrilled by what he said. He shrugged off personal attachment to the words. Once, he said, I just reflect thought as it goes by in the air. He could send a dart through the eye of an ego, yet his ability to target disease while leaving healthy thoughts and behaviors drew people to him. I never considered then that he had a different and unique relationship with each person, and only later did I learn others' interpretations of what he said. What I witnessed of his interactions were fostering discovery of the natural world and a human unity I'd never seen or experienced. His leadership qualities were an unspoken fact, but if you asked, he was just living the time of his life. Days at the ranch house. At the ranch house were lit by unusual happenings, realizations, and observations of any wildlife. Learning the ways of wild creatures by coexistence was one of the thrills of our lives. A big spider web decorated our back bedroom, its mistress capturing stray insects, and showing no interest at all in any of us. Lizards sunned themselves on windowsills, honeybees zoomed around in the spring, and mice and wild rabbits crept about at crepuscular hours, keeping well hidden during daylight. Ranchers had killed or driven off coyotes, but we could sometimes hear a pack of feral dogs in the hills, and always, at night, the owls. Charlie and Bobby had a hawk, and Pearl wanted it. Charlie had given her little things, like a vacuum cleaner when she hinted, but the hawk excited her so much that she outright begged to have it. The guys never intended to keep it. They wanted to get to know it till its wing feathers grew back. Then they released it behind the ranch where they couldn't see it flying over the hills and woods. One day, Pearl complained to George that she didn't like a bird flying that close to the chickens. It's a shame the boys let it go, she said. I could have given it a nice home. The evidence is circumstantial, but when Charlie found hawk feathers on the ground in the foothills, we wondered if Pearl had anything to do with it. Factually, we never knew afterward if the bird was alive or dead. We had no radio or TV at the farmhouse. No games, clocks, calendars, and sometimes not even enough shoes to go around. George Spahn called us mountain folk. He liked to play it. George had appropriate manners conveyed in no-nonsense language when conducting business, but when alone with us girls he used pet names, children's mispronunciations, and a variety of pretended accents, most often like he was born in a cornfield. He said he would teach us mountain talk because it was more high-geflutin', and with his nose in the air, he bragged he was so loved in school. They kept him in kindergarten for 9 years. George Christian Spahn, a gentleman, a mountain man, an Irish rogue, and a German businessman, a moving picture man since Silence, says he was a big stock trader and a leading man, says he don't tell people the rest, and he chuckles. And we say, what? He says, I hold the cows and lead the horses. That's a wrangler. You can see his life mapped in muscled arms, red and blue vessels swelling. Old times he drove a milk wagon. Up at 3 a.m. to feed and harness, delivering by 6, running house to house in the snow, wanting to go inside by the fire and eat a cinnamon roll. He was 8 when he started, since his pa died, and he says he used to cry, hurrying through that ice slush, and say to himself, when I'm a man, I'm going to have enough money to eat a whole cinnamon roll on my own every day. LF, circa 1971. George renamed all of us girls. We'd sit in the chair next to his, and his hand would come to rest on our wrists or elbows or knees, and he'd say in his Irish accent, "Who bees it?" When his hand sat down on my knee, I let out a small high pitch, being ticklish. He chuckled about it all day and started calling me Squeaky. For Mary, he employed the Italian, phonetically Marioccia, and Ella was Yellowstone. Bo became Rainbow. Brenda, Brindle, and Katie, Katie did. Ruth, he mishmashed into Weesh, the mispronunciation of a child he once knew, and too many for you to keep track of. Some of the girls were underage, so he didn't need to know about them, and he wasn't asking either. There were younger than legal guys. Paul Watkins for a time. Paul was archetypically California 60s. Tan, boy handsome, and flashing straight white teeth. Paul said, "Far out," to convey interest or surprise, and he said it often. A high school dropout he was, in effect, a wandering poet-philosopher, but I more often saw him in the show-off, competitive brat. He watched the way Charlie walked and talked and ran with it as though he had invented it. Most of us imitated Charlie to some degree, and Charlie was more tolerant, reminding us that the guys needed experience. In private, I heard him tell Paul, "If you think to prove, you got doubts." Charlie could compete and be challenging, but he had a distaste for division, and always encouraged us girls to give the young guys a chance, not just for sexual experience, but for the natural human interactions that allow boys to become men. One day, Paul was wandering around, looking for something to do, so Charlie suggested he go back to high school to check out what the other kids were doing. Paul liked that idea, so he picked a local high school and blended in every day for about 2 weeks. He had a good time, and as usual, he scored. When he got back that first day, he reported, laughing, "Everyone's high in high school." I thought of Paul as a boasting loafer, a tripper not inclined to work, and rarely without a pocket full of joints. But, as I recall, we always had a few to pass around the circle each night, and I just toked them for granted. Chuck Gray wasn't a bad kid. At over 6 feet tall, hardly a kid at all. But in the eyes of the law, he was underage. He had lived with the law all his life. Both his parents were police officers. He didn't say so until he realized we wouldn't hold it against him. Charlie told him that the cops had been running us all over the country, and we wondered if his dad could help to keep them off our backs. Chuck rolled his eyes. "He's been on my back for 17 years, he said. "A bully? You could say that. We hardly know each other. All he knows how to do is give orders. They're never at home much anyway, and when they're not at work, they're sleeping." "Are they looking for you?" "Not really. They don't care. But they put on a show because they don't want people to think they're bad parents." Chuck was mansome, with green eyes that looked hungry for acceptance. He shaded that look beneath a low brow and a fuck it attitude, spending most of his time at the farmhouse. And then there was the legendary Steve. I had heard Randy Starr talk about a youngster living in the hills. And when I asked about him, Randy said, he's about 16, a runaway, and crazy as a loon. Just your type. The Malibu Sheriff's territory extended beyond George's property. They may have noticed more horseback riders than usual, or more beards on the western set, or more girls going in and out of his house. 2 deputies stopped in to visit him to see if he was all right. He said he told them he had a new bunch living in the back farmhouse and quite a lot more help. The officers referred to us as hippies. George told them that he didn't think we were hippies. Upon leaving, they told him to be sure and call if he needed anything. When he told me about it, I said I didn't think they would come to clean the barn, and he laughed. I found my niche with George. I have read and heard that Charlie assigned me to spend my days with George. That wasn't true. George and I had an easy rapport, but I wasn't the only one who visited George. Most of the girls stopped in to see him at least once a day. When the cowboys came cussing into the house to eat, some of us were there to keep the peace and clean up their debris. Incidentally, we heard their notions and stories in between their complaints. One day I heard Randy Starr talk about bandits. He seemed to believe that Mexican bandits inhabited the hills behind the ranch. Then I realized that he was talking about dead people. Ghosts. They were rebel Mexican robbers of the 1800s, part of Californian lore. He was particularly interested in the outlaw, Joaquin Murrieta. According to Randy, one of Murrieta's lifetime haunts had been in the hills, near the Indian Mesa, and his ghost sometimes hovered up there, over his stolen gold. I just might get serious one day and find it, Randy mumbled as he went out the door. I hoped he wouldn't go looking because we sometimes visited the Indian Mesa. From George's house, we girls could hear and see the cars of people coming to rent horses. George liked us to run to the rental office and get a look at the people, then run back to the house to tell him of their sizes and behaviors so that he could choose their horses. Panting, we stood before him saying things like, "There's a man in his 30s, about 5'8", kind of stocky. Says he has ridden a lot and wants a fast horse." George might say, "Tell Pearl to give him Fred." So we'd run back to the office, knowing that Fred wasn't very fast. So George had a hunch that the guy was bragging. He had to protect the braggarts so that they didn't kill themselves, and the horses so the people didn't run them to death. One time a horse got so lathered it appeared to be covered in shaving cream, and Pearl was so mad she yelled at the rider and made him walk that horse for half an hour. After telling Pearl of George's choices, she usually agreed, unless she was mad at him. She either argued and did what she wanted, nor she skipped the argument. We scrubbed down the walls in George's house and put up old Western movie posters. He began calling it the Hall of Fame or the Celebrity Room. We swept the narrow steps he theatrically called the stoops of the veranda. I sometimes sat there with him, breathing the breeze and shooting it too. One day, Bobby Beausoleil blew into town in a '56 Ford truck with a dog named Beau and a quarter horse named Soleil. He gave the horse to George. Another day, it was with 2 women and a Model T in tow. But this time, he brought just 1 woman and a full-sized teepee. They were coming from the set of an independent movie where they'd been oddly cast as American Indians and living in teepees on the set. The woman had a polished look, olive skin, long, dark, shiny hair, and plenty of cleavage at the V of her suede wrap dress. When I offered to help her gather her things, she introduced herself as Gypsy, and, laughing, she confided her first meeting with Bobby. I had seen him on set, she said, and I invented an excuse to go into his teepee. But he was playing his guitar and he ignored me completely. So I talked to his girlfriend, Gail, and suddenly Bobby stops playing. He looks at me and says, "Do you play the violin?" I said, "You must have heard me." He said, No, I'm looking for a violin player." So I went and got my violin, we played together, and I moved into his teepee that night. "What about the girlfriend?" I asked. "What about Gail?" She said, "Oh, we went through a lot of changes at first. But Bobby was always talking about Charlie and all you girls, and, she smiled. "And I've been waiting to meet you." Gypsy went inside the saloon to unpack, and something happened. She came to me saying that she had just met Charlie, and he got mad, and now he was leaving the ranch. She wanted to know if she had done something wrong and what she could do. Charlie left the ranch often, but not usually on foot, and not usually mad. Finally, I said, "Well, go after him then." By dinner, they were back. Gypsy said that halfway down the mountain, he had yelled for her to leave him alone. But before the bottom, he'd agreed to return. And after dinner, we hoisted Bobby's big teepee in the front yard and went in to smoke a pipe. Randy Starr was fuming. "We goddamn son of a bitches had come barreling in and took over the ranch." So some of the girls turned the jail into a sheriff's office and stuck a sign reading, "Randy Starr, Sheriff," above the door, and he simmered down and seemed to feel more important. The most talented and physically attractive among us, Bobby was not one feather ready to settle down. I don't know how many times he came and went, bringing and leaving girlfriends, but eventually Gypsy and pretty brunette Leslie Van Houten chose to settle on the ranch. Leslie was a modest doll, in 1920s parlance, with a slender neck and hair bobbed a la flapper. Sweet and smart from the get-go, she proved to have a good, fast brain. A couple of weeks after Gypsy arrived, she told me that she had just seen a near-naked man in the hills above the ranch. She and Brenda had been taking afternoon hikes, completely naked, to a plateau above the ranch from where they could see the entire valley. And on this day she'd seen the man squatting on a boulder, watching them. She said, "The instant I spotted him, he uncoiled like a snake, sprang off the rock like a lion, and disappeared." Before she could alert Brenda, Brenda smiled and told her, "He always follows us." He was Steve, the runaway Randy had told me about. I later spied him by the creek. He looked older than 16, tall and muscular with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. Another day I saw him on top of the haystack just watching us. His hair was the color of the hay. Ella referred to him as a fox and approached him. I saw them running and laughing together. Then I saw him talking to Charlie, and after that he came closer to all of us girls. Some of us were shy of him because he had no pretense. He wanted to make love to all of us, not just to lie down, but to steal the moments when we stood on the boardwalk talking, to slide up, wrap his arms around us, and move us like Charlie did. I saw Steve and Charlie shirtless one day, laughing in the hot sun. They were limbering up, rolling their shoulders and necks, letting their arms dangle. Charlie moved his pelvis, acting silly at first, then all around smoothly. He said, "Come on, man, move your hips. How's a guy gonna fuck if he's afraid to move his hips?" Steve came into our circle. He was learning to play the guitar. His singing voice was clear and of good quality. He came into our bed. It was a marriage of sorts. He was smart, tender, and funny. He picked up mountain talk from us girls and put on a character we named Clem. When nosy people came around asking too many questions, Clem was so dumb they walked away, sometimes in a hurry, thinking that he was demented. Evenings when the farmhouse looked comfortably slumped, its crooked outlines etched by the setting sun or the moon in a dusky sky, we were drawn, tired, and hungry, to the orange light through the screen door and the simmering scents within. The front room filled, we ate, talked, and sang together. The music was the beginning of harmony. The mutt that the hippies left behind surprised us with 6 puppies that quickly outgrew her. One evening, after all the dogs had been fed, Charlie came into the farmhouse saying that we would have to feed the mother dog separately. Taking another bowl of food outside, he showed us that her rib cage was visible under a thin layer of fur. It disturbed him that neither he nor any of the rest of us had noticed her starving, while she allowed her wildly wagging offspring to eat all of her food. Then one day I came to the ranch front and saw the county dog catcher's truck in front of the saloon. Pearl and Randy had conspired. The catcher was pulling one of our big, fluffy pups by a rope. Pearl scuttled around the truck, ordering Randy to grab that one, but his arms were already full, heaving another puppy into a cage and shoving it when it hedged. Vengeful satisfaction flushed his face when he saw me. The dogs had been up front too much. "Pearl," I whined, close to tears. "Why are you doing this? They don't cause trouble." Pearl tried not to look at me. "It's for the best," she finally said. It was her same testy tone with a fleeting sympathy. "We had to do something. We can't feed them all." "But we feed them," I yelled. "It'll be better for them," she declared. "No," I said. "They'll be killed." "Somebody will adopt them," she contended. "That's what the pound is for. And besides," she added suddenly from the bowels of her contempt, "they're running wild. We can't have that here." And I admit, Pearl was right. Loose dogs reproducing randomly leads to feral packs that can wreak havoc on domestic and wildlife alike. But when she said they're running wild, I think she was talking about us. George had 2 dogs that Pearl fed before she left for the night. Tommy, a border collie mix he'd found as a starving puppy, and Wolf, who Larry said was part timber wolf. The dogs kept their distance when we first came, looking out the corners of their eyes at us. But soon they came to be petted and to lope with us to and fro the farmhouse. Days, we spread out in all directions. I don't think anyone knew what everyone was doing. I would later spend more time with Sandy than with any of the other girls, but at the time I knew her only as a refined and self-conscious beauty. She had been scarred, but I didn't know how or why. Sandy wore fresh cotton skirts or dresses. In the shower, I thought she would scrub her skin off. One day, when she and Charlie and I were going into town, the closer we got to civilization, the more she straightened her clothes and rearranged her hair. Grinning, he told her, "Relax. Stop thinking of what you look like. I love for the love shown to me, not what TV says is nice looking. I loved my grandma because she loved God and told the truth. It made rice pudding." Sandy remained reclusive yet familiar. I'd see her at a distance, walking or riding a horse, a small figure against the blue sky in Sandy Hills, separate but fitting. George called her Sandra, as if in the presence of a dignified lady. Sandy. I was raised with what the English would call form, but no soul or love, gentleness or tenderness. Most of my life was never real to me, except when I was exploring on my bike through nearby neighborhoods in San Diego. At the ranch, my bike became horses. I had little riding experience, but I think I shared a dream with millions of girls of having my own horse. TV westerns were imprinted on my mind. The campfires, starry skies, and soft strumming of guitars. Cowboys ambushed behind boulders, shooting their way to safety, riding triumphant and proud through the sagebrush. Exploring the hills around Spawn's Ranch on horseback was a dream come true. I didn't even know that many of the movies and TV shows I liked were filmed in those hills. The trails curved and climbed through chaparral, oak, and narrow passages that were sometimes bordered by giant lichen-covered boulders in colors of gold, bronze, browns, and greens. Tiny birds rustled in the brush, exploding out in a rush of air and sound as the horse came close. Sometimes I'd see tarantulas and horned toads. I rode bareback or with western saddle. Bonnie and Queenie were my favorites, and I could only ride them if paying customers didn't, which wasn't that often. But as soon as I lifted myself onto the back of a horse, the thrill was on. I loved to gallop. I didn't know where I'd end up or who I would meet if I'd get lost, so it was always an adventure. I talked to my horse once we got on the trails. I'd tell her how much I appreciated her carrying me. I'd been taught that you have to let a horse know who is boss. When I slowed to survey an area, the horses would often jerk their necks down to eat anything I let them eat. The more I gave in, the more they exerted their strength and will. Sometimes they tried to take over completely. The most dangerous part of the ride wasn't galloping on paths where a rattlesnake could spook the horse, but on the dirt road between George Spawn's house and the back ranch house, the road he called Lover's Lane. Lover's Lane was bordered by a species of oak with small leaves having holly-like points that could hurt if brushed against. They were also branches at the level of my neck. If the horse veered off the road, it became a power struggle. I was thrown a few times, and once at dusk I rode while on LSD, exerting no will of my own, but surrendering to the will of the horse. She galloped free and didn't try to knock me off by moving under the low branches or going far into the rocky hills. By nightfall, with just the smallest bit of prodding, she returned us both to the barn. After exploring the hills, I'd pretend to come to a house where I'd be invited inside for a hearty meal. Food was major to my sense of security. Ever since I got to the house in Topanga, I'd been impressed with the amount of food that filled the kitchen 3 or 4 times a week. This abundance appealed to me on a deep level. How much human history has focused on this one basic need, obtaining food in snow, ice, drought, and during wars, and up to modern times. Of what to select from the freezer, supermarket, the comparing of prices and spending of money. With garbage runs, cost and decision-making were done deals. Any food surprise might appear. I liked shopping outdoors, not having to make choices, not having to spend money, and most of all, not letting this precious food be wasted. Unconditional nurturance to be prepared in any ways one's culinary creativity could devise. Throughout my life, I'd had the fantasy of being a lone traveler, coming upon a warm, hospitable place where she is heartily fed. The closest I came to realizing this fantasy was at the ranch, but I was the most remote person there. I had never wanted to sit inside and talk. At nightly gatherings, Charlie often observed that Sandy was absent. Sandy was hiding. And maybe someone should go find Sandy. I was hiding. One time I took LSD and went up to the Indian Mesa. When I returned to the back ranch house, a communal meal was underway. I stole into the group, furtively gathered food, and retreated to some trees outside to quickly eat it. I had feral aspects, stealth, and fear. I wasn't a warm, cuddly, motherly female like some others at the ranch whom I was extremely jealous, especially the younger, less complicated girls. As an older female, I was sizing up the competition and trying to determine my place and status in the group. Despite the fact that I excluded myself, I didn't feel talked about or judged by the others, and I don't feel my opinions of them were based upon class. It was more like, does this person feel trustworthy, and are they kind? Are they helpful, bright, good-looking, and strong? I did come with a prejudice that more education meant more intelligence, but Charlie quickly blew that concept out of my brain. But while education is equated with intelligence and other entire classes, ranch people exceeded my ingrained standards of qualities I sought in friends. I was the most broken, the most wounded, and the most in need of safety and kindness. And no one made me sing for my supper. They were cowboys to us, though the ranch had no cows or cattle drives. Pearl and George just called them the boys or the hands. Cowboys came and went, but three were fairly constant while we were there: Randy, Benny, and Larry. Randy Starr was stellar in his own mind. He'd been a movie extra, a trick writer, and occasionally, when drunk, sang, "You're cheating hard," at a low-end lounge in the valley. Sometimes at the ranch, he and his rough-riding teenage girlfriend put on shows. Slam the door. He'd come out of his trailer hollering, "Get your cock-sucking motherfucking ass out of there!" And he'd stride out to the middle of the yard. Crash the dishes. She and her long-legged Levi's would come out after him screaming, "You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! You motherfucking dirty son of a bitch!" Boot to boot, teeth to teeth, they'd snarl at, kick at, and curse each other in a repeat performance, with variations of the fuckers and bitches. It happened almost every weekend, and Randy was such a good actor, he convinced even himself. He could sulk for days. Only audacity and access to horses had gotten Randy that girl to start with. He was twice into half her age, had pocked putty skin, a mangy mustache, a long nose with gaping nostrils, half bad teeth, and hair slicked flat under his cowboy hat, the only evidence of which were greasy spears around his neck and ears. In addition to the black-gloved gimp hand, his body was bony and ill put together, and he was a bully. Yet Randy had a way about him that made us smile and wonder what he was up to, thinking that he couldn't be serious, and sometimes even liking him. All the ugly and disproportionate pieces aside. One day, Bobby Beausoleil was eager to go, but I'd given his truck to Charlie as someone was using it. So they both approached Randy Starr about lending Bobby the famous movie and TV stuntman truck in exchange for a new buckskin outfit and diamond ring. It was just an old pickup, but the giant sideboards advertising Randy's peculiar claim to fame made it one of a kind. I never expected Randy to lend it, but I saw Bobby drive it away. The archetypical villain, grinning and twirling the ends of his mustache. Cowboy Benny was older and scruffier, but he looked a little like Charlie. The similarity ended when he spoke. Benny was affably simple and shy. I saw him at night under a bare bulb in the bunkhouse playing cards with another cowboy. In the dead silence between cricket chirps, he looked slow and thoughtful. The smile in his stubble might indicate a good hand, but Benny could smile, win or lose. And just when I pegged him as clueless, he laid down the winning hand. His opponent groaned, and he laughed. Benny courted a gal who came some Sundays. She was just his height and about his age, her long brown hair in tight braids to her jeans. They strolled Lover's Lane, hand in hand, looking 20 years younger. Benny so modest and so proud. Then all of her children ran up behind her. 8 of them, under the age of 10, screaming, crying, and chasing each other. She swung at them. They ran away, circled, and came back to bother her again. In George's house, the 9th child, lying in a plastic cradle, was Benny's. A small, dark-haired, pale baby girl in diapers and an old pink dress. He came into the house to see her, holding her up carefully like he'd never seen her before. His face red and smiling, he looked at her again and again. Cowboy Larry was blond and shorter than Benny, and had suffered brain damage as a child. He had a metal plate in his head, but you couldn't see it. Otherwise, he was not physically impaired, but impulsive. He could be ornery, occasionally on the verge of a tantrum, especially around Randy Starr. Larry compensated for his shortcomings by pretending. I could say that he outright lied, and sometimes he consciously did. But usually he unconsciously was imagining within the limits of his disability. One day, Charlie took me for a stroll around the front of the ranch, pointing out the colors, textures, construction anomalies, nails, wood slats, and knots. He said, "Look at the soul here." He showed me blue boards nailed to chipped peach 2x4s where sections of wood had been salvaged from old doors and windows to build something new and functional. He opened my eyes to the fading beauty of old barns and bunkhouses, rough-hewn fences, horse stalls, and sheds. Few people on the ranch fit into any classes and categories that I'd been conditioned to hold. The cowboys were characters as soulful as the ranch itself. Weathered, raised without television, and with little schooling, they were a different breed from anyone I'd been exposed to, and their presence added warmth and richness to the place. The exception was Randy Starr, who was a dark, even sinister presence. He wore black everything. Even his old dusty Cadillac was black with his name emblazoned across the side in gold paint. He was sullen and he yelled a lot. I ignored Randy, but the others were always friendly to me. Charlie was sauntering across the yards one day, wearing a cowboy shirt, hat, and boots, and said that he and Larry had been in Abilene. Larry was from Abilene, and Charlie wasn't joking or making fun of him. Had been in Larry's world for a few hours. He looked and talked like Larry, and Larry looked proud. I brought them both cups of coffee, and Brenda made victuals. Slowly, it dawned on me that we, were all characters, and we could invent new parts for ourselves every day. The cowboys didn't share that realization. Like most people, they were fixed in their roles. I was too uptight to play. I was in a tight trap of my history, and I felt only Charlie could free me. If he saw me having fun, even if I was just pretending to, he might leave me alone thinking I was fine. Sandra Good, a stockbroker's daughter, abandoned future financial security, cashed in her stocks and savings bonds, and invested the money in Charlie. He used it to buy a newer, bigger school bus that transported us all over California. It took the 5 girls and a supporting cast back to Ukiah for court, after which they were free to go with time served and warnings. It broke down at San Jose and was parked for several nights in a plum orchard, where the passengers witnessed an uprising of drunken migrant workers on horseback, some of whom later dubiously explained that they were getting ready for a revolution in Mexico. And when all efforts failed to fix the bus, it was left in a parking lot until someone could get it, while its passengers hitchhiked back to the ranch. Some bus people arrived with a dumpling blonde, the likes of Mae West, in the factory-new Dodge camper van that her dad had just bought her. Her given name was Joan, but she called herself Juanita, as she was on her way to Mexico. Juanita had a sassy smile, a wink, and a way with innuendo, but she made no secret as to what she was after. Men who like blondes, tall, short, fat, or skinny. Charlie headed her off at the pass, and she gave him her van. We had a lot of cars at our disposal in those days. Dennis's Ferrari was parked by the bunkhouse for a while, but it was gone before I got a ride in it. I came out of George's house and saw Charlie walking across the yard towards Paul and Clem on the pass road. A bunch of interested people were coming out of the buildings, looking in their direction. Paul was grinning, Clem shrugging and looking sheepish. I got the story on relay. The 2 boys were returning from a test drive of Dennis's car when Clem misnegotiated a curve around a mountain. It was a wonder they both walked away. I was told that the car looked like a strip of bacon. Charlie eventually gave Dennis the new van that we got from Juanita so that Dennis could go on the road. Go see the Mendocino coast and the redwoods up north, Charlie told him. But Dennis only traveled to the home of his friend Greg and parked in his driveway. Preacher Dean and Charles Watson showed up at the ranch after Dennis gave up the lease on the estate. We couldn't have Ruth's father living in the same house with us, but Mary's father in Wisconsin owned a sporting goods store and had sent her a full-sized tent that we'd set up in the woods, so Charles and Dean went to live in the tent. After Dean left for another court date and didn't return, Charles moved up the hill, offering George Spahn his service as a mechanic. George said he liked a worker, man to man, but he couldn't pay more than the room, not even food. When Charles agreed, George asked if he could call him Tex, and they shook on it. George had plenty of vehicles for Tex to work on, cars and trucks that would never run again. Not because Tex didn't try, but because every movable part on them had been stolen or rusted shut long before we got there. Tex went to San Jose to repair and bring home our bus, taking along TJ, who had some experience working on old cars. TJ was a sometime visitor, older than most of us, balding, and missing front teeth for which he had loose replacements. He had already been through the military, demolitions, marriage and divorce, demolitions. Tex said that TJ was like a gypsy, and some would say more like a bum. However, with purpose, TJ was both resourceful and productive. He would later score not only marijuana and psychedelics, but transportation and weaponry. There was no synthetic marijuana back then. What we called grass and weed was nothing more than the leaves of a wild, unprocessed plant. Probably a quarter of the population in California smoked it, but it was untaxed, illegal, and we didn't know how serious our local sheriffs or city police were snagging people up for it. Sandy. At night, everybody gathered in a big circle in the saloon or at the back ranch house. The girls brought in dishes of food, and Charlie regarded the presentation as would an experienced gourmand, commenting on the aroma and the artistry. Maybe a sprinkling of flower petals on the salad, or sprigs of wild sage around the squash and rice. And the guys imitated his praise of the cooks. Slowly, too slowly for me, the dishes made their way around the circle. I wished I could have had the seeming lack of attachment to eating that Brenda, Pat, Lynn, and Leslie did. Sometimes I felt hostile towards anyone who held the bowls too long or took bigger bites. After the girls took away the dishes and the few forks and spoons were shared, one of them handed roll joints to each of the guys who lit them, taking a hit and passing them on. Someone handed Charlie his guitar, and at times he looked at it as if he were seeing it for the first time, like it was a new and sacred promise of pleasure. Tuning the strings, he might tap gently on the neck or body, while slightly cocking his head to hear the nuances of sound. This exploration could last minutes and seemed wrapped with curiosity and anticipation. Meanwhile, Charlie was alert to outside sounds of voices, footsteps, and vehicles approaching or leaving. A sound we didn't hear could have him on his feet in a flash. He might step out into the night and be gone 5 or 10 minutes while we sat waiting. So much of my life has been waiting for something in the future. To go somewhere, to meet someone, to be seen, get asked out, go to college, and maybe get married. I was a little edgy, waiting, but Charlie was out under the stars, likely petting Wolfer or Tommy, and, like the dogs, sensing the environment. I wondered if he could encounter someone prowling around in the dark. Cops? Someone up to no good? And what would be the sound of his voice if he did run into someone? Would he sound warm and inviting, or sharp and loud, or stern with authority, or would he be laughing? Unlike anyone I'd ever encountered, Charlie wasn't waiting for life. Every moment in his world was alive, and he was alive in it. His reflexes were quick and sure, lacking the hesitations of fear and doubt. He didn't have to think about how to respond. He just did. I was filled with feelings from the past and with thoughts of the future, with how I looked and how much Charlie could read about my present state. It seemed everyone had become conscious of themselves. Katie, leaning forward, her thick brown hair falling down the sides of her face, would softly chuckle and admit to a new insight about her conditioning. Steve, or Clem, was 17, agile and handsome in a dusty, disheveled way that reflected his semi-wild surroundings. But he was self-aware enough to know he, too, had baggage to discard. As he shed his conditioning, you could see him blowing his own mind with fresh insights and realizations, grinning and shaking his head, whispering. Clem showed humility and the contrast between himself and Charlie, and made parody of the bashfulness he felt in the presence of so many pretty girls. Mary, Lynn, Pat, Ella, Brenda, and even Leslie and Snake were lighter and happier than friends from my past. But all of us had a new standard for what it was to be human, and we compared ourselves and all the other guys to Charlie. While Charlie was in Hollywood, he met a shiny new records producer who persuaded him to put some of his music on tape at a studio. When the producer invited him for a second session, Charlie urged all of us to come along. 16 to 20 people in various styles of dress hustled into the bus, many of us silently coaxing and kicking away ideas of becoming a successful recording group. In reality, although all of us could sing, some of us had yet to find a corresponding key. Charlie, Bobby, and Clem could have become successful on their own. But when I suggested to Charlie he go alone, he said, "What fun would it be without all of us together?" The studio technicians, a pair of balding men, were pissed. They were set up for a single musician. Charlie and the producer cajoled them in the sound booth, while other guys positioned extra microphones for a circle like we had at home. Despite technical opposition, the tape ran. It was a typical jam session. Clem and Charlie producing good instrumentals, Mary's flute and Gypsy's violin not half bad, and the elephant calls of Paul's French horn roaming a range between interesting and strange. But all of that in combination with Snake on a potato flute, several of us on knives and spoons, plus all of the voices created a cacophony, only barely related to music. The technicians blanched, but Charlie joked the whole time. He suggested we relax like we did at home, taking deep breaths, letting them out slowly, and then with sound. Behind closed eyelids, I saw the sounds take shape and color. They rose and wove around each other, branching and opening, then falling like leaves in the best harmony of the evening. Into the complete silence that followed, a technician's voice blasted. "Would you do that one again? We didn't have a level." Kathy Gillies, the blue-eyed daughter of Mr. High School teacher and Mrs. Entomologist, cantered by George's house on one of his best horses, her blonde hair flying. All of the guys were interested in her. The next time I saw her, she was lying on her stomach by the stone fireplace at the farmhouse, with colored pens, paper, and drawings splayed around her. She paid me no mind as I examined her quickly penned, and I thought exquisite, caricatures. When she began talking, it was of books. She seemed nice enough for a know-it-all. I would come to love Kathy as a mildly rebellious teenager, a lovely tomboy, and a reliable, enthusiastic storyteller, generous with details. George called her Capistrano from Santa Susano, or just Cappy. George told me to be careful nobody saw us sleeping in the buildings on the western set because it was against the law. With his fingers rubbing the stubble of a whisker he'd missed, his questions felt carefully around the real question of whether the fellas and the gals were sleeping together. I told him that we all slept in different places. I might put a sleeping bag down in the saloon or go all the way back to the farmhouse. I think he decided he really didn't want to know our sleeping habits, but I was aware that he was thinking of what he might do as a young man, and that it's not exactly easy thinking like a young man in an old man's body. The wide, unpaved yard in front of the movie set provided space for trucks, horses, and customer parking. It was parenthesized by two driveways coming off of Santa Susana Pass, one near George's house and one by the corral. This unintentionally allowed for road traffic to make drive-throughs and U-turns. The Malibu sheriffs cruised the yard more than once a week. It seemed they were bored. Let us see what those hippies are up to at Spawn's ranch. They'd idle if we were willing to talk, maybe looking for information. Maybe just to pass the time with barefoot girls and short dresses. We had to stay on our toes. One time a lady from the state or county called asking Katie questions about kids. "We run a horse rental business here, ma'am," I told her. "But are children there now?" "Riders, I reckon." "Are children living on the premises?" "What do you mean, the premises?" "Are children living on the property?" "I don't see no children, no." She didn't trust me, but she ran out of questions. "Mr. Spawn isn't here right now," I said. "But if you want to call back—" "Yes," she said. She would do that, but she never did. "You did right," George told me seriously. "Don't ever tell them there's kids here. They could shut me down, close the business, and condemn the ranch." "They've got no reason to do that," I contended. But he was angry. "Oh, you think they don't? You don't know. They as much as told me they could. Right now the city wants me to hook up to their water. We have underground springs here, you know. City water would cost me over $300 just to start, and I don't have it." Then, one day, a flat-topped government worker came to get a test tube of our water. He wanted the water from George's kitchen, and as he tiptoed through the house, he looked like he'd just eaten a lemon. George said if they claimed they found bacteria in the water, they tried to force him to hook up with city water. They didn't bother to tell him their findings, and for weeks he quietly worried about it. He said, "They'll lead your man dry if they can." George didn't like to talk like that. He wanted to be good for the memory of his mother and to respect the law. After the water question, though, he came up with a business proposal. Leaning towards me, he said confidentially, "I got an idea to make us a lot of money." "You do?" I yelped. "Now hush," he rebuffed. "Don't be telling every Tom, Dick, and Harry before I get a pen. I've got the formula for instant water." After some verbal tussling, "You just put 2 of my little tablets in a jug. Then you add 4 quarts regular plain old water, shake it up. You got a whole gallon of genuine instant water. Like that idea?" Cowboys Benny and Larry got into a beat-up car every Saturday night and drove into Box Canyon to the Fountain of the World, a quiet religious retreat by day that turned lively on Saturday nights. "You ought to come," Larry hollered. "I'll be on stage tonight." Anyone who wanted to perform had their chance at the fountain, and Larry was a storyteller who never got his fill of ears. He'd give pointers on radio and stunt fighting, or riding and roping in the Southwest. Then, with the grandiose of a carnival barker, he'd leave word of where he'd be appearing next. But the following weekend, Larry would forego his Madison Square Garden appearance and return to the Fountain of the World. We traveled in the bus to the religious community, parking beside the eponymous fountain that, by then, had gone dry. The buildings were reminiscent of Spanish Indian adobe, nestled between mountain boulders of near equal size. The only people living there were elderly women and a few younger monks in long brown robes, working and wandering between gardens and buildings without speaking. Inside the largest building, near an institutional kitchen, was a wide area filled with rows of chairs facing a curtained stage. They were soon filled by about 40 folks of all ages and descriptions from the neighboring communities. We watched a brief morality play put on by the monks, and then we were introduced to a teenage girl with flowing hair, who played her guitar and sang a folk song. Next came Larry, of whom we were ridiculously proud, and a variety of others. The mundane appearance of these shows gave no clue as to the sect's history. Once part of a larger congregation, the people were acolytes of Krishna Venta, an Aryan Eastern spiritualist who had used catacomb-like caves on the grounds for gatherings of an unknown nature. In the 1950s, Venta and about 20 people were blown to pieces inside the caves. Whether a conclusion was made as to the source of the explosives, no one was ever legally charged. Charlie speculated a sexual component to that story, but the oldest woman in the community would say nothing of the event, and of Krishna only. The master loved us. We visited the Fountain of the World several times before offering our help with their programs and community charities in exchange for a safe place for Mary and Sunstone to stay. Katie soon joined them, specifically to work, and she ended up managing their kitchen. Katie had an aura of invitingness. She'd slightly bend forward as if to energetically scoop you up into her warmth and hospitality. She'd extend a cup of coffee with a smile and a twinkle in her eyes. She often seemed on the verge of laughing, as if everything was potentially amusing. Like Brenda, Katie liked to serve and knew who was where, what they were doing, and about the time they might be wanting food and drink. She liked the company and conversation of the girls. I don't know which guys, if any, she was interested in, but since it was no Charlie made love with her, I'm sure some of the guys approached her sexually. Tex Watson was a problem solver with practical skills. At the farmhouse, people were collecting truckloads of wood to send up the highway above the pass for a project that was only whispered. One day I rode with the wood. We pulled to the side of the highway, got out, and waited for traffic to clear. Then we quickly tossed all the boards over the side of an embankment, got in the truck, and left. We didn't see the result of Tex's work for over a month, and then only after a long walk in moonlight, wending through woods, over rocks and under the highway, there appeared a thicket between two concrete abutments, and the building was beneath it. Tex had labored to dig out a foundation and rocky ground for depth and height, then built walls around the oddly shaped space. It was nice inside, big enough to hold all of us. We called it the in-case place, in case we needed extra space, in case we needed to lie low, in case anything. In one case, there was sex, some luscious, voluptuous sex. We were young and we learned from each other. There again, Charlie had cultivated nearly all of the women to yield to his motions, drawing us out of our minds and into our bodies, so to move us weightlessly. Without thought, sex became a sensuous dance, later conveyed wordlessly from us to other guys. I would describe the wet sheen of our healthy bodies, the softness in the muscle, but will suspend that tender tension. Not all of us could turn off our minds to experience ecstasy and peace, but we were on our way. Some nights we climbed the haystack and slept under the stars. Clem hollowed out beds by restacking the bales. We awoke with the sun, having been awake half the night. When the cornfields in the valley were harvested, George and Pearl took several cowboys to dinner with them, and an extra pickup truck with high wooden sides, and I got to ride along. After the meal, we drove to a big farm with acres of yellow corn. Most of it was being trucked to supermarkets or reserved for sale at roadside stands. But some was deemed unmarketable due to superficial flaws, and George paid a flat fee for as much of it as the cowboys could fork into his 2 trucks. On the way home, when corn bounced out of the trucks, George and Pearl blamed Randy and Larry for not tightening the tarps. Randy and Larry blamed each other, and I just rode along, feeling the dry September air through the open windows. We didn't get home till dusk. After getting George and the groceries inside, Clem, Brenda, Ruth, and the others of us climbed into the backs of the trucks on top of the corn. Under the stars, we ate a few of the sweet, juicy ears raw and separated the best into cardboard boxes for cooking. Randy opened the corral gate, and as Pearl drove each truck around inside the corral, the rest of us pushed mounds of corn into bins for the horses. A thrilling mumble of hooves arose as they trotted to and crowded the bins, chopping into the corn, husks and all. That week, everyone who wanted it ate fresh corn on the cob. We cooked big potfuls at the farmhouse and in George's kitchen. He had already told us that he would be generous, allowing us to have the more substantial middle course while he settled for the lumpy side meat. After we received a load of bananas, he was just as charitable, but it was the cobs he agreed to, while we could have the tender outer strips. During the autumn, at the farmhouse, dead wood smoke curled from the gray stone chimney, and pinpoint stars surrounded it. I met Clem and Cappy on my way one night, and the pupils of our eyes connected like long tunnels. Besides the attraction and the chemistry of our youth, we were excited by a belief in infinite possibility, on the edge of discoveries not only of our lifetime, but any lifetime. Charlie, there are more years in 24 hours than most brains can think. Think of all the heads that thought of art, music, mathematics. The caveman did not think up a cup or spoon or clock. Think of the hundreds of years it took numbers to come into play, all the way to rocket ships and the all of all. It's as endless and vast as space, and you could mind travel it for 1,000 lifetimes, or become it in now. The one big memory is now. It was now then, as it's now. We had enough LSD to take it about twice a month. Sadie said that Charlie was trying to talk her out of it. She understood his concern, she said, but she didn't believe acid did harm, even to unborn babies. I had no opinion to offer. Sadie always did what she wanted to do anyway. Cappy wrote a whole story about the night that Sadie let Zizo in the house, but in the succeeding years, I lost most of the pages. The story began early one morning at the farmhouse. The sun was up and already getting high as Sadie and I surveyed the cloakroom for appropriate costumes, including a cowboy shirt that buttoned snugly around her belly. Then we danced up the dusty trail to visit George. "Who bees it?" he inquired in his Irish mountain drawl. It landed a kiss on his cheek as Sadie called, "It bees us guys." He chuckled. "I didn't know that was you walking in behind that belly. How bees us guy this morning?" Standing in front of him, Sadie held one of his hands on the other guy. "Maybe he wants out of there," George suggested. "Why not leave him in there? He'll be in good hands. Perhaps you could go dancing or horseback riding." Sadie says she found it impossible to go anywhere without him, to which George replied, pouting, "Well, how am I supposed to know? Nobody ever tells me nothing." We strolled on down to the office to sign up a few riders, but Sadie didn't want to stay. At the ranch house that evening, she sat in the circle with her hand on her belly. Suddenly, she said, "Whoa, I'm gonna have this critter tonight." Nobody paid Sadie much mind because it was 2 months too early, and because it was Sadie. We passed the bowls, hungry and interested in other topics. When Sadie said she didn't want to eat, it raised a few eyebrows. And when she left to lie down in the next room, it wrinkled a few more. A couple of the girls went into the bedroom and came out looking expectant. Then everyone went into action, even the ones who didn't know what to do. Someone brought fresh towels, soap, and a wash basin to Sadie's side. The men paced in and out of the room. The women washed their hands and arms with alcohol, and discovering just half a bottle, sent 3 people to the store. Some of the girls wanted to change the bed sheets. Charlie asked for something clean to wear. Brenda handed him a patchwork shirt she had just finished making, and he suggested Sadie get up and go boil some water. Sadie got herself up and went straight to the task. The bed sheets got changed, and when she returned, carefully carrying the hot water, she laid herself down with a sigh and another painful contraction. Her groans and the stillness between them were unsettling. No one was prepared for this. More sobering was Charlie's unfolding of a towel, revealing a razor blade like he'd used on Mary. When Mary was far into labor, Charlie had made a small incision in her perineum. I didn't know how he knew about the episiotomy. The procedure is sometimes done by obstetricians to prevent vaginal tearing because torn tissue, being jagged, heals unevenly, causing scar tissue, loss of elasticity, and further damage with subsequent births. At the foot of Sadie's bed, Charlie poured alcohol over his hands and the blade. He folded a clean towel and draped it over his neck. Then he inserted the blade into a hand razor, picked up a mirror, and, with the soap and hot water, began to shave. Tension broke into laughter all over the room. It's fair to speculate that LSD had something to do with Sadie's early contractions, the fungus, the ergo rye, is the source of LSD and believed by herbalists to induce labor. But this was not an issue. The birth held everyone's attention. Even Tommy, the dog, had sneaked in during the confusion and sat alert in one corner of the room. Sadie did not need an episiotomy. Very early the next morning, Zizo Zcis Zadfrak came through the pass weighing little more than 2 pounds. Brenda caught him and cleared his nose and mouth for his first breath. He was so small that his head looked transparent. A bed was made by the fire. A doctor's visit was arranged, and a few days later, Sadie and Zizo moved to the Fountain of the World. Witnessing human birth grounded us in reality and raised our wonder about mystical mysteries. We all had come into the world thus, and we all would pass from it. Who, in facing these facts, is not odd? Our experimentation with psychedelics was brazen. We took to them, but lacked any traditional rituals of preparation. Unadulterated LSD, while harmless to the body, could kill a personality. All of the thoughts that make up the you that you think you are might dissolve as you see yourself in the universe of worlds around you. But one of the drawbacks to this quick consciousness was that there was so much going through your brain that what might come out your mouth could sound like burble. In the 2 years I'd seen Charlie take psychedelics, he was the sanest, most stable person in any group. His prosecutor would speculate and then claim as fact that Charlie issued LSD to each of us, while secretly refraining from taking it so he could program and control us. We took acid separately and together, so whoever had the stash issued it. And I don't think Charlie's ability to program and control would have been hindered by LSD. But here's what he said. Spirit is a power that can't be controlled. I don't move it. The 2 ways to lose it are when I try to use it, and when I fear and fight against it. I was prone to fearing and fighting against it. On some acid trips, I was conscious of everything in and around me. On others, I was unable to do anything but lie down and die, tumbling into alternate realities and psychological black holes. The intense experiences were full of meaningful moments, such as ordinary consciousness did not often perceive, but there were heights and depths that I didn't want to endure. Charlie's calm and confidence kept us above madness, except for one night when we shut him out and tore the house apart. In the aftermath, almost no one spoke of it, but when we did, we called it the freakout. It started with more and stronger acid than we usually took. There were a lot of us in the house that night, including a young surfer from Malibu, and a hippie or 2 left from the group that went to Oregon. Brenda had decorated with cushions and tapestries. Paul was playing a sitar. It seemed to set everyone off. The sound of its strings vibrated my view to eerie distortions, and I had to lie down. Apparently others did also. The surfer kid began to flinch and kick. His foot struck the side of my head, and I went out of ordinary consciousness. I saw a lot of fire images that night. At one point, I felt alarming combustion building. There was going to be an explosion. I thought it was atomic. A major dialogue of the day concerned world leaders who threatened to bomb each other's civilizations into oblivion. I heard crackling and smelled smoke and burning hair. Suddenly, I was in a 1940s-style kitchen beside an open oven that had been blackened by fire. I was lying on my back, looking up into the face of a policeman who was holding me. I was about 3 years old, and by his expression, I was dead. Sandy. I was sitting on a couch, feeling stiff. As I watched others unravel, I became more aware of my own inhibitions and my calculating mind. I was wishing, too, I could let go and scream or cry or go nuts like others were. Lynn. The surfer was tromping around the house calling grandfather, grandfather, and answering in the voice of an old man. Sandy. I heard that Charlie had left. According to him, people dressed him in an old coat and sent him away. Paul was trying to be sexy and macho. Kim was fighting the Vietnam War. Once, when I went outside, I saw the house dancing side to side, like in a cartoon. Energy sparks shooting from the glowing house. It was alive. I remember different hells. One was between places, neither here nor there. An airport parking lot, or strangers posing as friends, coming from somewhere they don't remember, fumble in pockets and purses for keys, undecided as to where they are going or why. In another hell, I was being thrown on my back against the four walls of a small square room, each wall in succession. It was painfully jarring in my head. The walls were giant playing cards. After what seemed like years, I became conscious that I was living the same sequence over and over. It felt like some sort of breakthrough, but I didn't know what it meant or if I could ever get out of it. Lynn was outside in the woodpile next to the house, flipping and flailing. I don't know who got her inside. I remember her lying somewhere, her lips nearly black, her hands and fingers curled up. She was gasping. Water, water, water. But when Bo tried to give her water, she sat up and said plainly, "No, let me experience it." Kim came running through the house into the bathroom yelling, "I'm the devil." We could hear banging and crashing as he destroyed the fixtures in there. Someone, they said it was Charlie, was outside the door saying that the police were coming. Instead of sobering up, I pictured comical movie police, the Keystone Cops. I saw the ranch dogs and George and Randy and felt we were real mountain folks. I had a southern Appalachian accent. Paul walked across the room with his dick in his hand, asking, "Can we make love first?" Snake began to chant, "Everybody make love. Everybody make love." I heard chatter about going to jail, and then, "Jail? Look at us. We won't go to jail. They'll take us to the crazy ward." Gypsy laughed and interjected, "At least we'll all be together." I found that comforting. When I opened my eyes, I saw Clem and Leslie sitting cross-legged, seeming calm and happy. Leslie was rocking side to side, saying bloop, 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 in time to her rocking. A small skittish cat, nearly a kitten, walked by. It usually stayed outside because it was afraid of people. In a routine manner, Ruth picked it up by the scruff and tossed it into the embers of a low-burning fire. A moment later, she plucked it out, dusted it off, and set it on the floor. Sandy. The next day, slowly putting the house back together, energy was scattered. A clump of people seemed to be in a semi-daze, not sure where they should be or what they should do. Lynn was lying on the floor with cuts and scratches and tangled hair. She was a mess. Lynn. Every part of my body ached and appeared swollen to almost twice its size. Worse, I had a horrible feeling of emptiness. Brenda was clearing debris with typical efficiency, seeming indifferent, yet registering something just short of disgust when sweeping near me. Sandy came with a bowl of warm, soapy water and a washcloth, and without any greeting, inquiry, or explanation, she began washing my hands and face and brushed my knotted hair. That was surreal. Sandy. About visions. It's all one's mind. Collective unconsciousness. Some visions are traumas lodged in subconscious minds and pushing to come out. They may come out symbolically in visions. I think the shrink that came closest to seeing that was young. Did you ever see Hieronymus Bosch paintings of hell and purgatory? Those are visions in terms of medieval Christian culture, like Dante's Inferno. In the 1900s, the Spanish artist Dali and the artist Magritte painted visions of machine sterility. In music, Beethoven painted his personal coming to one in his Ninth Symphony. We're in Christian thought. Many cultures' depictions of monsters are just aspects of our human psyche. American Indian cultures have visions of one's life purpose, such as a warrior or shaman. It's hard for me to transcend my own conditioning. I don't know Muslim culture, haven't been to Egypt in thought, and don't understand Japan or China except that they are dying of pollution, like the rest of the world that's in the money. Sandra Good, 1971, letter from LA Women's Jail. After the freak-out, ranch life resumed and the spirit came back. But I don't think anyone who was there forgot that trip. The cat Ruth had tossed in the fire was unhurt, but totally changed. Overnight it became people-friendly, and it never grew. Half-grown, it never got bigger. Most of us moderated our use of LSD and natural plant psychedelics, but we didn't stop taking them. Whatever they had to tell us, whatever they prompted our minds to tell us, we wanted to know. We were learning to walk with birth and death, to surrender the past in exchange for the present, to be spiritually renewed, like the body is healed by life's powerful will to survive. One afternoon, I caught sight of Brenda sewing in a field at the edge of the woods. She was so like her surroundings that I almost missed her. Brenda hand-sewed clothes, well-fitting, artistic, and functional clothes, with pockets and patches. Ever since she had shown us her freehand embroidery, we women had been stitching the pictures of our lives on Charlie's vest, each of us taking a turn. Then we began making separate patches to apply to the vest so that more of us could work together. Embroidering was relaxing, engendering focus. It led us from conscious thought into unconscious imagination, and back to conscious exactitude. Katie's work was delicate and florid. Cappy had exchanged her color pens for threads. passed through all of our hands and minds, the bland material became vibrant in waterways, plants, sky, land, symbols, animals, and people. It was one flowing work of 12 or 10 women, and Charlie said he didn't miss a stitch. He called us witches. And as our visions became reality, reality became magical. The wild woods lifted spells cast by purveyors of merchandise and ideas. We were born every morning and died each night. Our faces lost age. Police suspected us of being minors. People couldn't tell some of us apart, and some thought we were natural-born family. But in the era of hippies, there were hundreds of families. That's what closely knit communal groups were called. A towering, muscular figure, bare but for cut-off jeans, galloped a white horse past a group of us girls in George's front yard, raising the dust in our faces. Just short of the haystack, he reined the animal's neck around and kicked it a gallop past us again. Then he drew back the reins so far the horse reared like silver under the Lone Ranger. The horse was big, but the rider dwarfed it. And though his eyes were blue and his bare skin freckled, he was deeply tanned and had high Indian cheekbones. In a mock show of caballero pride, back stiffened, nostrils flaring, he made the horse prance by tapping its flanks with his heels while reining it tightly. As it bucked and danced unpredictably, he sidled towards us, facing us to step back. Looking down on us, his mouth began to smirk and pucker, as if trying to contain a joke that finally burst into cynical laughs. With a thick Spanish accent, he introduced himself. A long string of names beginning with Juan. He said things only he understood, snickering with each cryptic quip. Then he said he would see us again, and galloped away. Pearl had hired the new cowboy, and she would hire several others, taking them on at room and board, even when George questioned the cost and the need for more help. She argued that she needed extra hands to castrate the stallion, or that one of the other cowboys was in some way debilitated, or that just out of human decency, some people should be helped until they get on their feet. And George always relented. Dodie was the withered woman Pearl installed in an old trailer out back of the movie set. When I first saw Dodie, my inclination to speak was checked. Her fierce eyes narrowed and threatened, "Stay away." The next day I passed Dodie's trailer. A rusty wired fence surrounded it. Nobody bothered her. She lived there 2 or 3 months and was barely seen. Her closest neighbor, Randy Starr, complained that her trailer smelled bad, and when the county finally took her out of it, they discovered something like 29 cats and kittens confined inside with her. Each time someone new came to live on the ranch, there was a little jostle of adjustment, a change in the overall balance of human relations. One day it would be clear that Pearl was recruiting forces to oppose us. At the time, though, it was simply more in the many, and everyone who stayed found a place and a purpose, even Brooks. Brooks had insisted on staying without invitation. He was not unlikable. He was just physically and emotionally thin, pale, almost transparent. He consisted of skin and bones, which, together with a long pointed nose, gave him the exaggerated look of a caricature. Like the rest of us, Brooks needed to work himself out, and whether because Charlie suggested it, or because he found a place to volunteer, he pitched in, shoveling manure out of the barn. It was help of which the cowboys may have taken unfair advantage, but certainly welcomed, and it's where Brooks got to know his physical opposite, Juan. Juan was of Irish and Panamanian descent. I thought he was bilingual, but I never heard him speak Spanish. During the time that we knew him, his English was both more and less broken, depending upon the subject matter and to whom he was speaking. And I didn't know if Juan had been in Vietnam, but he told Brenda that he had nightmares about the war. She told me only one thing about their conversations. She had asked him why he was so angry, and he told her that he was angry at himself, and it had to do with the war. Post-traumatic stress disorder was a technical term back then. If it applied to Juan, his condition was not recognized by the military, nor would he ask for help. I thought he was probably caught in a cultural crossfire, taught both to sacrifice himself like Jesus and to fight like a man. I thought he would have been ashamed either to have participated in the war or to have avoided it. But that's just what I thought. Brenda sat and listened to him and didn't judge him when he cried. Our work at the front of the ranch effectively paid rent on the farmhouse. The public restrooms got cleaned, fences mended, and barn chores done with less stress. Brooks's contribution alleviated some of the pressure on the other guys, but if others were like me, they didn't stop to thank him, and maybe we should have. We all could have thanked each other more, but at the time, the words were unnecessary. Most of us were doing chores of our own. Brooks was not timid, but he was quiet. And one day while on LSD, he quietly tried to die. That day stretched into 4 or 5 days, during which he lay a catatonic on a couch at the back of the farmhouse, and would not be stirred by coaxing, and not even his own urinary and colonic emissions could. The girls had to diaper him. Finally, as I heard it, Charlie told Brooks that it had to stop, and he instructed the girls to put the vest we were embroidering for him under Brooks. "You've been cleaning up shit for us," he reportedly said. "I guess we gotta clean it up for you. But if you're gonna shit, you'll have to shit on my vest. And you know how much I love this vest." This story has been satirized by strangers, but contrary to their assertions, I doubt that anybody considered what Charlie did to be a miracle, as much as an example of his understanding of psychology. In any case, the vest remained unsoiled. Brooks was soon up, relieving and reconstituting himself, like the rest of us. New starts now. We got to look at all the bad thoughts, fears, and doubts in order to pick out the good. When we see the worst in us, then we can decide what we want to be like. Look at the mean and be willing to experience it. Then walk gently through it. One sunny day, I heard a commotion outside, and Pearl came into George's house looking traumatized. From the doorway, I saw 2 sheriff squad cars in the yard, and 17-year-old Chuck Gray in the back of one of them. A scatter of people who had stopped in their tracks of their daily routines looked stunned. Finally, someone explained to me that Chuck, the son of 2 police officers, had just been arrested for rape. A woman in the first squad car had identified him as the man who had hijacked her at knife point on Santa Susana Pass, not a mile from the ranch, and raped her on the back seat of her car. As shocking as the charge, the woman was almost 60 years old. Murmurs of disbelief and denial failed to pick up momentum. The complacency on Chuck's face announced that he had done the deed. Those of us wondering why, based upon his good looks and access to girls, didn't understand rape. Chuck went away and didn't come back. In less than 4 months, our numbers had increased by more than a dozen. I loved almost everything about living on the ranch, but suddenly everyone was talking about leaving it. Cappy said her grandmother had a cabin in the mountains above Death Valley, and her family didn't use it more than once a year. She had vacationed there since childhood, and said that for all the desert lacked, it had plenty of space for us to spread out and explore. I didn't want to go. Sandy. The day before a bunch of us left for the desert, I was on horseback by the back ranch house, and I volunteered to carry a big cardboard box full of dishes down Lover's Lane to George's house. Someone lifted the box up to me, and as I placed it on the saddle in front of me, the contents rattled. The horse spooked, and I fell to the ground with the box on top of me. The impact injured part of my lower back. The next day, Halloween, we set out in the big green school bus. I was relieved to be able to lie down in the back, and as usual, I tried to get some sleep. I didn't know where we were going, except to Cappy's grandmother's, and Cappy seemed proud to be taking us there. After about 2 hours of travel, she wanted us to see the spectacular view of the whole Panamint Valley as we drove over the pass between the Slate and Argus mountain ranges. When we got off the asphalt onto a dirt road and came to a small collection of wood and adobe buildings, she introduced us to Ballarat, a once booming mining town. Inside one building was a little store and cafe counter, but many of the buildings had been whittled by high winds to nubs, and the permanent population of Ballarat was 3. I think a few of us bought candy bars, and then, as we continued on the uneven dirt road along the edge of the mountains, Cappy identified the canyons that sliced through the Panamint Range with names like Surprise Canyon, Happy Canyon, Coyote Canyon, and Jail Canyon. At some point, the ruggedness of the road really communicated to my sore body, and I was relieved when we had to stop several times to check the gear that was starting to come loose from the top of the bus. I got out and wandered around an alluvial fan at the mouth of a canyon. You don't want to be in these canyons when it rains, Cappy warned, unless you want to die. There's a reason they're called washes. During brief torrential rains, water quickly rises and floods the canyons, carrying rocks and even heavy boulders with terrific speed, and splaying them fan-like at the bottom. I began picking up smaller rocks and showing them to Charlie. He showed me an ordinary brownish-gray rock like thousands of others I wouldn't have noticed. And he said, "Look at the swirls of rust overlapping the browns. Look here on this side. See the blue? Beauty is where you can see it, but people learn not to look." Walking back to the bus, Charlie said, "Levels of life are without end, but if you rush through it, you miss it." Finally, the bus came to the base of a mountain cleaved by a jagged gorge. Goler Wash. It was too rocky and steep for the bus to go farther, so we got out for the 7-mile trek up the mountain through the wash, the first part of a long foot journey to Cappy's grandmother's. Some of us carried bundles of bedding and clothing, pots and pans, heavy bags of dried grains and other food staples like coffee, salt, and peanut butter. Snake and I lagged behind the ragtag procession as it staggered upward, Snake tootling on a little flute. I hung back even behind her, hoping Charlie would notice that I was hurting from the fall off the horse and give me some acknowledgement. The desert was like being on another planet. As my mind adapted, I would see shapes, textures, and colors I'd never known could exist in mineral form. At the top of the wash, the land smoothed into valleys and rounded hills. After half an hour's walk between them, we passed the cluster of buildings Cappy said was the Barker Ranch. And a quarter-mile farther, cottonwood and fig trees announced the Myers Ranch built by Cappy's grandfather in the 1930s. Near the house were outbuildings and a stone and concrete swimming pool. Above it, a natural spring saturated the slopes, giving life to wild mint and alkaline-loving plants and bushes. The high mineral content of the water showed in crusty deposits all over the ground. In the purple dusk, the only sounds were of nature and the soft crunching of our footsteps. We heard owls but didn't see them. Cappy said they were burrowing owls, one of the smallest of all owls, and that, instead of nesting in trees, they made their nests beneath plant roots in the sand. I don't remember going into the cabin. I was sore and tired, and I slept. The next day, Leslie, Gypsy, and I went back to explore the Barker Ranch, which consisted of a stone house and shed, a bunkhouse, outdoor enclosures for livestock, and a small stone swimming pool. The builder had brought in flat stones for the L-shaped porch around the house and different colored desert rocks to make the exterior walls a naturally beautiful mosaic. All the buildings were framed and supported with wooden beams salvaged from an abandoned local railway. There was a big kitchen with cupboards, a sink with a trickle of cold running water, and a little pot-bellied stove. The house had a rudimentary, waterless bathroom, a bedroom, and a front room with a sleeping alcove and a stone fireplace. The place was a mess. We swept and got a rattlesnake out of the corner of the kitchen, and a dead lizard out of the sink. Then we washed windows and scores of gallon jars. I was mesmerized by Leslie. Lean and lanky, with a dust rag in hand, she took each desert artifact off its shelf, dusted it and the shelf, and put it back. Leslie had style, and, like Brenda, she could design and make clothes. She was pretty, funny, intelligent, and always friendly. She always had a self-effacing manner. I thought it was because she was tall and pretty like a model, and maybe was used to girls being jealous of her, so she literally lowered herself. At the ranch, she became Lulu, and fell right into mountain talk. It seemed Charlie thought of Leslie as Bobby's girl, and maybe that's why he didn't give her the attention she seemed to want from him. Anyway, she took good care of herself and others, and nearly always showed enthusiasm and a desire to please. In the desert, we had just a few items of clothing, including socks. Leslie went through each drawer of the old dressers, rounding up clothes and dozens of socks, most of which didn't match. She mended some, washed and dried everything, and carefully refolded each item and put it back in the cleaned and freshly lined drawers. It gave me a good feeling to see her do that. Between Leslie and Brenda, we always had fresh, clean clothes. I loved watching these women get to work, putting order and attractiveness into a place. Many of the girls did this every place we went. It's a trait passed down through generations, but some women never get it. I never wanted to be in the kitchen if my mother was there. Once, she said to me, while clutching a knife, "Get out of here before I kill you." Different ones of us traveled to and from the desert through the autumn and winter, at least one of us staying with George. Winter temperatures in San Fernando Valley were in the 50s and 60s, but only a trickle of people came to rent horses. An unusually popular weekend might bring 10 rentals, but ordinarily 10 was a high number for the entire week. And some weeks there were no rentals at all. George worried. I thought it was just a bad habit, but he finally told me that he owed $3,000 to $5,000 in back property taxes and penalty payments. He could lose the ranch. It shamed him. He said that even when the business was not paying for itself, the horses had to eat. Someone had brought George a modern trailer and set it up beside his house, advising him to move into it to avoid county intervention and an old people's home. It was an answer to another of his deepest worries, but he didn't want to move out of his house. At his suggestion, I moved into the trailer. This worked for me because mornings, by George's time, started early. He had set ideas about people sleeping after 6. After Pearl found Clem asleep in a pile of hay in broad daylight, George didn't want to hear of him. Before fixing George's breakfast, I made the rounds, getting the cowboys up to feed the horses. Randy and Larry had more grump and grouch than I could talk them out of, so I just beat on their doors and a stick. After feeding the horses, they'd come bickering back to the house to eat. Early morning was a cussing crisis, and George was right in the middle of it. He hated their cigarette smoke that filled up the house. One day he got so mad he couldn't speak for an hour. Then he reiterated, "My mother always told me, if you can't say something nice about somebody, don't say anything at all. Goddamn sons of bitches." When George was irritated, his jaw jutted forward, and when he was frustrated, his face got red. He wanted to work. He'd always worked. We worked on getting him to slow down and relax. One day he snapped at me, "I can't get much slower." He fixed bridles at a workbench in the house, but sometimes that irked him more. Once I heard him cussing in his room, so I knocked and opened his door to see him with shaving cream all over the front of his white sling undershirt, the broken aerosol can still spurting at his feet. Another day, while he was getting dressed and mentally giving somebody hell, he'd picked up a bottle of cough syrup instead of hair tonic. Boy, was he mad. He hated anything sticky. I laughed, wiping his head with a wet cloth, and told him that that's what he got for getting mad. But I hugged him, and pretty soon he considered the cough syrup incident funny himself. That's how it was with him. That was typical of George's relationship with most of us girls, one of mutual fondness and respect. Despite his bouts of cantankerousness, he was repulsed by our idea that he quit shaving. He joked that if he grew a beard, honey would get in it, and then bees would be attracted to build a hive. By the time he was done embellishing this story, large species of wildlife had taken up residence, so a beard for him was out of the question. His worries were many, but it usually didn't take much to wrest his focus. He worried about the girls in the desert, and I told him what I was told about their adventure. The desert at dusk was magical. The mountains erupting in buff pink, pale yellow, and mint green, with dramatic stripes of purple, blue, gold, and red. It was awesome in the true meaning of the word. At Indian Ranch near sundown, I saw my first coyote. There weren't many tourists in the desert, but people passed through it on their way to Nevada or elsewhere, and older vehicles had water-cooled radiators that boiled over and needed refills. About 30 miles from Cappy's grandmother's, Indian Ranch was like an information center where travelers could get water, sodas, directions, and historical background. As the desert cooled, I walked out of the main building to take in the view, and I stopped. The coyote was in the brush just a few yards away. I felt surprise and some fear. I think it did too. As maligned as the coyote is, it is actually a lithe, beautiful animal. After a moment's pause, it furtively trotted away. Charlie once said that he was spiritually allied with the coyote, and coyote in Native American mythology is a trickster, a very powerful god-like being. Many Indian gods were not flat cutouts, good or bad, but multi-sided, a concept that Christians find difficult to understand. A long time ago, George told me, we had pumpkins growing on a hill out back. Then a hard rain loosed the soil around them, and they commenced to rolling downhill. Oh no. Yep. And there was a visitor in the little house with the quarter moon on it. And sure enough, pumpkins hit the side of that house and we bowled it over. A second or two passed while I processed this. One of these days, he said, we ought to go down there and see if that man needs any help. George was shamelessly amused by the corniness of his own jokes. That's what made them funny. I was surprised to learn that George had a wife. She arrived one afternoon carrying a covered casserole and George's shirts from the professional laundry. She was slight and seemed older than him, having short white curls and a disapproving expression. Barely speaking, she went straight into his room to tuck his clothes into dresser drawers. After reclosing his door, she picked up the casserole and seemed hesitant to leave it. Quietly, she told him where she would place it. They shared a few words out of my hearing. He stood up, reached in his pocket for some carefully folded money, gave it to her, and she left. This happened each time I was present when she visited, and that was maybe 4 or 5 times during the many months we were on the ranch. George told me that they had separated because she had never agreed to stay on the ranch, and he didn't want to leave it. I took in George's memories as they were offered. Had I been wiser, I would have delved for details. He told me about movie making in old Hollywood, like about tripwires used to make horses and mules look drunk. They were long, thin wires tied to the legs of the animals and stretched where the movie company men off camera can pull them side to side. And he also told me about a legendary cowgirl performer who, while on her horse, dove from a high platform into a wooden vat of water. I asked if the horses in either of those situations could be injured or killed, and he said seriously that they could. But he hadn't heard of it happening. Only a handful of George's horses were used for movies, but all were plump and healthy, many with names like Bonnie and Fred and Sue. They were grain-fed in winter and hay-fed all year round. The shoesmith came every 6 months, and the vet once a year. Beyond that, George counted on the cowboys to check their hooves and treat them for saddle sores. "Never leave this grain bin open again," Pearl scolded Larry, slamming it for emphasis. "You could have killed one of them." Each horse in winter got 1 can of oats per week. Given the chance to eat from the bin, they would bloat and founder. Pearl told Larry he'd be up all night forcing sick horses to drink castor oil, while Randy cursed him and plunged a gloved arm up to the elbow in equine behind. If a foundered horse didn't pass the grain within a day, it could go lame or die. George said that some years before he had wakened at night, sensing that a mare in the foaling pen needed help to deliver her colt. He called from his porch until his throat hurt and beat the stair rail with his cane, but he could not arouse a single ranch hand. Then he was angry. He went back to his room, his heart hot, pulled his work pants over his pajamas, and put on socks and shoes, wiped the sweat from his face, and wondered if the cowboys were already with the mare. But as he felt his way with his cane down the boardwalk to the foaling pen, he knew they were not there. And although he would have liked to have cussed and fired them then and there, as he imagined them out drinking or sleeping or hiding from him, he could hear the mare breathing heavily. Leaving his cane parked by a fence, he felt along splintered wood to the gate latch and let himself in the pen, telling the mare to be steady. He could smell and hear her breathing below him. He told her that he would help her. He stooped and found a small set of hooves, and, listening to the cues from its mother, he pulled that little colt into the world. It was clear by the relief he expressed in telling his story that the success of his experience had softened his fury at the cowboys. But he reinstated it when he was through, just to keep stock of it. Sandy. The desert was so quiet that we could hear breezes. One of us found a young owl, and Charlie put it in what might have been a chicken's nesting box, and checked on it until it could fly away. Lizards, rabbits, snakes, ground squirrels, birds, and all kinds of wildlife were moving in the brush. but it took weeks of getting used to the quiet for the chatter in our minds to be upstaged by nature. One time, while Charlie and I drove out of the desert to pick up Lynn, he told me to look at objects and say out loud their names like bush, burrow, boulder, rock, raven. I knew that the rapid naming of things was his attempt to bring me out and keep me from falling back into the morass of my mind. It is a self-truth to me that the little things of the mind and in the soul grind the rocks to sand and feed shellfish, and that the snails carry the universe, and the bugs are not fools, and that all does communicate. But if you've ruled in your head, the wall school put up cuts your awareness down. I don't remember leaving George in someone else's care or the drive to the desert, but I recall that climbing into the mountains through Goler Wash was not easy. Besides the extra exertion, the starkness, after busy streets and towns, was a shock to my senses. From the numbing silence to our alternately muffled and echoed voices, it was a different experience in perception. The maze of the wash seemed never-ending, with no landmarks to note our progress, only more sand, more boulders, more dry brush, and the rock walls that flanked us looking like stern-faced American Indians, and different to our small, struggling bodies. Once up and out of the wash, we could see miles of smooth hills and distant mountains. The bare landscape was a clean palette for the evening's soft watercolors. In reality, neither soft nor wet. The desert is harsh. The rocks are hard, the plants prickly, and the need for water startling. It is so dry that rare rainwater reaching the earth rolls off its back downhill. Yet plants grow in the desert and animals thrive. If you know where to look, there are potholes in stone that catch rain, covert waterholes, and sunny oases fed by freshwater springs. But you could search for days and die before finding any. Charlie made it his priority to know them. At last we reached the ranch left by the late Mr. Barker to his wife, who believed in making it available to prospectors and travelers needing temporary shelter. During our brief stays, we met and heard about people past and present who shared an affinity for the desert. Some were well educated, some never. Some had jobs and homes in cities, and some were among the most outlandish hermits in tarnation. While out hiking, we met the bristle-bearded prospector known as Ballarat Bob, on his way to Barker's. Bob traveled the desert with only his two burros, Billy and Jenny. For company, so maybe he wasn't accustomed to talking, especially to women. I couldn't tell if he was brusque or bashful. By appearances, Bob sought valuable ores, but I think it was as good an excuse as any for him to get away from the rest of civilization. While we slept in Barker's main house, he stayed in the nearby bunkhouse, the burros corralled. Just outside his door, braying to the answering mountains. They were especially suited to the terrain and climate, and may have once been part of a wild herd, but burros are not native to California deserts, and conservationists would later try to remove all the wild ones from the landscape. Throughout Barker's front yard, between cactus and rock gardens, were interesting pieces of junk. Rusty wheels and mechanical parts, a dented fuselage from a plane crash, a box containing minerals and ores. The guys were learning from the prospectors to recognize different ores. They had other more destructive recreations like a motor scooter and a tin can target for pellet guns. Maybe a couple of 22s, but I'd say that they spent the majority of their time exploring what must be a geologist's dream. There are different types of rock layered together and patterns in the cliffs showing that there once was water. In a nearby valley, a mammoth butte, bigger than the town of Ballarat, has diagonal strata that may indicate its having been thrown upon its side during some cataclysm before our species arrived. While our parents' generation was looking to outer space, we were far from done exploring the earth. It seemed that the desert was on the edge of both. Lying on our backs outside at night, we could see more stars and planets than we had ever seen at one time. Shooting stars, meteors, and things to wonder about. On a distant dark hill, a tiny light pinpointed the cabin where an astrophysicist engineer lived with his wife. Clem and Charlie had visited Clint and Stella Anderson, and Clem returned to see them several times. As I understood, Clint had invented a device for the United States military having something to do with the laser, light amplification stimulated emission radiation, and his invention had been patented by his employer. Whatever brought Clint and his wife to a lone cabin in this rough country, Clem said that they loved the desert. Rattlesnakes, scorpions, coyotes, and all. Clint told him that they were nearly out of supplies. He had taken out a rifle to kill a rabbit, but when at last he saw one, he couldn't shoot it because it looked like a friend of his. I used to squat on Clint Anderson's kitchen floor while he ran down to me universal laws, celestial concepts that my mind could barely grasp. I was intoxicated with the wine of his wisdom and knowledge. He was gently humble, as if plugged into and talking for the whole magnificent universe. I walked out of his little desert cottage with the top of my head gone and my brain touching the heavens. One time, when I was leaving the Andersons, after bringing them a heap of goodies and supplies, they told me that if I ever feel a touch like a spring breeze on my shoulder and soft whisperings, to know that it's them in spirit visiting me. I've felt those feelings several times through the years, and one time found out that Clint had passed. They were magical. Circa 1973, letter to Lynn and Sandy. Early mornings, before most of us were awake, Bo made cornmeal tortillas on the potbelly stove and hand-fed the first batch to Ballarat Bob's 2 burros. One morning she didn't bring breakfast soon enough to suit them, so Billy or Jenny stepped on the porch, turned the doorknob by use of teeth, and we awoke to see him or her standing in the kitchen. Bo made the tortillas for us too. I would call them burritos, but they weren't packing much. We ate them with ketchup, we ate them with syrup, we ate them with salt, and we ate them plain. If you don't see the pattern here, we were eating almost nothing but Bo's tortillas because the rest of the food was gone. 5 of us girls volunteered to go to Las Vegas. It was the closest city, and a straight shot on the back road through Shoshone. Dennis hadn't used Juanita's Dodge van, and now we had a use for it. But Dennis had already given it to a persistent groupie whose father could have bought her 10 vans. I don't know how, but Charlie got it back. "You know there's less than a quarter tank of gas in this thing," he said quietly when we were seated in the van. We did know. The closest mining camp was 20 miles away. We each had no more than a change of clothes, a toothbrush, a towel, and maybe a knife. All the guys came out and stood around the van, smiling at us with their hands in their pockets. Between them, they provided us about $1.70. As an afterthought, they devilishly siphoned a gallon of gas from the tank to use for their scooter, and we were sent off with only one instruction: have a good trip. Not far from Barker's, we got stuck on rocks, got out of the van, and struggled to free it. For nearly the entire dirt road out, we had to clear big rocks. At dusk, we rested. In one of the van's cupboards, we found a can of sweetened condensed milk. It was our only food until we reached Las Vegas. We woke once during the night and saw a band of high-tailed burros running and kicking under the stars. Our next day was similar to the first. Lifting rocks, shifting rocks, pulling and pushing rocks, pushing the van, breathing hard, sweating, and laughing. Finally, we reached the mining camp. The people there gave us just a little gas since their supply was low. But beyond the dirt road, the going was easier. The asphalt looked like a wavy black banner. Up and down hills all the way to the main road to Las Vegas. To save gas, Brenda cut the engine at the crest of a hill, and we coasted down it and part way up the next. Rocking our bodies in unison further propelled us to another hilltop so we could coast down again. This tactic saved us enough gas to drive the long, flat stretch into the electrified city. In Las Vegas, Juanita traded her van for a Jeep at a car dealership, and we went to the big food warehouses where workers carted cases of canned, bottled, and dry foods to back docks and loaded them into the Jeep. Some of the men broke cartons open so they could account for the loss as damaged goods. All we said was that we were feeding hungry people in the desert. We drove back to Barker's with hardly any space for us to sit. Holiday season brought hunters, miners, campers, and even the military. Used the road that went by Barker's. When people came around, most of the younger girls stepped into the back room and closed the door, while the adults waved, spoke, or even served coffee around the kitchen table. Charlie had gotten permission from Mrs. Barker for Mary, himself, and their kids to stay at the ranch. But Mrs. B didn't know how many kids they had. Some of us moved to Grandma's up the road, yet Cappy was half expecting to see Grandma. What if her family had decided to take a vacation? Weesh was the fastest runner, so she stayed on point at Barker's to alert the people at Grandma's of possible company. She told me later she hadn't heard a Jeep engine until it was nearly next to the house. She yelled to the people in Barker's kitchen, "You guys make a front. Stall 'em." As she swooshed away over the high path, while down below, Sandy flagged two men in the Jeep. It slowed, they waved and drove on. Leaping downhill to Grandma's, Weesh yelled, "Jeep!" to Clem and Charlie, then dove headfirst under a bush into what she called an amazing world of spiders and their spinnings. She heard the blood pounding in her ears and felt trickles of sweat on her face. Or was it spiders? She was so close to the road that she couldn't move. The Jeep idled outside Granny's. She heard the bass voices of men. At last, the voices turned to bold yet restrained chuckles, and the men drove away. Brenda, Gypsy, Mary, I, and at least one of the younger girls left Barker's ranch on foot for Spawn's ranch about midday. Not packing much. Ballarat was a mere 27 miles, but by sundown, that 27 seemed like 100. 7 miles down the wash, our feet hurt through our flimsy shoes, and the makeshift packs got to weighing more with every step as dusk settled over us in one cold blanket. On the dirt road to Ballarat, we slowed to a trudge. Hours later, I lagged behind and saw dark robots without knee joints rocking foot to foot, inch by inch. We couldn't stop to spend the night. It was too cold. During one rest, our blood slowed. We struggled to light matches that illuminated our fat purple fingers. Knowing the pain and getting up that time, and the deep temptation to sleep, we rested little afterward, and bend after bend after bend, there was no sight of Ballarat, until there was, around the curve of the foothills, a tiny light. As we shuffled into town groaning, all appeared to be sleeping. We rang a buzzer. A hired hand came out and told us to follow him to the Mrs.'s trailer. Waking and bundling, she appeared angry. A big-boned, gray-haired woman in a wool shirt and baggy pants. Sternly, she told us to follow. We tried, but we couldn't keep up. She stopped and turned around, looking at us. Then her stony expression lifted, and she laughed. She was a desert treasure, rough and rare. She put us up in a wood storage shack with 2 springy beds, plenty of wool blankets, 2 quarts of milk, cheese, crackers, and candy bars from her store. Then she went away. She seemed to know what we liked and that we couldn't pay. Full and grateful, we dropped to sleep before finishing the meal. In the morning, Ballarat was busy. Rugged miners were eating at the short counter inside the store. Our host was cooking. She barely said a word to us, set us up a breakfast of oatmeal and milk, and got us a ride out of town. From Spawn's ranch, we separated, each of us with tasks at the fountain or in getting supplies for a return to the desert. I went back to the trailer beside George's house. I had discreetly passed on what George told me about his owing over $3,000 in taxes. Juanita had written home for money she had in trust or savings, and when it came, she offered the entire amount for our use, over $11,000. Charlie told me that he caught himself thinking he could triple the money by investing in cars, girls, or even horses. But that was just an old ego, he said. Thanks to Juanita, George got the money to pay off his back taxes, penalties and all. And after Katie reported that the Fountain of the World badly needed to get their truck repaired, Juanita's money bought them a new truck. I was sitting on George's steps when Cowboy Bill approached, so I saw him from the ground up. Scuffed cowboy boots, long legs, short hair. He was rough around the edges and looked older than he probably was, smiling down on me paternally like he already knew me. I was suspicious. Resting a boot on the stoop, he paused before going inside. I haven't seen George in years, he told me. And by the way, how's Charlie? That cinched it.
I figured him for a cop, but he lit a cigarette and continued. Charlie and I go way back. We were in the joint together down south. You know what we used to do in the hole? Now he had my interest. Whoever had smokes would tie a cigarette, a match, and a little piece of the striker to the backs of these thumb-sized cockroaches, push 'em out the door, and send 'em down the tier. I didn't believe him. Really? He said, convincingly. We had some good times, me and Charlie, smoking these thin little reefers. Suddenly he took my face in his big hands and kissed me on the forehead. I rose, pulled away, and went straight into the house. It turned out that both George and Charlie did know Bill. What are the odds? And Bill had been filled in about Charlie and the rest of us by Pearl. And Bill wasn't moving in like I thought he was, but living somewhere in the valley. Charlie's explorations for desert water led him to difficult places. At least once, dry and exhausted, he lay down, knowing the possibility of bodily death. Sweat evaporates in desert heat before you know it's there. A remarkable number of people found dead of dehydration had water in their canteens. Fearful of using the last of it, they drifted off, not recognizing the seriousness of their condition. After a rest, Charlie got up and found his way back to Barker's. Sandy. One day, as Charlie, Mary, and I walked up the wash to hike the steep hills, I was ahead of him and felt competitive. I wondered why he was not moving faster and in front of me. I began feeling disappointed that he was not more athletic and that I could outdo him. Eventually I ran out of steam and was afraid of going where the rocks were loose and dangerous. He then sprinted easily past me. Charlie. Too much will is overdoing it. A body with a strong will fighting the hot desert would probably die. Like you're walking from one waterhole to another, and fear of death is pushing you, and your body is stiff, and you're hard at work thinking and moving. Sweat comes from you, and you think it's hell. But at peace, you enjoy a nice stroll. The willingness to die and give up, once you understand it, allows you to start over, strong as all life beyond death. On one exploration for water, Charlie had a revelation that he didn't talk about. Tex said he seemed to pull into himself, that there were things he couldn't or wouldn't say. My mind was confused. It was night. I was asleep in George's trailer, dreaming of thunder and wind. I woke up. It was not thunder and wind. It was horses. I could hear them breathing heavily as they ran by the windows. The cowboys were too far behind to keep them from stampeding onto the road. Everyone was coming out to help, running, yelling, getting into cars to give chase, but the horses got all the way to the freeway before anyone could stop them. And it wasn't until just before dawn that they could be caught in a culvert, and the panic of the exhausted men subsided. I didn't wonder how the horses got out, or why they stampeded. And I heard no speculation on the subject, but the ranch had been coming to turmoil. One day, Randy Starr ran into George's house like a demon. He began rummaging and slamming kitchen cupboards and drawers, daring George to say anything about it. He was thrilled to announce his discovery of a nest of pink baby mice in an unused bottom drawer. I don't know if my distress reached the air, only that Randy's face looked grotesque as over and over he plunged his fist down upon them. George told Randy that was enough, to leave the house and come back when he was sober. Randy strode out, firing threats about quitting, got into his Cadillac and drove away. Fortunately for George, he came back late at night, but for days he inflicted his torment on all within range, drinking to excess, yelling obscenities, and sealing in silence the things George most wanted to know. Benny left, Larry stunk of piss, and George began talking about selling the ranch. When Charlie returned from the desert, it was only a stopover between trips. He put Randy in place, somehow relieving him of the compulsion to self-destruct. He checked with me and the others of us and went back to the desert, but he seemed unsettled. Sadie in the desert was restless. She decided that no one else should touch Zizo. She would give instruction as to how he was to be held. I think people tolerated her directions, but it didn't quiet her. She couldn't sit still. Finally, she went down the road in a huff, leaving Zizo and everyone else. She spotted 2 men in a jeep, took off her cap, unbuttoned her jacket, and put on an accent. "Southern dame in distress," she told me later. Her car was stuck, and she was just gonna leave the damned thing. Pretty soon she showed up at the ranch. She and I slept in the trailer beside George's house. She'd leave and come back from town every few days to excitedly tell me about tuned-in people. Susan believed in signs, events and situations that give direction if you paid attention. One day her eyes grew large as she told me, "The radio has been telling me to do things." In December of '68, George had me fire up the heater under the mantel. He fantasized a mountaintop Christmas. Someone brought him a little tree for the house, and he asked me to decorate it with dog biscuits. Dennis Wilson and Company had put the song Charlie had written for him on a 45 record, changing some of the words and the rhythm. It was a similar song in a different spirit, with a different message. Dennis had put his own name to it, probably for convenience, but he hadn't told Charlie that they were going to record it. I think that Charlie found out about that in the desert. At some point I heard the record, but I don't remember Charlie saying anything about it. The guys had been composing new music. Before the desert, our music had been, for the most part, a deep breathing exercise towards relaxation and release. We released words, but never wrote them down. What for? Suddenly, they were writing down chords and words, employing Leslie, the business school graduate, to take shorthand. Suddenly, they had a message to send, and the message mattered. Pictures become words. If I use words to unexplain the wide blue of the ocean and a tiny drop of rain. Valleys green and amber once were and still could be. Our lives are in the water. Its time runs fast into the sea. C. Manson, Unfinished Song, 1969. I cannot relate all the people who came in and went, where and when. I could not ever. Tex left one day to report to the draft board, and we didn't see or hear from him for 3 or 4 months. When almost everyone else was back on Spawn's ranch, they seemed to be on a mission. One of the girls told me that while around an outdoor fire, they'd had a sort of hog calling, selecting syllables to symbolize vehicles that could take us to and from the desert, They sent the sounds with the smoke into the universe. It was primitive style chanting, and not overly serious, but there was no doubt that these thoughts would manifest in physical form. Soon enough there would be shovelheads, knuckleheads, panheads, stock and chopped motorcycles in George's front yard. Most came with visitors, but TJ brought us a custom-made black three-wheeled chariot with the word love in red script across the back. Charlie was driving the three-wheeler around the valley one night, with three of us girls in the back, when, at a stoplight, we met Karate Dave on a rust-dusted Indian motorcycle, a nice old bike. Dave wasn't bad-looking either. He was atypically clean-cut, blonde and masculine, and he came home with us after a few more stoplights. Charlie called him Karate Dave after learning he had a black belt. The problem with Dave was that he wasn't done rebelling against authority figures. He was a military AWOL, and if he can be believed, he'd escaped the police twice after being handcuffed. Charlie told me that in order to respect his peers, Dave needed to be beaten at his art, and none of our guys was trained in the martial arts. Charlie said this to him: "Challenge yourself, man. Compete with yourself. You got more than 20 acres of hills, caves, and boulders to master. Can you run through here at night without breaking your foot or falling on your face? You can knock people down, but can you pass through a place without leaving a trace that you were there? Without disturbing a dog or a pebble? Challenge yourself, man." Dave had a good false ID, but he was another person who had to avoid the police. Bobby Beausoleil had gotten Sandy Good pregnant in the desert. This was big news because their relationship was not exactly dovey. She wanted to be with Charlie and resented or ignored invitations. Bobby once asked Sandy to bring him a pair of scissors, and she threw them at him. Sandy: "Charlie could say, 'Honey, could you give me a shirt?' And I'd feel privileged to be asked. But when Paul or Bobby said it, it could come across like egotistic male insensitivity, and I'd feel enraged." Charlie paid mind to genetics. I remember him saying only a few things that led me to that conclusion. One was his assessment of himself as not being the top of the line reproductively, and another was about Bobby Beausoleil being the prospective progenitor of beautiful kids. Prosecutors, in seeking to bolster the case against Charlie, would call him a racist. But people have been breeding themselves and their animals with health, abilities, and appearance in mind for centuries. One thing that Charlie said that seemed significant to me with regard to different races: he said that he didn't want the earth to lose its colors. I think he said that with regards to colors of the sky, water, trees, plants, and animals, but also the people. I never heard him express a desire to know his personal ancestry, but in the years since, it has been traced all the way back to the 17th century, and through the father he never knew, he is a legitimate son of the American Revolution. Sunstone, aka Bear, was blonde and blue-eyed like Mary. Whatever characteristics he'd received from Charlie had yet to manifest. The biggest part of Sunstone's day was in the struggle to pull himself up on the chairs, rocks, the porch, and, when tired, onto the hip of an available girl. At the Fountain of the World, he'd been inadvertently given attention for crying, Pudgy older women had rushed to sweep him into their flesh and feed him like a pet. At the ranch, when he dropped to the sand and cried, nobody came. It infuriated him. We encouraged him, but he wouldn't look us in the eyes. He cried as though we must be deaf, then as if to curse us for this outrage, and inside we cried, but we still didn't come. And then one day I saw him stand and fall, reach for a pebble, and after inspecting it, drop it, and move on. Soon he was walking, using us for balance. I remember him reaching to hold 2 of Katie's fingers, and she bent to allow him the lead. To follow the child, the gate of heaven is opened. To follow his every move with empathy of spirit, knowing that he is the king of his world. Without man's madness, he will fill his own mind with experience, and, not given to doubts and fears, he will extend his all. Patricia Krenwinkel, circa 1970. Letter from Sybil Brand Institute, LA County Women's Jail. I'm not of the school of the matriarch. I'm of the patriarch school of thought. I submit to intelligence and give up to the truth in all creatures, but I've never surrendered and never will surrender spirit. Hundreds of years ago, when I left Scotland, I said I would never surrender. Wherever I stand is the promised land, the holy land to me. I got forever where I am. You cannot be black or Japanese or any other than what you are. It is not a matter of one or the other being good or bad. It's not a matter of like or dislike. It is not a prejudgment. I love all, and all is me, but if there is no me, I love nothing. I love me first, and that's natural order. I know what I am, what was, is, and is before me. Most of our fathers had little time for introspection or exploration, and little time with their families. They'd given the biggest parts of themselves to businesses and industries. We'd grown up with amenities and accoutrements far over and above mere food and good plumbing, but material goods were not the be-all and end-all for us. Modern society offered little purpose but earth-destroying jobs for money to buy substitutes for love and guard against the risks of experience. Who wanted to live in a world where the most exciting and meaningful pastime was shopping? Charlie once told Mary and me an old joke that fostered a common expression. A traveler stopping in an unfamiliar town was taken to a poker game, after which he said to his host, "You know they all cheat." The guy said, "Yeah, I know." The man asked, "Well then, why do you play?" And the guy replied, "It's the only game in town." Our parents never thought to question the works of businesses and industries. Not until significant damage was done to natural life were voices raised to stop them. Masses of our generation grew up wary of the money rush, but to our parents it was the only game in town. Our generation was the first to even consider alternatives. The way people act, they don't really like their jobs. Why don't they change the program to working 4 days a week and resting 3? Or rest half of every day? The time doesn't matter if you don't like your job. But how do you know unless you get experience? You could train for different jobs just like the old days when there were apprentices, and you'd work with an experienced person. And there could be places where you live and get training and necessary skills. Charlie said they had them during World War II. CCC camps. They could teach people to plant trees and to make useful and beautiful things, and be resourceful and grow food and plant trees. How are they going to make money doing that? For over 100 years, California's wealth had been tallied in precious metals, but its real fortune was in the variety of natural environments. From beaches to mountains to deserts, tidewater pools to freshwater lakes, pygmy forests to some of the tallest and largest trees in the world. Who would imagine these riches would need protection from the people they enrich and sustain? We loved California, and it was being ruined by too many cars, planes, factories, pesticides, herbicides, and whatever the industries could con people into buying. When Los Angeles' people finally admitted to smog so thick it could sicken, their answer was to cancel the school recess and keep the kids inside. Air and water ain't worth much. After all, it's everywhere. How could it fit on the stock exchange? We tried to keep our numbers down, but for everyone who remained in the desert or at the fountain of the world, another person arrived on the ranch. The person Pearl wanted there was not. Juan was in the desert. Pearl could be curt, disagreeable, a real tyrant, but with certain people, she was as perky as a professional performer. I saw this the first time Shorty Shay's car pulled up to the saloon. Pearl lit to such high wattage it raised our curiosity and some old ire in George. On their way past me into the house, Pearl informed me that Shorty was a stuntman for the movies, but she didn't elaborate or invite me in, so I stayed inside. Shorty Shay wasn't short. Next to me, he was on the tall side and burly. Something about him reminded me of a buffalo hunter. He seemed gregarious enough, another Irishman, but I could tell right away that George didn't like him. After the visit, George was tight-lipped. "Talks big," he grunted. I wondered if it was jealousy at the way Pearl bustled around Shorty, but I came to think it was more. George didn't say what precipitated this opinion, and I felt it was not my place to ask. Anyway, Shorty left, and Pearl went back to being unhappy. Some visitors George enjoyed. When he had the funds and the opportunity to buy a horse and was led outside to determine its fitness by feel, he was in business. When the rare call came for horses to fulfill the needs of a movie, no matter how small, he was in charge, giving instructions, sending Randy and crew to wrangle. Both George and Pearl welcomed horse owners and ranchers from surrounding communities, so I left the house to allow them privacy. But there were other visitors who came to snoop and gossip, both male and female. They came as old friends, but they were not really friendly. Not to us, and not to him. A ruddy ex-ranch hand with white blonde hair and calloused hands began visiting regularly in the evenings after Pearl had gone home. He sat across from George, making small talk and leaning back in his chair, putting his left ankle on his right knee, shifting his right ankle to his left knee, stretching out his muscular arms to glance at his watch, and at sundown reckoned he ought to get going. One evening in the half-light, Bobby and Charlie saw this man by the haystack loading bales of George's hay into a pickup truck, and they suspected it was not the result of a bona fide deal. Everyone knew George was barely getting by with 60 horses to feed, so when the guys confronted the man, offering him cash to pay George for the hay, he promptly put it back and never again came to take it. So George didn't have to know about it. That was John Swartz. He would be back in several months for a job. Sometime around January 1969, we moved to the suburbs. Charlie's friend Bill already had access to a two-story house where some of us were staying part-time. But the reason we moved en masse was that George and I had an argument. 3 or 4 times after he had visitors, he told me that someone had referred to us as that bunch of hippies hanging around. "A lot of your friends have beards," he told me. I told him it was the fashion. He said, "Makes a place look bad." I let it pass, but one day he got testy about it. He said, "I've seen plenty of beards in my time, and they were usually on bums." So I told all the guys, and the next day all who showed at the front of the ranch were clean-shaven. Still, the negative prevailed, and George began to complain as if our guys were the cause of all his problems. I said, "Is this any way to treat friends? How can you listen to a bunch of strangers?" He said they were not strangers. Then he told me something that stung, and I didn't repeat it to anyone. After asking me how we got our money when so many of the men did not have jobs, he led on that he thought Charlie was foolish for giving money away. "Was he foolish for giving it to you?" I asked. He said, "Yes." This time I was furious. I yelled, "Well, do you want us all to leave?" And he was so stubborn and so mad, he said yes. We took 3 hours leaving, cleaning, packing, and petting the dogs. And as the three-wheeler roared out of the drive with the last of us, the wind hit my face, and I saw the whole crazy, crooked ranch and wet bolts of color, and felt like I'd lost my world. In January of 1969, the U.S. inaugurated a new president. I don't know that any of us paid attention to politics, but we knew that the Beatles had just put out a new album. Down in the valley, the 2-story house that Bill leased had several bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a fireplace, electricity, and hot water from the tap. A lot of coats and muddy boots cluttered the storeroom near the back door, and the kitchen was scented with steaming food. It was a comfortable place, but the rain made me gloomy. I didn't know what to do with myself. Most of the guys huddled over instruments in the furnished living room, working on the new music. At night, after eating, the rest of us joined them to learn words and develop harmonies. One night, tired of the repetition, I clammed up. I didn't feel like singing. I was sitting on a tall stool, watching Sunstone eat a piece of chocolate. He toddled toward my white capris, holding out his hands, so I put a toe to his chest to block him, and he plopped down on his diapers. He was startled, but I felt like I was flying. Somehow I'd been catapulted 8 or 10 feet across the room and rolled against a wall. With a sideways view of the multiple eyes upon me, I heard Charlie say, "There, how do you like it?" I didn't feel hurt or defensive or contrite. I wasn't even embarrassed. I just got up, feeling cleared of an obstinate spirit, and when the music resumed, I sang. A tough East Coast girl we called Little Patty, the shorter of the 2 Patties, moved in with us. She had cropped dark hair and what someone described as a cookie dough complexion, but a smooth voice and a great smile that erased any doubt about her face. She was street smart and knew to listen before she spoke. But one day, as we were about to pass in the hallway, she approached me with that smile and spoke to me with that voice. And before I understood her intention, She pressed herself onto me, tenderly kissing my mouth. I smiled into her eyes and shook my head, and little Patty gracefully understood. Although the guys, being fewer, received the attention of more than one woman, and we women were comfortably physically affectionate, none of us lived together, demonstrated a desire for homosexuality, not to my knowledge. We had a makeshift bike shop in the garage, and bikers came to talk shop. Some belonged to outlaw clubs with satanic names that really had nothing to do with good and evil or the occult. Some of these guys were at ease with themselves and with us. Others hung back looking hostile. One day, Charlie commented ironically, Jesus Christ would have to be the devil to trick people out of their love. Another time he said, who would want to be with that stiff, sexless guy that got trapped in the church? He and the guys eventually wrote a song that went in part like this. I found Jesus and locked him in my cellar. Repeat. Was talking through a hole. Seems like a nice feller. He was locked up in the church house, locked up by the preacher's words. Repeat. Old preachers dress in black, you know. We see you, you silly birds. Those are the birds that spread the words that get down in your head. Repeat. They'll dirty up your mind and put you in your deathbed. Dominus vobiscum. If they don't pay, friscum. We need more tanks to fight the Arabs. Excerpt, song lyrics, C. Manson et al., 1969. Many of us believed that some churchian, Robert Louis Stevenson, and the 100 years of Christianity had cut the manhood off of Jesus. I pictured Jesus as a kind of alternative lifestyle guy who ran with a lot of other masculine guys, maybe like the bikers. After all, the biblical Jesus was an alternative to the scribes and Pharisees. He was bringing the people back not just to the pious words, but to the Spirit. He was bringing them back to life. I don't think we had a Bible, but more than a few of us had been raised with one. After we heard the new Beatles album, someone got a Bible to check out passages that struck a chord and a chord. The new Beatles' White Album was as appealing as their others, but also different, with specific sounds between songs and the same sounds gathered in the piece titled Revolution 9. Most interesting were the sounds of gunfire, the grunts of pigs, the screams and moans of people dying, of people making love, a baby's babble, a black man yelling rise. The album was timely. We believed that the song Blackbird was written for the black race. We chuckled on hearing Sexy Sadie and wept with George Harrison's guitar. We acknowledged the genius that had created the album, but we did not believe that the Beatles were talking to us, unless you included us in the soul of the world. The album was just interesting. There was a big oil spill off the coast of Santa Barbara. A pipe connected to a drilling platform broke, and before it was plugged, more oil spilled into United States waters than in any known emission before. White water turned black, rushing onto pristine beaches, and wildlife in the thousands were smothered or suffered prolonged deaths coated in thick crude oil. We had been to those beaches. People who loved the ocean and the beaches and sea life were saddened and outraged. But the catastrophic results of human progress were not news to people who had been paying attention. We had already seen the factories vomiting chemicals into waterways, the oily fish and birds. For decades, the earth had been showing damage. We already knew that in the order of priorities for corporate and political leaders, money was placed over life. Who didn't? Sandy. For most of my life, I've been sensitive to nature. I think I would have died if I couldn't ride my bike near trees or swim in the ocean. I loved riding the waves and lying on the sand under the blue sky. Sewage in the ocean, however, was spoken of, and we saw the outlet pipes. But my starkest memory was as a much younger child swimming in the San Diego Bay while the adults chatted on shore, blind or unconcerned about the clumps of raw sewage that were floating around in the water. In my young mind, I knew the water was not right. Later, measures were taken to clean the bay, but the problem just went elsewhere. As the sky lost its blue, my breathing problems got worse, and I felt nervous and agitated in dirty air, particularly on drives to Los Angeles to visit relatives. They were wealthy and lived near the beaches and in wooded upscale neighborhoods away from the smog. But I remember the air getting worse the closer we got to LA, and more land was being covered by buildings, even along the coast where you couldn't see the ocean anymore. Once, in early morning, I saw some owls trying to land in trees that had just been cut down, and felt a seeping grief at the image of millions of birds without trees to live in and raise their babies. I was angry when vacant lawns and canyons were paved over. Don't people see that the kids need places to play in nature? There was going to be a revolution. Belief in this eventuality was written and talked about by some faction of almost every youth culture and minority population in the Western world. It was transmitted daily in popular music. The song What About Me, popularized by Quicksilver Messenger Service, described many of us. The world was on the eve of destruction, a ball of confusion. It was helter-skelter. The Beatles were saying it in double entendre. I didn't think they meant a political revolt, and one song made it clear that they were not advocating communism. I thought they were revolving in a spiritual way, aware of human greed and its assaults to the earth, and thereby to the self-esteem and mortal lives of all humanity. But I may have been seeking my own projections. The music our guys were putting together spoke of alternatives to the chaos that would result if people chose to revolt rather than revolve. The need for change and the numbers of people calling for it, both underground and in world societies, led us to prepare for either scenario. For many people we met and heard of, the revolution didn't come soon enough. Leftist policies aside, people feeling suppressed by laws that did not represent them were pumped by the prospect of revolutionary change, even if it had to be violent. Use of a natural plant had made outlaws of millions. Hippies and some of the college set touted anarchy in terms of a big celebration, freedom and perpetual fun at last. But the anarchy that Charlie envisioned was sad and compellingly more realistic. Anarchy, he said, would go from merriment to mayhem, rape, and the worst you can imagine. Without police, and in our culture without Christ, he said, there is no sin that would not be committed. If fires were set and everyone was doing anything they wanted to do, people, and especially kids, who were otherwise unprotected, would need a way out. He saw the desert as a natural refuge and bikers as potential defenders who could ferry them to safety. Much contributed to our conspicuity in the suburbs. Our singing at night may have seeped outside the house. The sounds of bike engines drew attention to the vested individuals hanging around the garage. Clearly, we were the biggest family on the block. Parents came looking for their pets and teenagers. The Bank of America owned the house. When Bill suddenly learned that bank representatives were coming to view the property, he advised that we leave quickly. Sandy and I recall spending at least a day at the home of one or more members of Iron Butterfly, a rock band. Rock and blues bands were living throughout Topanga Canyon in the valley. Cappy had a boyfriend who was a promoter for Buffalo Springfield. She'd hung out with Neil Young, who, incidentally, had taught Sandy guitar chords when he came to visit Dennis Wilson. After the bank people had gone, we went back to Gresham Street and Tribulations. Ruth broke up a street fight between Bobby's dog and one belonging to a neighbor, receiving painful puncture bites to her stomach for it. Sadie, on one of her independent outings, contracted the contagious skin disease impetigo, returning home to infect a few others. Epsom salt baths and extra sanitizing were necessary to heal the affected and keep this from spreading. Some people were angry at Sadie, and she was defensive. She came into the house after another of her trips and angrily told us she was leaving and taking Ziza with her. This time, I thought she would really go. Several people were in a car waiting for her. As she moved around the house, gathering her things, the White Album was playing on the record player. No matter what the Beatles were singing about, the song Sexy Sadie loosely fit her, and, on hearing it, she started to cry. Charlie shrugged in sympathetic resignation. "You can walk anywhere in the world," he told her. But without your soul, you're an empty shell." She wiped her face and went to tell the people she came with that she was not leaving. We were already fragmented. A handful of us remained in the desert, and for some reason we couldn't go to them as planned. A letter from Mary, written from jail 2 years later, described their isolation. I'm thinking of the desert, the winter when 5 of us were at Barker's. Beautiful. Raining and snowing, taking showers and washing our hair by the wash tubs, and looking at the snow on the hills all around. Start out by drinking steaming cups of hot coffee round the kitchen table, thinking of how the water is going to feel, then going out, stripping quick, having the hose turned on your body, then your hair. And once the first coldness is over, it's all so alive. Wet and naked in snow and mountain air, hosing each other. Wow, I could dance now remembering it. God, we were so free and laughing. Clean and still wet, skittering barefoot over the stones to the house. Fresh clothes, a fire in the stove, and maybe some hot chocolate, or else some tea with honey. Dishes, laundry, house cleaning, bread baking started, and we'd gather firewood. Short mountain winter days, earlier lamps and dinner. Talk, music and words we didn't know were in us until they had a chance in the evening to come out. Special sounds for the pack rat in the attic, and for Casper, the baby skunk, watching for him to enter through his hole behind the food stash, sedately cross the kitchen floor, giving his attentive audience a polite nod, and go into his rolled oat stash in the left drawer of the otherwise unused butane stove. Long dark nights in warm beds and warm arms, breathing together. Man, we are so rich. Mary, circa 1972. Letter from Sybil Brand Institute for Women, LA County. From the Valley suburb, we talked to the mad George on the phone. He missed us, and vice versa. We invited him for lunch and led him around the property. A day or two later, he called to say we could all come back to the ranch. Even the goddamned guys. Pearl accepted our return in stride. Randy pretended to pay us no mind. Larry and Benny were glad to see us. And the dogs were all a wag. Tom, Wolf, and a white and buff fluffy mutt we called Mutsy. Mutsy was the only pup from the litter at the farmhouse to escape the dog catcher during the Pearl and Randy roundup. Now grown, he had the run of the place with the others. After being cooped up in the suburbs, that's what we needed. Space and reasons to stoop, reach, lift, climb, and run. We had privacy in the little house. At the end of the road, we had sunrises and sunsets, fires at night, and we were high enough above city lights to ponder the galaxy. These fortunes served us with age-old and future insights, but practically we were just turning old shacks into havens, wood nooks into forts, making meals, making music, and making love. The ranch still had restrictions, but we could fit between the routines of George, Pearl, and the cowboys, who in their own ways were misfits on the edges of society. A bunch of us were in the house talking to George, while Pearl prepared to feed the dogs before she went home for the night. Hurrying across the linoleum with a dish of dog water, she spilled some, slipped, caught her fall, and slid a ways on one knee without spilling another drop. To our cheering applause, Pearl displayed a blushing smile, and George said, "Pearl, would you do that one again? I didn't see it." Mary, Juan, and others in the desert were picked up and came back to the ranch. Juanita and Brooks had agreed to stay behind to more and less man the fort. We wanted to revisit the desert, and if violence came to the cities like so many people said it would, we wanted to be out of its way. We began collecting necessities were we no longer able to make runs into towns and stores. At the same time, we were living as if our ranch life would never end. The toilet at the back house got fixed, but the guys usually stepped out to the edge of the woods at night. Sometimes I'd see 2 or 3 of them out there quietly talking, chuckling, aiming at trees, and competing for distance. Not all of us could ride George's horses. The ranch, after all, wasn't a playground for freeloaders. Discretion and timing were involved in knowing when and who to ask to saddle a horse. If Pearl and Randy were in a bad mood, they'd bitch about it. But Juan would do it. He was Pearl's best hand. He had the diplomacy to appease her, and the cojones to saddle a horse for whoever he damn well chose. Many of my days didn't go past George's house. People who didn't know said later that I was imprisoned there by Charlie, but I was my own warden. I sensed and took on responsibilities that suited me and held my attention. Sandy. Lynn was vigilant to the comings and goings through George's house. George sat in his chair with his cane beside him and inquired, "Who's there?" Or, in his hillbilly language, "Who bees it?" And we girls would announce ourselves using the names that he gave us. Brenda might come in as soft as a breeze and answer, It be's Brenda, greatly accenting and rolling the R's. Ruth would offer an enthusiastic, "Howdy, George, it be's Wish." And Cappy, "Top of the morning to you, George, it be's Capistrano." When the guys other than the ranch hands came in, he became serious and suspicious, asking about chores. Juan might stride in, and with loud, clear confidence declare what had been done or needed doing. Ruby Pearl, with her flaming red hair and flushed face, seemed driven in her work, always on the move, but her body language emanated her moods and intentions. Lynn could pick up each person's demeanor and the overall atmosphere, and she would let everyone at the back of the ranch know if there's anything they needed to do to keep balance with the front. Regarding the ranch, Lynn was about balance. With George's approval, the whole ranch opened up to us. The movie set was my childhood fantasy. We could create sets, deconstruct them, and create new ones. The Longhorn Saloon had the most space for nightly gatherings, music, and dancing. One night in the saloon, Bobby and Clem got into a fist fight that became stunning entertainment. It was in slow motion, their punches barely connecting, but sending their jaws askew and their bodies buckling with such graduated precision that it knocked any lingering thought from my mind. Bobby's fist finally sent Clem exploding to the floor, where he buoyantly rolled and bounced several times before coming to a stop and leaving the rest of us agape. The next time visitors came up from the valley, we let the weed go around and, on cue, slowed our movements to about a third normal speed. In a growling baritone, Bobby asked, "Would you pass me the guitar?" It seemed to float forever in his hand. When the visitors were looking at each other, questioning their own perceptions, we increased speed and ran the game to them. Bobby was a mover. I think he wanted to act, write, draw, paint, travel, play multiple instruments, compose and record his own music, and build whatever he imagined. Nearly everything was easy for him, and he attracted women without even noticing them. He spent as much time in the Valley, LA, the Hollywood Hills, Topanga Canyon, and other parts of California as he did at the ranch. At times, Bobby seemed indifferent to all but himself, and likewise, he could easily be ignored. But his self-interest was partly in keeping with his determination to be self-sufficient. Like most of us, he was barely out of his teens, still asserting his independence. I remember Bobby and Charlie walking together, enthusiastically trading info and banter. Bobby wearing a big smile, well-fitted jeans, and a knife in one boot. I never wanted to build conceit or give guys respect. They hadn't earned it. But, in hindsight, on occasion, Bobby was visually grand. A swashbuckling prince out to explore rough places, dine in finery, laugh with gusto, give women a tumble, and walk away to conquer more of the world. Bobby was a peacock, and Charlie loved him. He knew what he wanted, and he went for it without guilt or hesitation. He'd unashamedly stand in front of a mirror, trying on a shirt after shirt. In front of a mirror, trying on shirt after shirt, checking himself from all angles. Of course, others of us might do the same in private, but wouldn't do it in front of others because it looked vain. Bobby was brimming with energy and talent and creativity. He had interesting clothes, antique vehicles, and friends all over California. He had ideas, places to go, and people to meet, and he was eager to involve Charlie in his creative projects. So there was a time when the hustle and bustle was about getting Charlie and Bobby dressed to go into Los Angeles on one of Bobby's trips. The parachute room behind the movie set was a cushy, secluded place for afternoon naps and intimate mergers. It began as an abandoned trailer that, years before, had been backed to the edge of a cliff, its rear end entangled in the bramble of a tree that grew from the creek bank below. Brenda or Ruth conceived of covering the inside with billowing white parachutes so that it was like being in a cloud. Through the open back windows no earth could be seen, only sky, trees, roosters, and others of wings. The parachutes came from military surplus. Brenda and Charlie were thinking to design lightweight capes that could be turned into personal tents. Drawstrings could shorten or lengthen the capes and create a hood with little, if any, added stitching. Brenda would perfect the design and experiment with dyes and desert colors. Like other animals, our survival might one day depend upon our ability to blend into our surroundings. We would also need shoes and clothes as near impervious to the harsh conditions as we could get. Once in the desert at Barker's, as many of us sat around a table in the kitchen by candlelight, Charlie showed us how to make patterns for clothes. He wanted clothes made for himself, and, as usual, the girls were eager to learn. I thought and still think it was very cool that he was showing us this, but I was acutely aware of my separation from the group. As he cut out the paper patterns, I lost track and understanding of what he was doing, and I felt stupid and afraid that he could see my separation and the shame and guilt I felt for having fear and pain in my body. For, in short, being a wounded and scarred human being. I forgot what precipitated this. It may have been because he did see my pain, but he brought me in front of everyone, and he started inspecting me. He looked at my teeth as if I were a horse. He was saying, as he turned me around, "Not bad." He pulled up my shirt and, pointing out the long curved scar that runs from my right mid-back to under my right arm, he said, "Been in the shop a few times, but we can use it." Rather than feel embarrassed or humiliated, I felt seen and acknowledged. I always appreciated Charlie's attention, but there were so many of us, and I think everyone wanted to be with him, and wanted any excuse to do something for him. One time at Barker's, the girls were baking cookies and fruit turnovers on the wood stove. I ran outside with a cookie sheet of half-burnt ones to offer Charlie. He took a bite and said, "I can taste the competition." I was turning the front room of the bunkhouse into a Victorian parlor when Danny DiCarlo and his chopper moved in. I'd put up a frame for a print of a 19th century nude and ran to get the picture, but on return I found etched within the frame the head of a demon and the words, "Straight Satan's 1%. Danny was a dark-haired outlaw biker who almost always wore black engineer boots and his club colors, a denim jacket with the sleeves cut off, and a patch across the back showing the club's name and caricatured devil. They were some of the proud one-percenters. In the 1940s, public relation reps of the American Motorcycle Association had stated that 99% of all motorcyclists were law-abiding citizens. Danny claimed the bunkhouse for his bike, his gun collection, its display rack, and a bullet-making outfit. Most days he worked on his bike, playing Jazz Station 105 loud, and he got mad if anyone messed with the station. Some of the girls did, so he welded it on there. Straight Satans came to the ranch for afternoons, as did members of another club, Satan's Slaves, but only Danny moved in. Each of the bikers was different. Joe was unmarried, with a light prison record and a steady job. L.A. George had a beautiful young wife with a bunch of blonde little kids. Droopy was a Satan slave. I think his dad was a biker. He had an old knucklehead that Charlie wanted to buy. Droopy was one of those gentle giants. What a casual guy. I never even heard him talk, but one time I saw him and Charlie and some of the other people kicked back in the saloon, talking all night, for so long that the candles on the wooden coffee table melted down and set it on fire. They didn't even break conversation. They just carried the table outside and stood warming their hands over it as the sun was coming up and the mist was rising off the hills. There were other bikers, but these were the guys that I remember. The sky turned gray. The wind kicked up tarps and sent stray hay flying. I saw Ruth and Danny in long coats like gangsters, trekking the hills, carrying something. And later in the house, George and I were trying to figure out where all the shooting was coming from, ricocheting in the hollow. Could we thunder and lightning? He said no. So I got up just to find out who was in our woods. Check to see if there's riders, he told me, and see what the boys are up to. And already out the door, I ran back. And what? Don't forget to shut the storm door. Checking on Larry was always a trip. He was usually grousing or telling yarns to customers, like about his being a Blackfoot Indian and having to kill the whole cavalry with his bare hands and only one knife. Checking on the others was a cursory exercise because George didn't want to hear that Randy was in his trailer or that Juan was straddling horses when there were no paying customers. And surely not that an outlaw biker and little Weesh were in the hills firing a machine gun. There were other things to speak of, and by the time I made it back to the house, the subject had changed. According to police reports, Danny had a modest arsenal, including rifles, shotguns, carbines, and a submachine gun. He was quoted later as saying that when he first brought guns to the ranch, Charlie had asked, "What are we going to do with the machine gun?" And when Danny told him it was for protection, Charlie laughed and said, "We don't need nothing like that." But after a couple of months of his personal influence, Danny said everyone had fun shooting his guns. His bullet-making setup was interesting. I watched him pour molten metal into the molds. He said that it took him about an hour to make several hundred rounds, and in a matter of minutes it was gone. Cowboy Benny was staying with his girlfriend and only part-time at the ranch. But Pearl had hired John Swartz, the ex-ranch hand that Bobby and Charlie had caught stealing hay. At Pearl's suggestion, Johnny, she called him, was moving into the trailer beside George's house. I thought John Swartz was over 40. He still had the muscular arms of a farm boy, but his white blonde hair was thin on top, his face perpetually crimson, and he looked like he never got enough sleep. He must have known that we hadn't told Pearl and George about his thefts, but whether that made him more amenable to us, I don't know. I never saw him show feelings about anything, one way or the other. Cabby said that rattlesnakes have 2 penises on each side of their bodies. "Each end?" I asked. She laughed. "Not each end, each side. But they could only use one at a time." Cabby knew interesting tidbits. She knew that horned toads are actually lizards. When confronted with danger, she said, they speed dig backwards until they're covered with sand, and if a predator threatens them, they can squirt blood from their eyes. And far, about 6 feet. As kids, we called them horny toads, and they were all over Southern California. But I never knew how remarkable they are, and now they are rare. Cappy didn't presume to teach. Her enthusiasm just bubbled over. When George said he was blind as a bat, she tactfully told him that she'd heard that bats aren't really blind, and about their fine-tuned sonar detection, and she really liked bats because they ate a ton of mosquitoes and other insects. And George thoughtfully nodded and told her he thought she was right. Cappy showed lots of personality, but also feelings of inadequacy. She had creamy skin and fine white gold hair, a full mouth, and big china blue eyes. She didn't like her legs, so she never wore dresses or skirts, and she tended to gain weight. Cappy loved most everyone at the ranch, and saw each person's gifts and beauty, and often seemed humbled by what she saw. Overall, she was exceptionally beautiful and didn't know it. She loved to talk and to laugh and tell stories with the other girls, especially Mary and Ella. Mary was as fair and blue-eyed as Cappy, but Mary was tall and lean and carried herself with surety and a sense of direction. I admired Mary's stamina, kindness, her competence, and her restraint in dealing with her jealousy of Lynn, and the constant influx of new women that Lynn encouraged by her friendliness and warmth. I felt empathetic towards Mary, a strong, capable woman, expected by Charlie, it seemed, not to need reassurance or attention, because she had a child and was strong. Mary met a baker at one of the markets and made an immediate connection. She had done some baking, but after meeting him, she just drove to another town on certain days of the week and picked up a giant plastic-lined paper bag containing many loaves of bread and a variety of pastries. I went with her once and busied myself finding food. She took her time. This baker was tall and awesomely handsome. They stood at the back of the market talking and laughing like a social event. Finally, I went to help her with the bag and heard part of the conversation. It was all about kids. He was a new father, and they spent their time together trading anecdotes. I remember Snake wandering alone down the ranch house road, tootling a little flute in the rain. Cherubic, with her auburn hair and pale teal eyes, she'd returned to the farmhouse at the end of the day, her face smudged with dirt and a few wilting plants in one hand. Snake wandered physically and mentally. She didn't appear to be sad or lonely, and she wasn't stupid. She could recite almost anything she had ever learned. Not that she was talkative, but she seemed pleased with her brain and to enjoy its company. If she communicated with other people, it was only by accident. Into any conversation, or the absence thereof, she inserted things like, "I wonder if for every Bobcat car they sell, that makes one less Bobcat on Earth." It was an interesting wonder. Nobody looked askance. That was Snake. I didn't take the time to know Snake or consider her age and aspirations at the time her family had pulled up roots to become hippies. But Sandy and I overheard Charlie asking her if she wanted to go back to school. He surmised that she had been an A student, and she confirmed it. But she didn't express a desire to go anywhere. Sandy. Snake was in a category by herself, the youngest of us and most eccentric. She didn't drink coffee or chat like Katie, Ella, and Mary did. Her eyes were often at half-mast, whether due to the weed she liked so much, or to what looked like me near constant sexual arousal. It was by seeing her lip-licking attempts to draw Charlie that I learned that raw sex was not what attracted him. Snake had been weaned too young from a straight world to a hippie world, and then to the ranch. She had her 16-year-old libido and few social skills to navigate amongst more worldly people. The dynamics between Charlie and each person were as numerous as the people and changed hour by hour. Often he was a blur to me because he was always moving, going somewhere with someone, or lying down with a girl. I could torture myself wondering who he was with, and I saw others, particularly Bo and Snake, hovering and inquiring, "Where's Charlie? Who is he with?" Bo had a petite and nicely shaped body, but I never thought of her as pretty. Her nose curved downward, and she slunk around with her shoulders slouched and her fine curly hair obscuring much of her face. Under her dark cloud of hair, you could see her big brown eyes darting. She was an enigma and seldom spoke. Sometimes she'd utter an unintelligible word under her breath, along with a smile and a little laugh. Bo was 9 times more aware than me, so I missed a lot of what she did. But once as she sat before Charlie, I saw him massaging her head and shoulders, smoothing out her hair, bringing it back from her forehead and face. He gently pressed her forehead backward, straightening her neck, and Bo transformed before my eyes. When she stood up, her shoulders were straight, her head gracefully poised on top of her neck. She looked to me magnificent. Ruth was then about 17. In my mental trove of snapshots is one of her standing on the hard-packed dirt in the front yard, somebody's baby on one hip, and a plumber's wrench, thicker than her arm in the other hand. When the saloon roof leaked and nobody moved to fix it, Ruth borrowed a long extension ladder and patched it herself, looking to no one for direction or acknowledgement. Smooth, dark-browed, and beautiful, she might brood over matters of consequence, but genuinely went for and got what she wanted. In town, she asked a stranger for his car. He said she couldn't have the one he was driving, but he had an older car at home that he never used. She told him to bring it back to the parking lot, and she came home in a well-preserved 1949 Studebaker with the original beige flannel interior and a signed pink slip. Sandy. It was impossible to keep George Spawn's house clean, with the constant traffic of ranch hands stomping in from barn and corral to report the day-to-day business. The whole house slanted because the ground had moved and settled. The counter where food got fixed was slanted, so cats easily slid when you brushed them off, but no sooner would it be wiped clean, and the stove and cast iron pans scrubbed of bacon or hamburger grease, then another ranch hand would come in to cook, leaving another mess. Ruth went after the kitchen cupboards with gusto. She removed every greasy glass jelly jar, restaurant coffee mug, and chipped teacup, and washed them in a big pot of sudsy boiled water. She tore out old shelf liners, put in new, and then proudly put back her sparkling assortment of glasses, pottery, and china, while selecting a favorite coffee cup and drinking glass for herself. Ruth was particular, and took good care of herself, and was selfish without guilt. Selfish in a healthy, out-front way that said, "This is what I want, this is what I will take, and I'll have it with gusto and pleasure." This was with food, her coffee, her shower, her clothes, where she slept, and who she slept with. She wasn't greedy and didn't step on anyone's toes, but her unabashed going for herself made her seem spoiled to me. Lynn and Charlie loved her. One time, Ruth and Lynn fell into what they called the laughing pit, with me standing on the outside of their joy, their loose bodies rolling around on a mattress as they laughed and laughed with abandon. Lack of youthful exuberance and a relaxed body kept me from the magic inner circle of Ruth, Lynn, and the young loves Lynn welcomed in and in and in. It ate at me, and Charlie would tell me the secret to happiness was in the giving. But I didn't understand that. I'd felt sore and uncomfortable my whole life, and I was unable to relax with anyone. Growing up, I had not seen much giving. My mother was not the gentle, submissive, dutiful wife that was the model for so many women of my generation, and I couldn't and wouldn't pretend to be docile and pliable. At 24, I had been abused too much to be a doormat for any living creature. That Lynn showed no jealousy was supposed to be an indication of her love and lack of ego. But I thought and still think that jealousy is natural. In day-to-day dealings, Lynn often seemed doubtful. But one thing was sure: her total love and devotion to Charlie. His obvious favoring of her put her in a position of being a kind of example for all the girls. I think this created conflict within us. I wanted a sure, safe mother, and there was nothing approaching a strong matriarch to Charlie's patriarch. I was envious of her position and her sheer luck in meeting him nearly a year before I did, and having only a few other women around instead of over 10. I could sense, though, that if a person is full, happy, and brimming with love, then giving would naturally follow. Brenda's movements and whatever she did were quick and sure. If she decided to make a shirt for one of the guys, she'd find fabric, cut it, and sometime within a few hours she'd have a whole new shirt, and later embroider it. She looked out for all the guys and was sensitive to their feelings, and wanted a little of the attention that Charlie was getting. And she treated them all with equal care and consideration. She was also aware of and giving to the girls. We all admired Brenda, and without jealousy as far as I knew. She was blunt in her speech, simple and straightforward, which could be off-putting. Complicated thoughts and feelings fraught with doubt and confusion might be met with a clear-eyed look, a shrug, and a word like, "So?" Or she might just say, "It's all perfect." Brenda was simply a magic witch, too busy doing for others to take time for introspection. She loved taking care of babies and wanted to have children herself. Lynn could absorb and respond to expressions of complex emotions, lending a sympathetic ear when she had time. But she didn't have time, or make much time. She had a big pile of sewing in George's house, projects that I don't recall her ever completing. Mostly she worked on Charlie's vest. When we were out of money, bikers offered us stolen credit cards, but we didn't want them. Paul suggested that we could sell something. "Well, we don't sell anything," Charlie maintained seriously. His eyebrows rose and he popped a grin. "But we could trade it for money." It was a joke. We really didn't have a thing worth selling. Bill knew a club where girls who were so inclined might dance topless, but I don't know if anybody did. Despite what was later said to the contrary, we were a democracy, jokingly called an "or we could just." We could Or we could just. It was a consensus-style government, everyone adding to the pool of thought. Charlie was both credited and blamed for having the most input, but anyone with ideas was welcome to toss them into the circle. When it came to getting money, Charlie went for what he knew. Her name was Charlene, a whip and boot style girl with a curvy body. I read later that she was some kind of heiress, but never mentioned it. He had met her at a party in Beverly Hills and invited her to the ranch. She didn't come. She had invited him to her ranch in Nevada, and instead of going alone, he asked Sandy, Brenda, Paul, and me to go with him. Charlene's Nevada ranch had an old-time hotel with a cowboy cafe at the front. Tired and hungry from the overnight drive, we went in for breakfast. Charlie sent one of the workers to let Charlene know that we had arrived. I almost missed seeing her. She was coming toward Charlie, but after seeing the rest of us, she wheeled on her high-heeled boots and let the screen door slam behind her. He went out to talk to her, and pretty soon an employee showed the rest of us to a bare rustic room with 2 beds, no telephone, and no TV. I don't know what gave me the impression that this ranch was more about women than horses, but I knew about Nevada's Mustang Ranch, and I was beginning to think that Charlene might be running such an establishment. In any case, it was not an entertaining trip for us. We slept most of the time, and the next day Charlie returned to say we were leaving. As we drove away, he said that he offered Charlene a place with us, but she didn't want it. I found out later that she had offered him a Cadillac, but he refused it. Apparently, this wasn't about stuff or money. Charlie didn't talk about money. It wasn't a secret, but a non-issue. He said we never had to go out of our way to get money before, and shouldn't have to now. With Bill and the bikers, he pipe-dreamed fantasy schemes that ended in zuzus. One time he was walking away from a guy, shaking his head and saying, if you offered some people a nickel to hit themselves on the head, they'd beat themselves to death. For a little while, a little trailer was parked down by the bunkhouse. Entering it one afternoon, I saw glossy hair across a pillow and bare legs in the air. It was one of the Hollywood hopefuls, with a beautiful body and straight teeth, murmuring and arching her back. Charlie leaned back on his haunches and yelled, "Cut!" He flashed me a grin and a wink. Then he rolled over and called action. She never even opened her eyes. But if she could have seen herself in an old trailer beside a fake saloon where Buster Crab and Gabby Hayes tipped color-watered whiskeys, she might have thought it funny herself. Sandy walked in on a similar scene and didn't think it was funny at all. I left the ranch in a peak of jealousy. Holidays for me had traditionally been tumultuous, and this one was no different. I had gone into the trailer, looking for something, and discovered Charlie about to make love to some aspiring Hollywood starlet. It was my 25th birthday, and he hadn't so much as said hello to me. I opened and slammed every cupboard, and before he could get on his jeans, I slammed the trailer door behind me and was down the road. I hitchhiked to Topanga Canyon, the only place I knew in L.A., to the apartment of Bobby Beausoleil's former landlord, Gary Hinman. Gary greeted me at the door smiling, but I noticed that his eyes were cold. I asked if I could stay a few days, and he seemed to reflect both curiosity and calculations. Why had I left the ranch? And what would I give him if he allowed me to stay? He offered me the extra bed in his bedroom. I made it clear that I had nothing to give in return. I didn't have any money, and sex was out of the question. I think I even told him I was pregnant by Bobby. I didn't know then that Gary was homosexual, and he had a crush on Bobby. When I sat down in his living room, Gary's cat, Suck Suck, came to sit on my lap and knead my skin with his paws. It was interesting at first, but then it got weird and disturbing. There was something similar about Gary and his cat. The next 2 days were awkward. Most of the time we spent apart. I roved around an LA suburb while he gave a boy piano lessons. He went out at night to sell LSD and chemicals I was not familiar with. I decided to go back to my old friends in San Francisco. Tex returned after a 3-month absence. He had reported to the draft board in December after receiving an official order, but a knee injury he'd received in a car accident before he met us won him a medical deferment. He said he'd gotten the attending doctor to hype his continuing disability. Afterward, he spent the winter in a comfortable Hollywood apartment, dealing weed and speed with his old girlfriend. He said they were a good team and made a lot of money, but the life seemed false and no longer satisfied him. Tex observed that we, like the Hollywood people, were collecting supplies and money, but I think that the nightclub had more to do with entertainment than profit. One of the horseback riders, as she dismounted, said that she had to get cleaned up because she was going to a nightclub, which spurred one of us to joke that we had our own nightclub in the saloon, causing someone else to imagine the saloon actually transformed into a place where people could come to hear live music and dance. I think that's how the thing got rolling. The saloon had a stage with electric hookups for instruments, a big hardwood dance floor, and even a bar. When Charlie's friend Bill heard of it, he calculated a round dollar amount that might be profited. Bill was always good for a money deal, and he took the proposal to George, offering him a part of any money we took in at the door, and suggesting that, as a bonus, nightclub riders might well come back to ride horses. George reined in his immediate interest by stating his uncertainty about the legalities of running such an establishment, but when Bill assured him that he'd do the legal checking, George said yes, even agreeing to let us enlarge the saloon by taking down a jailhouse wall. A cowboy saloon would have been cool for a club, but back in the day, it was all about fluorescence and outer space. Our house band, consisting mostly of Bobby, Charlie, and Steve, already called themselves the Milky Way. So, in keeping with the theme, the saloon became infinitely dark, with tiny phosphorescent planets and stars speckled throughout. Brenda was the decorating visionary, overseeing, or in this case underseeing, a ceiling covered in billowing parachutes, dyed in part to resemble clouds, and in part the night sky. The stage walls were blacked, overlapped with day-glow freeform, and lit by black lights, and the dance floor had several moods of lighting, including the flashing strobes that appeared to fragment moving bodies. The whole effect, if not whiskey a go-go, was nightclub enough. One end of the room we reserved as a comfortable hangout, with couches, lamps, candles, and a coffee table. When our San Francisco artist John and his family stopped by, he painted a spectacular mural mural above the couches showing a city in flames as people on motorcycles fled to a clean land in the desert. The Milky Way jammed electrically almost every night. When they wanted a break, we played 45 records that we'd paid to have professionally stocked and George's antique Wurlitzer jukebox. More people came to the nightclub than we expected, and predictably, we didn't charge them to enter. Some moments the place was a tornado of fragmented, whirling bodies, and at others it settled into a serene den with kicked-back conversation, the flicker of candles dancing across the mural in the living room. We put out popcorn, sold sodas, and stuck a sign for donations on a big water cooler bottle, getting up to $20 a night, which was just enough to give George a sense of success and buy more sodas. Some of the bikers brought beer, and we girls were not above secretly pouring it out to keep them sober. One night, a big guy mishandled one of the girls on the dance floor, and seeing it from the stage, Charlie called the guy out in a pitch he once referred to as a tone 40. He had explained to Mary and me that the tone 40 was used by commanding officers in the military. It froze the room. The music stopped, and he was the only one moving until he jumped from the stage and the dance crowd parted. When the two men faced each other, their size disparity was alarming. It would have been a mismatched fight, but was quickly resolved when the big guy swung. Charlie ducked under his arm and behind him, reached behind his legs, took a grip, and escorted that guy out the door by the collar of his shirt and his balls. Events like that continued to reinforce our belief that Charlie would take care of everything. Another night in the club, someone came after Danny. Danny possibly loved one thing more than his bike. A 10-month-old boy, he said, would grow up to be a real motherfucker. He brought his son to live at the back of the ranch with Sunstone and the other toddlers. Then late one night, a dark, wiry woman burst into the nightclub, fully loaded and screaming that Danny had kidnapped her kid. From the time she hit the door, she never stopped moving, jumping on tables and throwing anything she could grab. Danny shouted, "I swear to God I'll kill you if you don't get down." And they tangled, she digging into his face and drawing blood with her nails, he pulling her long black hair until she was a crazy mess on the floor, kicking, punching, scratching, shrieking. Charlie helped Danny drag her out the door, and the people who brought her took her away. About an hour later, the police came to charge both Danny and Charlie with assault. The woman was Danny's wife. I didn't know Danny had a wife. She had cleaned up her words and actions for the police report, but it was clear that she was under the influence of something. Danny told police he wasn't about to leave his kid with a woman he considered less responsible than himself. A statement honestly considered funny by everybody who heard it. I don't know how or if this was resolved, but Danny and Charlie did not go to jail, and his son remained with us. Of course, whenever attention was brought to the kids, they could go stay at the Fountain of the World. One time Charlie was driving a car full of girls and babies down the narrow, winding pass road from the fountain back to the ranch when the brakes cut out. Their speed increased, and he yelled to the girls, "Are you all ready?" No choice. Faster and faster they sped, swoosh around one curve, screech around the next, to the edge of the cliff, and then straight for the rocks. He was zigzagging the car to slow it, brushing against the mountain, scraping, nearly rolling, at least a mile like this, and then down the north drive at the ranch to the haystack. No one was hurt, but Ruth came running into George's house to tell us about it, and I fell into the holes of her eyes. The police began showing up at the nightclub, yelling for us to stop the music and stay where we were so they could check IDs. Because we were not a paying establishment, they took liberties without search warrants, at least once arresting someone who didn't take kindly to the harassment. After that, the nightclub itself was pretty much a bust. George didn't say much about it. He was resigned to the ups and downs of ne'er-do-wells. I didn't know that he considered himself a failure. Sandy came back from San Francisco. She said that her old friends seemed stuck in the same routines, and that no one even approached what she saw in Charlie. I came back to the ranch because I hadn't seen anything better thus far in my life. Charlie obviously loved making love to pretty women. Although anything of beauty caught his eye, all of nature was beautiful to him. And I learned that women who were most comfortable being close to nature, who didn't wear makeup or try to look like magazine covers, appealed to him way more than what he once called plastic fantastics. Despite my constant frustration with the arrival of new girls, these were attractive, interesting, talented, and friendly people on a horse ranch. A group of resourceful women without jobs or income, living close to the ground, away from streets and cars and noise, able to make beautiful clothes and find and prepare healthy, tasty meals from dumpsters, and to be happy doing it all was astonishing to me. Sitting around the ranch front drinking coffee, watching the parade of wranglers and riders, George Spawn taking his daily walk, Randy Starr yelling, chickens clucking, roosters crowing, the old goat, the dogs, the horses coming and going with new riders on their backs, even opportunities to ride a horse, might not have been enough to keep me at the ranch. But I held to the hope that I could spend more time with Charlie. Charlie was all over Hollywood, meeting and playing music with talented and famous people. Greg Jacobson was one of them. Greg looked to me like the tall, handsome prince in fairy tales. A longtime friend of both Dennis and producer Terry Melcher, he was employed by Terry to scout talent and movie projects. When we met him, Greg was living with one of the daughters of an American comedy icon, and they had a child together, but there was talk of separation. Before he even visited the ranch, Greg and Charlie began philosophical discussions that lasted on and off for months. Greg was more aware and far more curious than most of his colleagues. He was also more mystical. Another part of him figured finances and finagled business deals. He recommended that Terry come to hear us sing and consider us subjects for a movie project. Later, he described what he saw at the ranch for a jury. I remember the picture. I have a picture in my head of it all. It was very clear what my eyes took in as I stood there on the field out in the back of the ranch with the motorcycles and the girls and the guys and the horses and the trucks and the brown grass and the green trees and the blue sky and the stream. Would have made a very nice picture for other people to see as well as myself. The picture is still in my head. I could see it now when I just described it to you. Greg Greg Jacobson testimony, page 14,307, court transcripts, 1970, Tate LaBianca trial. Hearing about Greg, Doris Day's son Terry, and the prospective music and movie project put George in a good mood. I was in the kitchen fixing jars of cold lemonade, and he was telling me about Corriganville, his competitor Crash Corrigan's big tourist and movie ranch just north of us. And he was envisioning our ranch like that. Us girls in cowgirl skirts, little white boots, and little white gloves, collecting money from the dozens of customers in the sunny yard, the serene sounds of baby ducks, chicks, and lambs, a little schoolhouse with a bell, he said, and a hillbilly house with polka dot long johns hanging off the line. I told him I'd be right back, took a jar of lemonade outside, and from the steps of the veranda saw 4 motorcycles being worked on by the greasiest bearded ruffians George's mind could conjure, and thin golden girls sitting in the dust with hardly a thing on, let alone little white gloves. Most of the bikes that showed up at the ranch were choppers, minimalist custom amalgamations of American and British bikes, and the guys they belonged to regularly honed and tuned them. Of the girls, Ruth and Leslie were probably most interested in motorcycle mechanics. They knew if Danny had a knucklehead, a shovelhead, or a panhead motor, and that he was so particular about his bike he wouldn't let anyone else touch it. After some weeks as onlookers, though, they were given the honor of polishing parts. Once or twice they went with Danny and some of his club guys on putts, bike runs that took them a few days and many miles from the ranch. They loved it. Bobby had asked Leslie to help him put a motorcycle together, and she was a quick study, but by the time she could have been a real asset to the build, he had decided to buy a boat and sail around the world. Randy Starr sarcastically summoned me. He knew I didn't want to watch the castration of a young stallion, but I heard the struggles, and later heard Randy bray about eating fried mountain oysters. Charlie told me to keep an eye on Cowboy Larry around little kids. I didn't know what he was talking about, but sometime later, kids were running around the front of the ranch while we relaxed with their parents, and I saw Larry teasing a barefoot little girl in a dress. She ran off giggling, and that's when I caught the shine in his eyes, the mischief in his grin. I never would have thought to notice, but just before Larry gave chase, I was able to casually head off a potential disaster. Larry wasn't a child molester. He was a child with grown-up parts. Want to hear a story? George was a grown-up with child parts. I sat down beside him. Once upon a time, he said, there was a big, humongous bar full of wheat. Well, there were these little mice around the barn, so one little mouse went into the barn and got a grain of wheat, and he came out. Then another little mouse went in and got a grain of wheat, and he came out. Then another little mouse went in. About the third mouse, I protested. Is that all? George suppressed a snicker. Another little mouse went in and got a grain of wheat. Is that all that happens until they empty the barn? He thought our complaints were hilarious. He said his kids used to say the same things. George and his wife had 9 grown children, some of whom lived in different states. His daughter, Tootie, came one time in a shiny late model truck. She was a big-boned woman wearing pressed Western clothes and nice boots. His son, Jim, was a handsome man about 40. He was the first to visit while we were there, and the only one to visit more than once. Jim was also dressed in the boot and buckle style of ranchers, which he was. He had a ranch of his own. In fact, George told me, all but one of his kids were prosperous. Almost everyone was busy, but Paul was shuffling around after Charlie, saying he didn't really know what to do. And all of a sudden, Charlie sounded annoyed. He said seriously, "Why don't you go back to your mommy and daddy?" Paul didn't like that. Later, I heard Charlie had asked him to take supplies to the desert for Brooks and Juanita, and he did. Toughening a mass of people for hard times was a responsibility Charlie said he didn't want. But I believe that, whether consciously or unconsciously, he accounted for everyone and everything on the ranch. Late one night, after gathering in the saloon, 5 or 6 of us girls huddled near George's house, shivering and talking. Charlie passed us, snarling. "Can't you hear them?" I heard nothing but the other girls. He said, "Mutsy's chasing the baby chicks." And he took off running down the dark, tangled ravine behind the house. None of us followed. Pretty soon, Mutsy, his eyes cast backward in terror, came streaking past us into George's house, with Charlie close behind, and the night chill turned to fear. In the dim light through the open door, we could see Mutsy cowering under Charlie's knife. Afterward, he told me to clean up the floor. There was piss all over the linoleum. Mutsy was a sweet-tempered dog. I didn't know he'd been eating the chicks. Charlie looked like a bully. But in the aftermath, Mutsy didn't chase chickens again, and seemed no worse for the terrifying experience. George had a new dog he named Fritz, a lapdog so small it more often slept on his shoulder. One day, after 2 sheriff's deputies visited and left the house, he had mentioned to them that Fritz was tuckered out and had to take a nap. Pretty soon, they'd wanted to know all about this new fella Fritz, if he was a ranch hand, or with Charlie and his bunch. George thought this was funny. He'd had to identify Fritz. He said they'd been sitting across from him for 15 minutes, close enough to reach out and touch him. And they admitted that they hadn't seen that he had a dog on his shoulder. Police were a constant in our lives. One time, a young deputy was relaxing in one of the chairs on the boardwalk with some of the guys, and they were all laughing. I heard the cop say, "It looks like you guys have it made. And I wouldn't mind living like this." Someone said he could, and he asked how. Charlie said, "You take off that badge and stick it in the hat. Put the hat on the front seat of the car and walk away with faith in yourself." "Sounds nice," the cop said, "but my wife would never go for it." It was a stale punchline, but the guys obliged a chuckle. Unestablished groups naturally raised curiosity, but in police that translated as suspicion that fostered adversity. When we talked to them, they came more often. When we ignored them, they got mad. Pretty soon, they acted like they wanted us to do wrong, so they could bust in and find out what's going on here, and how the hell can you do it when I can't. I stepped out of George's house just as sheriffs were cruising the yard. One of them was pointing his trigger finger at Brenda. Winking and grinning, he said to her, "Gotcha." She said, "I'm not playing that game," and went about her work. Another day, I heard one of them call to Charlie, "We're gonna get you yet, Manson." I didn't know if the man thought he was joking or if he wanted us to think it, but I took it as a straight-up threat. The next time we heard from Paul, we learned that Juanita would not be returning to the ranch, and possibly the least populated wilderness of California, she had found her man. They're getting married, Paul said of her and the miner she met at Barker's. We wouldn't see Juanita again, but last I heard, she and her husband were still together after decades. Terry Melcher was blonde and had the wide, freckled face of his actress mother, Doris Day. In the early 1960s, she was the movie image of wholesome American womanhood, notably cast in several movies with Rock Hudson, the popular ladies' man, and one of the best-kept secrets in Hollywood. Terry had a long collaborative association with the Beach Boys and other pop musicians. He'd produced an album for the Byrds and was working on music for the upcoming motorcycle movie, Easy Rider. At 27, Terry was a busy man, but on Greg Jacobson's recommendation, he'd agreed to come see us and hear the music. Many of the girls prepared a place for his visit, but he didn't show. He could have called, but he didn't do it either. I heard that this happened twice. It seemed strange that both Dennis and Terry, while so polished in appearance, would display sloppy business habits. I don't remember us talking about this or Charlie saying anything about it, but I always liked something he once said to us. When anyone lies to me, they tell me they lie, and that's the truth. Everything has been here for you. It's all been at your hand. Don't try to build a new world. Just learn to live off the land. C. Manson, Song, 1969. Brenda read aloud to herself the list of ingredients in a small bag of corn chips, including the then commonly added chemical preservatives BHA and BHT. In typical understatement with just a touch of amazement, she said, "Wow, they really embalm you before you die." Each of us had food penchants, and nothing was verboten. But every night we ate vegetable dishes with sauces with rice or pasta. A garden would have been great for us, orchards and milk animals and chicken eggs. We took trips for exploration to decrease our numbers and to get out from under the ebbs and flows of negativity from people such as Pearl, Randy, and the police. I wouldn't have been comfortable leaving had someone not stayed with George, and one or more of us always did. Camped under a giant oak on the land George referred to as Iverson's, Karate Dave was bitten by a rattlesnake. For hours, he stood with his back against the tree, his glassy eyes reflecting the night fire. In the interest of keeping him calm, nobody said much to him about the bite, and within a day or two, he didn't limp at all. Rattlesnakes were all around the ranch, although I never saw one. But in a desert town, some of us saw a coiled sidewinder under a truck. The truck owner had brought out a rifle to kill it, but Cappy and I asked him not to. We thought there must be a way to move it. The man had a wife and a small child. Gruffly, he told us, "You got 5 minutes." After about 3, Sandy got mad. "Oh, for God's sake," she said. "Either move it or move out of the way." The man shot once, hitting the snake near the head. Sandy walked over and picked it up. Then it moved. If the man hadn't rushed to knock it from her hand, it would have bitten her. It wasn't alive, but it was neurologically triggered to strike. I was potentially afraid of any creature with which I was unfamiliar. At the same time, I think all of us believed that every species has an earthly purpose, and none is divinely assigned to chase around frightened people. Charlie was passionate about wildlife. Dennis and Greg had gone out to the desert to see him and were astounded at his wrath when one of them drove over a spider. More than a year before, in a park, some teenage boys were chasing down a spider to kill it because some girls were afraid of it, and Charlie got to it before they did. "It's natural to be aware of what bites you," he told them, "but I don't think spiders eat people." The boys looked embarrassed. He said, "I would get something away from me if I wasn't sure. But I wouldn't destroy it because I wasn't sure. If you keep doing that, you're going to have no life left." Living outdoors gave us a sense of the essential, and living covertly, closely together, was teaching us to function as parts of one body. About 8 of us girls were camped near the ranch when a large enough vehicle became available to us, available to take us on a reconnaissance run to the desert. We arose in the dark, quickly uprooted the tent, and, with strenuous effort, carried it and many supplies in a long, 2-way shuttle through dark, scratchy brambles, over a giant boulder, along a skimpy ledge, past a bush full of bees, over a deep gully, under arched branches, and up a sharp cliff to the pass road. I remember details because we made so many trips to and from the campsite. At dawn, Karate Dave arrived in an old bread truck supplied by Danny. We were all girls, dressed bulgy warm, on our way to a land of new promise and no police. If they had just let us go. But that didn't happen. On Highway 395, near the desert town of Lancaster, we were stopped by the Los Angeles County Sheriffs, still within their vast jurisdiction. Before deboarding, one of us suggested we pretend to be small groups of hitchhikers, rather than what police might consider a hippie commune. This seemed like a good idea, until I realized we looked undeniably similar. Then there was Dave transporting all these women to where, and for what purpose. The whole thing was just too suspicious for them, especially when none of us could produce an owner's registration for the bread truck. It was impounded, and we were all booked. This was my 3rd arrest for Grand Theft Auto, and I hadn't stolen as much as a Tonka toy. Before we got to the sheriff's substation, Sandy, being pregnant, was allowed to use a gas station restroom, and this was the first of several times she was forgotten during an arrest. Soon she was at the sheriff's door asking to be taken in with the rest of us. About a day later, charges were dismissed, and most of us were released. We had to leave Danny's bread truck for lack of funds to retrieve it, and I think this was the time that Ruth was kept in custody as a juvenile. Her release contingent upon her legal marriage license and her father's written permission for her to marry. George Spawn was solemn as I explained the hitch to him, after which he resolutely said, "Let's go and get our leash," which we did. She was released into his guardianship. George was the understanding grandfather and a stern patriarch of the ranch. Charlie was the new age, the visionary, the sage, and the wild one. Some nights when it got warm, we went into the hills above the ranch to the Indian Mesa, a flat space believed to have had spiritual significance for native Indians. On the Indian Mesa, we looked into the universe, the fire, and the mind of the world. One time Charlie told us, "The foundation of the will is locked up in graves of what we did hundreds of years ago. In Christ's grave are all the other gods he put down. The turkey is Mexican god of war, Indian Meteca. The Spaniard who came with the cross was not of the land in its balances. He was more like a jackal, less gentle, less aware. Birds, lizards, and others see two pictures. If you could put your hands like praying and lay them on the bridge of your nose, you see two pictures. Indians would put on a beak and feathers and get in the bush and learn from the turkey, who was God to himself in his kingdom. Each of the sons of our young men was like a feather and had to earn the right to fight, die, or be sacrificed to get the different levels of awareness. When I met the Mexican Indian shaman awareness, he gave me a name and said I could live in his forever. He said he could have saved me a lot of time had the cross not killed him. He had told the Spanish that he was their God, but he laid himself down for the cross because he knew it would only be a few minutes in the universe. There's a whole lot more to it, but if you think I'm a fool because I can't spell, then go to school and make some more A-bombs. If you think the turkey is a fool, then try to outsmart him in the bush. Turkeys can't spell either. The dumb turkey god built a lot of pyramids and lifted a 2,200-ton stone up over the mountains and placed it perfectly in a temple. Modern man can't lift it, much less move it. On the Indian Mesa, we primed ourselves for primal instincts, worshipped the trees, the earth, the sky, the sun, danced around the fire, and made love on altars of stone. The facade on the roof nearest George's house read Rock City Cafe. But it was just a storeroom the size of a caboose before Bruce Davis plumbed and wired it for service. Bruce was from the South, Louisiana and Tennessee, but he was an explorer and seeker. He'd been exploring Topanga Canyon on his motorcycle when we met him the previous year, and he'd stayed with us a couple of months before resuming his travels. Since then, he'd been all over the U.S. and to Europe, but if he found what he was looking for, he didn't settle until he found us on the ranch. The only thing I remember Bruce saying about his travels is that while in England, he had looked into the practice of Scientology. The attraction, he said, was their methodical mind clearing. using a lie detector type device called an e-meter. This was, to him, an interesting correlation to what we were doing without use of mechanical gadgets. Asked for details, Bruce said that he couldn't afford further exploration because Scientology's hierarchy was costly to ascend. "What about the founder?" I asked. "What is the founder doing now?" Bruce grinned. "Making money," he said. Bruce was a welder by trade, a part-time electrician, plumber, and mechanic. In response to us girls, he hooked up the Rock City Cafe with a gas stove, refrigerator, and a cold water sink. We put a table and chairs in one corner, a couple of stools around a counter, and we unboarded the big screened windows facing the boardwalk. Then we opened our very own 1940s Route 66 style cafe. Waitress jobs were always available at the Rock City Cafe. Passing down the boardwalk one morning, I saw Leslie Liu posed with a pretend pad and pencil in front of the table where Randy Starr sat splayed. She hollered towards the kitchen, "2 sausage, 2 legs, Mabel, and throw a biscuit on the side." A biscuit flew by the window, and Randy reached his good hand to grab it, yodeling, "God damn," amidst a swell of cowboy laughter. From then on, the cowboys chose to eat, smoke, and cuss in the cafe instead of in the house, and George was imperially pleased apart from the rabble. On the cafe's back wall, a mysterious panel was framed like a picture. We figured out how to remove the panel, revealing a paneless window to a dark warehouse. The door to that warehouse was outside, around the corner. When Pearl saw Ruth open it, she warned her not to go in, because George kept valuable movie props in there. But George had already told Ruth about that when she asked him if we could use the very valuable bathtub, and he told her to go ahead. After clearing and cleaning, we could heat water on the stove inside the cafe and pass it through the window into the warehouse for warm baths. A cameraman arrived one day on behalf of Greg and Terry to film preliminary footage for the prospective movie. George's signature was required, and all of us agreed to ignore the movie camera as we went about our day. George was alert and spry. A couple of us girls took him for a walk so he could be filmed, and then we sat in the house, pretending like it was a day like any other. But nothing like this had happened on Spawn Ranch in a long time. Pearl was perky, Larry puffed, and Randy, as usual, wrestled himself, part of him acting angry, as if intruded upon, and another part wrangling for attention. At some point, George asked me how the filming was going, and I went out to the porch. I think Clem was the first one to come along and tell me that Mike, the cameraman, had taken acid and was freaking out. What was he going through? Death. His ego's afraid of dying. We tried to get him into the woods. He's been following Charlie around, begging Charlie not to kill him. Charlie don't want nothing to do with him. Some of us had seen this sort of thing before while we were traveling in the black bus out of San Francisco. People told Mike to go home. Finally, he left, taking the film with him, and we never saw either of them again. George was in his own movie. "Them flatland furriners," he complained, wagging his chin in the air. They think they're so high a-flutin' for having a canopy over the bed. Us mountain folk got 'em under the bed. He was referring to the tin can I had accidentally kicked when I went in to pull up his covers. On this day, he'd let on he'd been thinking up a song. He gave it to us in pieces. Brenda and Gypsy put a tune to it, and one night a bunch of us sang it to him in the house. George's song, chorus. Living high, high, high on a mountain, living high, high, high on the hog, eating cornbread and taters, side meat and maters, coffee's boiling in the pot, we like to drink it good and hot. In one verse, Brenda was barefoot on the seat of a buckboard, wearing a gunny sack dress, a hat that looked like a flower pot, and driving a mule dressed the same way. Most of us girls and some of the guys had picked up George's mountain talk, and sometimes forgot to leave it in the mountains. A year in the future, Clem would be publicly disparaged with half a dozen words meaning low intelligence. People who never knew us would say anything about us in print and on film for decades, and were given what was, before the internet, a rare platform. Clem was actually classic as a country brother. He once gifted Sandy and me with a beautiful china teapot. Inside it was a beautiful live tarantula. The surprise was not left to chance. He stood by to supervise the discovery. Another time he woke Weesh and me, telling us to be still and just watch the snake he was putting into bed with us. His mischief and adept handling of creatures were parts of his charm. But Clem was no hick. Like Bobby, he came from a smart suburban family, and in some ways was a typical teenager, rejecting the past to form a world of his own. Like Sadie and Brenda, Clem would turn a question back at the questioner, or give pat answers as a way of reprogramming himself. In reply to, "How are you?" Clem would likely say perfect. If asked when his birthday was, he'd say, "Today." I understood his meanings and reasons, but his refusal to give a straight answer could be exasperating. I sensed his rebelling at the conventionalities that hung on in my speech, but he was never sarcastic or mean-spirited. Clem. Sparkling, glimmering, eyes shimmering, no matter what the tests may be, we bear them joyously. My father's presence always in your heart, and all the tragedies and comedies of life. Nothing but dramas of ecstatic entertainment, hating and fighting with the screech. Each mosquito is an embodiment of someone's biting speech. Yes, it's true, man guides nature, though he pretends he doesn't know. The children know, and they nurture. Light and sunshine days. Yes, man guides nature in many ways. You are to reflect the divine image within your soul's dominion. You play whatever role he say, whether yea or nay in public opinion. See the soul's picture in the roles it's casting. As keen as your sheen would not to be seen, you're throbbing with life, forever you're lasting. No death, love knows time, is not real. Not the minute nor the hour. Your smile is on the hill, and the expression of a flower. Clem, California State Prison, circa 1973. Letter to Sandy. Snake's face displayed a little smile as she remembered Barbarella, a surreal movie of the early 1960s. She identified with the title character, and, by transference, with Jane Fonda, who played the role. I hadn't seen Barbarella. My references were from movies of the 30s or 40s. Sandy didn't relate much to actors or movies at all. I was never a fan of fame and was too distracted to follow the plots of movies or TV shows. I noted things like good looks and sense of humor, but what impressed me were intellectual and artistic achievements, concert musicians, scientists and doctors, not mass culture celebrities. My older sister, Ginny, was paradoxically worldly and naive, and, like Snake, ethereal. Ginny had a tiny waist, a pretty face, pale blue eyes, and a brightness and curiosity that led her to excel in all of her classes. She won contests, was a song leader, was head of the student body, got lead roles in school plays, and by the time she graduated from high school, she had tried to kill herself 3 times. I looked up to Ginny, but the drama disgusted me, and I hated the way she drooled over the black and white photos of movie stars all over the walls of her room. The movie attraction for her had probably started with our parents. Our oldest sister was born in 1936, so she remembers undeveloped Tiger Tail Road in Brentwood. Daddy's mother lived at the top of the road, and the next house down belonged to his sister and her husband. They had chickens and horses, and their son kept a goat. The next house belonged to the actor, Henry Fonda, who was an avid gardener and grew prize-winning flowers. This knowledge was brought home to my aunt and uncle the first time Henry charged up the hill yelling, "You keep that goddamn goat out of my begonias." But harmony existed. The Fonda kids rode my aunt and uncle's horses, and my big sister, closer in age to Jane, got to swim in their pool. The Fondas moved from Tiger Tail Road when I was just 3, so I don't remember them or any but vague glimpses of grandmother. But I always loved the country for more than anything on TV or at the movies. Hollywood was big in my parents' world. Many films of the 30s and 40s showed sharp-witted, sharp dressers who smoked and drank a lot, and women who liked careers and men way more than kids. People emulated them. My mother was a non-professional actress. Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire had started the La Jolla Playhouse in San Diego, and my parents would drive there to act in the plays. My mother craved attention and organized community plays, fashion shows, and charity events to get it. On holidays and special occasions, she had us kids all perfectly dressed and photographed for the society page. But in private, she didn't know how to get attention except by venting her frustrations on us, often violently. We were a burden and took time out of her social world where she could be the wittiest and most attractive. We were living in the Rancho Santa Fe near the Bing Crosbys, described by my sister as another dysfunctional family, and we had a beach house in Del Mar. My father co-owned the tiny Del Mar airport and came into contact with a lot of celebrities, some of whom flew into the airport to go to the racetrack. He described the ventriloquist Edgar Bergen as a small, funny man who once deboarded his plane wearing a long coat belonging to his very tall pilot. Hidden beneath the coat for surprise effect was his dummy companion, Charlie McCarthy. Some entertainers who came through the airport also came to our house. Frankie Lane sang for my parents and their guests, such as Betty Grable, an actress and favorite pin-up girl for the soldiers during the war. She and the musician Harry James lived down the way from us, as did actor Pat O'Brien and his 8 kids. I think my mother felt very rich and important then, with plenty to gossip about. When I came along, it really threatened her lifestyle because I needed frequent hospitalizations. For her, that meant obligatory and time-consuming visits. My sister says, although my mother was big into parties, my father was not. She continued to go out, leaving Daddy and the maid to give me the only human care I got at home. We had moved from Rancho Santa Fe to Del Mar in 1949, when I was wrenched from my father. I was 5, but my sister was 13, and the memory for her is clear. One early morning, my mother came storming into the house with her brother. She told Daddy she was taking us kids. My uncle hit my father, who told my sister to run to the neighbors. She did and hid out, but my mother took Ginny and me to my mother's big house in Westwood. Bleak is not a strong enough word for how I felt. I wandered around grandmother's house stunned. It was cold, but the top floor held her collections of National Geographic magazines and minerals and artifacts from her travels with Granddaddy in the Southwest. She had a little black light to view the opened rocks, and I was amazed and thrilled to see the beauty inside. But at that time I was traumatized. I feared my mother, and she was fearsome. She and her brother had virtually kidnapped Ginny and me, severing us from the only love and warmth we had. My sisters and I fought viciously at vacation times visiting my father. Ginny and I clawed each other's arms bloody over a seat next to him in a movie theater. When I think of movies, I have bad memories. He loved movies and took us with him, but at 5 years old, I didn't understand the movies. I needed to connect with and feel loved by my father. Jimmy Durant bought the beach house in Del Mar. My mother remarried and maintained control of us kids, and had 2 more. Daddy eventually got another wife and child. His sister, my aunt, was a vedanist, and opened part of her home in Laguna Beach, overlooking the ocean, to serve as an ashram. She was visited by Christopher Isherwood and other spiritual. When Ginny went to college and had mental and emotional breakdowns, she would sometimes stay with my aunt, where she furthered her flights from pain into Eastern mysticism. Before accidentally killing herself with alcohol and pills in the 1980s, Ginny came into contact with a variety of known people. The celebrities brushed against my world did not impress me as lives fulfilled. Candace Bergen was the daughter of the ventriloquist my dad had met 30 years earlier. She was an emerging actress and the girlfriend of Terry Melcher when she came to Dennis's. Dennis composed songs for me in his studio and held me in his arms in his swimming pool. Yet he held no charge or interest for me. Only Manson did, because he seemed to offer something that intimated peace, joy, and fulfillment. There was a lot going on, and I didn't know the half of it. The music was coming together, and people were stopping by to exchange forecasts and offer supplies and vehicles. At various times we had a Cadillac, a 1929 Ford, a 1936 Dodge, the new Dodge van, a 1948 dump truck, a Road Runner, a World War II Burma truck, Charlie said, was made for long hauls into China, the Jeep, the Studebaker, a GTO, a Firebird, a 1941 Power Wagon, and some kind of camper we got from a retired cop who wanted to sell it quick because he had no papers. Charlie said it wasn't legal. The Plymouth Road Runner was designed for speed, so it was no real surprise that Charlie got arrested in it for speeding. Brenda, Bruce, and Ella were with him, and all of them spent the night in jail. The girls told me they were out late in the valley and saw two cops questioning a woman alongside the road. Charlie yelled out the window to the cops that they were misusing their authority. He drove on but circled the block, and seeing that the police hadn't moved, he yelled again and sped away. This time they got in their car and went after him. The Road Runner lived up to its reputation. The girls said they were far ahead of the police when Charlie stopped the car and got out to wait for them. When the police arrived, they were scared, and it made them mad, so they arrested everyone in the car. Charges were dropped the next day. The flavored aromas of buttered toast and grilled cheese brought congregations to the Rock City Cafe. Thanks to Mary and Katie, we always had butter, rice, beans, cheeses, and good breads. Then someone brought us a station wagon load of pies, frosted cakes, donuts, and more in white bakery boxes with cellophane windows. It was the first of several deliveries, and a mixed blessing. All the sugary gluten our minds ever craved, and far too much for our small bodies. The Fountain of the World had an unlikely food connection deep downtown in one of LA's black communities. Back then, everyone called them ghettos. At least once a month, someone from the fountain took a pickup truck downtown to collect food for themselves and the needy people in Box Canyon. While working at the fountain, Katie and Mary had picked up the job. That's where they met the black man we knew only as John, the overseer of the downtown operation. One of the girls told me that Charlie began going with them to see John, and the two men talked about things other than food. It was through the Surplus Food Distribution Network that Charlie met and had an ongoing dialogue with a big American Indian who came to the ranch. Charlie. We talked of the world and far too much to relate. We talked about how the native peoples dreamed with animal people and earth, while white people's dreams were of cars, trucks, wagons, and things to ride around in. He said he could see by all the cars and trucks I had that I had caught all of the white people's dreams. I said, yes, any car or truck you need. And he picked the little old German car that didn't even run, and I seen no way of ever putting it in working order. But he had a truck come to take it away. I even offered him the silver Road Runner, and he wasn't interested. I told him I was an Indian once in Scotland. He said I had a good heart and left. Dune buggies were the way to go. That was the latest on desert transportation. Motorcycles could take us part way, but used less gas and were faster, but dune buggies were made for sand. I don't know where we got the money, but our first 2 dune buggies cost a couple $1,000s and came from a shop in the valley owned by a retired police officer. One didn't have a title. Tex and Bruce began examining and tuning up the engines. Katie had purchased over $200 worth of topographical maps showing the land from the San Fernando Valley to Death Valley. When they were spread out over the entire saloon floor, we could walk on them and survey the terrain, much like in a low-flying airplane. Some of the guys were plotting routes through canyons and over mountains. I heard that one of them could get keys to the locks on the fire road gates, and when he couldn't, they'd just cut off the locks. I may have mentioned that Charlie was a good driver. With off-roads open, his abilities were sharpened. Brenda. One time, Charlie took me for a ride I'll never forget. We took off from the ranch and traveled back up through the hills and up the fire roads, and we came to a ditch that was real wide and deep. So he circled back down the road, built up speed, and we flew over that ditch and up the road, over a hill and way down into a valley at top speed, to the top of a mountain, to the edge, and the road dropped from there straight down. I was hoping he wouldn't, but I knew he would, and he did. The roads disappeared, and all to be seen was blue, blue sky. I could feel all my fear at once. Then I saw the road, straight down. We touched ground and came to a big bump, slowed some, and caught on a rock. Charlie stopped the engine, hopped out and looked at it from all angles, hopped back in, backed it up, and drove around it into some loose dirt. The buggy got hung up again, so we both hopped out and checked the mountain for another way down. But this was the best way. Charlie got the jack and put it under the bumper, and I got in the driver's seat and started the engine. The wheel spun and the buggy slid sideways. We moved the jack to the other side, and while I stood on the front bumper, he put the gas to the floor, and we flew over the bump. I got the jack and climbed in, and we went on sliding down the mountain like that. Near the bottom was a plateau of rocks and boulders big as houses. Charlie asked for the binoculars, and we climbed way up onto the rocks, overlooking the whole city. As far as the eye stretched was cement, smoke, cars, construction, churches, and graveyards. Cowboy Larry came into George's house, talking about joining the circus. Randy said that Larry was a circus. Pearl reminded George that someone was coming about a horse. And vroom, a motor was getting tuned loud out front. George frowned and told me we ought to move our mechanical operations to the dump. The dump was on the far side of the corral, where scrap wood and metal, fencing and baling wire were tossed for future use, or to just get it out of the way. Cowboy Bill traded George something in exchange for a big cattle trailer he towed to the dump to hold motorcycle and dune buggy parts and tools, and the guys hooked up a generator for lights and equipment. There was even plenty of grease-free space at one end of the trailer for sleeping, so on some warm summer nights, we hung out with the guys and the motorcycles and dune buggies below the insects flitting around the lights. I just flashed on that crazy caravan we had moving up Devil's Canyon one afternoon. Dune buggies, people and camping gear, tabla drums and babies, sleeping bags sticking out everywhere, bouncing, banging kettles and canteens, rice and honey, guitars, and a girl on horseback following. We had to lose her before the turnoff. When we first got the dune buggies, the sheriff's posse came for the regular check, and one asked Clem where we got them, since none of us had the money for a pack of cigarettes. Clem ran down a rip-off that we'd pulled to get 2 of them, and the cop just walked off, looking like he figured Clem was out of his mind. When I think of the dune buggies, I think of Tex, 'cause he got me to love motors, especially those running smoothly and really quietly. I think of us sitting out at the dump beyond the corral, getting hot and sweaty and dusty, cleaning parts and bleeding brakes, making perfection. He'd screw and unscrew, wrench and plier to get the engine as near silent as he could, and we'd take off for Devil's Canyon to test what he'd done, and just to have a stony ride. We'd go all over, winding in and out of washes and passes, finding places to stash people and things, sites to be checked further on foot, fences that could be avoided and where they needed to be cut. And just when we'd get up to places we figured none of us had seen, we'd seen tracks of the buggy Charlie drove. We'd always stop at the creek. The water is so cold and good. We'd get enough to drink and wash up some, and fill the canteens, 'cause Tex always kept the Devil's Canyon Creek water on his buggy. Usually he'd drive slow, looking all around, being as noiseless as he could, but times he'd cut loose to see what the machine could do, gunning it around curves and hitting the water as if it weren't there, sending it spraying over our faces, and the mud would splatter on our feet and legs, and I'd sit there and relax and laugh with that crazy motherfucker, 'cause he was crazy as could be, racing himself, all excited, a real rehearsal for a future flight. We were both so dead in our heads that we were flying. If the buggy had hit a tree head on, we would have just kept on going and didn't care a bit. Tex said the dune buggy drove itself, and it wasn't going to do itself any harm. He'd zoom off the road and go nearly straight down either side of it. Damn. Those rides were so insane. I can laugh thinking about them, especially Tex and his laugh. He could go anywhere. Letter from Sybil Brand Institute, Women's LA Country Jail. How else did you think I could talk to you except through the music? C. Manson, Song, 1969. Charlie had been urging Greg Jacobson to arrange the meeting with Terry Melcher, not because he wanted a recording contract. He had walked away from contracts. But because we went to the desert, we wanted to leave behind a message. But because when we went to the desert, we wanted to leave behind a message. The cattle trailer at the dump was a rust-colored hulk that served as a place to hang out, play music, smoke pot, sleep, and probably make love. There was a raven that hung around the dump. I had a band-aid on my foot that the raven kept dexterously peeling off. He also stole cigarettes from shirt pockets. The dump was one gathering place where Terry Melcher and Greg Jacobson came to hear us sing. I wasn't interested, but I was aware that something important was going on. The excitement and tension were generated by Gypsy more than anyone. I also recall later gathering on a sand clearing by the creek, singing for people with sound equipment. I was conscious that we were being observed and evaluated, and that we were unrehearsed and unprofessional in talent and in dress. I could feel the tension in our group and knew it was a substandard performance. Other than the significance that Gypsy and a few others attached to these events, I don't recall any build-up to them or conversation afterwards. There exists a fuzzy photo of Charlie by the boardwalk with the raven on his forearm. I believe Pearl took it. He's wearing his embroidered vest and an oddly cocked brown felt hat, and his upper lip is swollen, cut by a shard of wood that splintered off of some project he was working on. The raven was a wonder to him, and he spent a lot of time with it. He said it was the smartest bird he'd ever seen. That bird got into my head as if I was part of it. I didn't want it to be raised dependent on humans, so I would take it far away and let it go. I'd drive miles back to the ranch, and that bird would be sitting there. Part of me wanted to keep it, but I wanted it to be free from humans, because I wanted to be free from them also. You've got to be careful for the wildlife. If you make friends with them, they run to other humans who are not friends. The raven flew to land on a guy's shoulder as he thought Alfred Hitchcock's Bird movie was after him. He almost knocked the bird's head off before I got between them. Randy Starr's heavy bullwhip came from behind me and, with a startling crack, splintered a corner of the barn. Turning, I saw in his eyes a wish that it could have been me. Randy was jealous of the attention we were getting. Greg Jacobson was still advocating for recording and filming us, but said that a scuffle between Randy and Charlie had unnerved Terry Melcher. Apparently, on Terry's last visit, Randy had came out of his trailer, blustering drunk with a gun. Charlie got mad, rushed Randy, struck or kicked him, took the gun away, and told him to never draw a gun on him again. The confrontation had made Terry nervous, and he didn't want to come back to the ranch. A bunch of us took a ride in the bus across the valley to the hog farm, because Charlie wanted to talk to Snake's parents. One of the girls had found her sitting beside George, saying something like, "Walt Disney died for us." Afterward, George sounded concerned. He told me, "There's something wrong with that girl." The hog farm was on steep, uneven ground. Rough corrals didn't enclose hogs or any animals, only muddy dirt clods. One building was open, and people were around, but I don't remember anyone there to greet us. A birthday party had been celebrated. Curled ribbons and plates smeared with cake frosting remained on the table. A few people and kids were involved in a game of tag. Other adults were scattered, and those we talked to appeared to have taken something psychedelic. Snake's parents were not at the farm, and there was no word of where or when we could reach them. Wavy Gravy was not there either. The hog farm was famous in the hippie world. It was formed by a coalition of people, including the tongue-in-cheek sage known as Wavy Gravy. According to hippies, Wavy had a lot going for him. He got along with everybody and lived his life by wisdom and whimsy. Beyond some interests and understandings, we didn't have much in common with the hog farm people we met. They got high and embraced a childlike state of being, but their child selves seemed stuck in replays of an idealized past. I don't know if Snake would have fit in, but she didn't want to go there. When we got into the bus to leave, Charlie went to a window and let loose a sound. Charlie, the song I sang that night? From the new baby to the old man and death and beyond. Music hooks up all we don't understand. It is a universe on a level all its own. There are awarenesses hidden within sound, just like programs within your computer. I sang the crucifixion, the music of suffering, dying, birth. And the big circle of people froze and freaked out. The fear was so heavy I left voluntarily. It was not me in there, but them in Reflexion. Some people who say love keep it a weak baby pissing on itself. How many times must I face all the deaths of a world's fear of life? If no one hears my song, it's okay, because only one could hear it anyway. Ain't no me, you, or they in it. One earth for itself and survival of the world. Charles Manson, number B-33920, letter from prison. Summer heat and a plague of flies near the horses browbeat our love of nature. But the flies settled down with the sun, and the night air resuscitated scents and sounds from the amphitheatrical hills. We spent a lot of our nights outdoors. On the Indian Mesa and wherever we circled, we were open for insights and visions. I believed we all saw the structural and functional perfection of nature on Earth as a reflection of divinity, and our own species systematically killing it. The reverence we had for each other was a soul-saving grace, but the elements that sustain life were more valuable than all the world's treasures. Without air, we wouldn't live more than minutes. Without water, weeks or days. Without food, maybe a couple of months. Charlie gave us insights as they came to him, options for dealing with extreme elements, animals, and people. One moonless night, while walking from the farmhouse, Brenda felt a heavy creature with claws drop onto her shoulders from an overhanging tree. She said it screamed and bolted off of her towards the creek, but she never knew what it was. We heard screams in the woods. George said that when it's extremely dry, a mountain lion or bobcat might come down to drink. He said they'd been known to attack, especially a she-cat with cubs, but it hadn't happened to anyone he knew. George was particularly fond of Brenda. I told him we would be careful, and I asked him not to tell Randy, because Randy would like an excuse to kill something. Charlie had seen desert waterholes where each type of wildlife came to drink. He said, "There's an order to this procession. The burro only sees one wolf. There may be 30 wolves, but the burro sees only one. That's the one that will eat him if he falls. And the wolf only sees the burro that will kick his head off if he gets too close." He said he met each animal on its level, eyed down its fears, and was open to seeing into it as if he lived in it. "Snakes," he said, "see and hear by vibration. A snake is everything he sees. When you walk up on a snake, you're walking into his mind." Brenda said she and other kids used to play in a field full of rattlesnakes, and none of them got bit. Charlie said, "All snakes don't bite, but all the snakes know reflections of the self." Tex later revealed he'd seen Charlie in the desert glide through a gully full of rattlesnakes, touching them gently on the tails. Snake, the girl, seldom came to the front of the ranch during the day, so I didn't keep up with her mental condition. Her father came in response to the message we left at the hog farm. but he didn't want to come inside. He stood in the yard talking to Charlie, and afterward we learned that Snake's parents were no longer a couple. I don't know how the news affected Snake, but responsibility for her care was left up with us, and there were times when she had to be brought to the shower to bathe. You cannot get others' problems off you. You must learn to be free with them, as if you had 8 legs and 32 arms, and they keep getting in the way of each other until you learn to deal with them as if they were part of a bigger self that you surely are as you grow. Juan's bitter self-mocking was offensive. It was barely masked aggression. He'd reverted to making peculiar comments, and then snickering when people appeared to be trying to understand them. For a while he amused himself by wearing cut-off jeans, so threadbare his butt showed, and so short his penis protruded. Pearl appeared not to notice. Juan was never cited in town for indecent exposure, but a woman reported seeing Clem by the high school talking to girls. She said he had a hole in his pants. The police found Clem, corroborated the hole, arrested, and charged him with lewd and lascivious behavior. This might have been funny, but a judge sent him for an indefinite stay at a state mental hospital in Camarillo. Clem wasn't mentally deranged or sexually perverse, just indiscreet and underage. I think all the girls on the ranch were fond of him, and 2 set out to get him back. They didn't even have use of a car that day, so they went to a local parking lot and found one with keys in it. By dinner, he was home. Of course, now he really had to lie low, not just being a runaway, but an escaped lunatic. Someone had given us an army field phone for the desert, and we hooked it up between the Rock City Cafe and the back ranch house. We also used a little sign language, so barely there you'd miss it if you didn't know. It probably started when Charlie taught us some pimp signs. The tug of the collar to summon each other, the brush of the sleeve which meant stay away. These were beneficial in surreptitiously communicating from the haystack to the house, and to fugitives or runaways who needed to know if strangers might be dangerous. It was just one in several forms of communication, and others were evolving. Rushing out of George's house with a big pair of scissors, I stopped. I had no use for them. I went back inside and left the scissors, but couldn't leave the house. After walking in circles, I grabbed the scissors and was halfway down the boardwalk when Brenda stepped out of the saloon, took them, thanked me, and went back inside. That's what was happening. People have been speculating about extrasensory perception for centuries. We called it tuning in or channeling. I was attuned to the friction between Pearl and George. Ella worked at the rental office one day and happened to be in the house at night when Pearl reported to George the number of riders in the day's take. She told me that Pearl shorted him by $10 or $12. I didn't tell George, but sometime later I heard him and Pearl arguing after he caught her in a lie, and I got the impression he'd known she was skimming all along. George needed Pearl. He never forgot it. She needed him too. He told me he would have liked to have reminded her of it, but she was so stubborn she'd have wanted to prove him wrong, and he said he was in no position to test her. When business was bad, George looked doubtful. It had nothing to do with us, he said, except maybe that he could hear us singing in the saloon at night. And it wasn't the singing that bothered him. He said we sounded real talented. It was that At a well-run dude ranch, folks don't stay up half the night. It may have been the way we girls sometimes got in a hurry to leave him and go with others, and we had things on our minds that didn't include him, and he went back to worries and problems. For a long time, George had been trying to swallow a heart-burning expression someone, he thought a city assessor, had used to describe the ranch. They called it an eyesore. Since he couldn't trust his own eyes or depend upon the hands, he felt helpless and enraged. If they were to leave him for even a day, the horses would go hungry and the business would be lost. The humiliation of needing people he often despised was enough to make him wish to be done with it, to have the satisfaction of wielding the final stroke rather than succumbing to impotence. He could sell. I thought it would take years to get a buyer, and meanwhile something would work out. In my mind, the ranch would always be ours. In revolutionary times, it would be a safe place to rest and refuel before moving on. The fountain of the worlds would be another. A prosecutor would allege that we were leveraging George for the deed, but who needs a deed in the midst of lawlessness? The saloon was cooler than anywhere else, with big open doors to catch breezes. At night we usually closed the front doors so as not to attract the attention of people driving by on the road. Coming up the pass in his dune buggy one night, Charlie met the tail end of a 2-car contingent of sheriff's deputies on their way to the ranch. Accelerating, he passed them. They sped to pull up beside him in front of the saloon. Then they went casual. "Hi, Charlie. Where is everybody tonight?" Nodding towards the saloon, Charlie said we were probably inside. He gunned the engine, zoomed around the squad cars, out of the yard, around the corral, and into the dump. The sheriffs followed, but while they were cautiously tripping through baling wire with their flashlights, he had abandoned the buggy and was running across the corral back to the saloon where he warned us, and someone got on the field phone to the kids at the back. Charlie was honest like that. Galloping down Lover's Lane, Ruth believed that a trust was developing between her and Silver, until he veered for the low-hanging branch of a big oak that would have knocked her off if she hadn't jumped first. Silver was a strong white horse, marred by a soot-like pall, but the real marring was behind his eyes. We thought he must have been abused before coming to the ranch, especially about the face.
Silver had a brown eye and a blue eye, the blue one having a dart hole pupil that made him look unearthly. He was never rented to customers, but they could see him when he held his head over a gate near the saddling yard, and some were attracted by his different colored eyes. Pearl said that people had no business going back there, but some did, especially those who hadn't been around horses much and wanted to cool their fears or impress their companions. Silver seemed to anticipate these people. He awaited their touch on his muscle, neck, or forehead before he lunged. Then, as their faces fell and they screamed or cursed, struggling to wrench their arms or shoulders from his teeth, Silver jerked back his head defiantly, as if expecting, even relishing reprisal. He was a lawsuit on hooves. I only saw one lawsuit coming, and it wasn't Silver's doing. Johnny Schwartz kept an untrained German shepherd on a choke chain attached to the bottom of his trailer. I think he got it to guard his possessions. I never saw him pet it or heard him call it by name.
When we objected, he just put it on a longer chain that stretched taut as the dog ran frantically side to side, barking at people almost continually. It was not a mean dog, but agitated, fearful, and totally out of control. One day, John's dog got loose and ran all over the front of the ranch. Down by the rental office, Pearl and I had just watched a big-bellied man haul himself into the saddle of one of the tallest horses. The berserk dog ran up to the horse, barking, and the horse got dancy. The man, who claimed to be an experienced rider, grabbed the reins to catch his balance. The taut reins brought the horse to its hind legs, tossing the man backward, causing him to pull harder, and the horse to rise higher. At the pinnacle, both horse and rider struggled for balance, and the poor animal, with its mouth stretched open and terror in its eyes, fell straight back on top of the man. Only a few yards away, I saw the man's expression. I saw the man's stomach squash outward like a tomato, and I broke into a cold sweat. I was sure he was dead. The horse squirmed, rolled, and stood, and to my astonishment, so did the man. Pearl ran up to take the reins, her face drained of color. She told the man to sit on the office bench. He was badly shaken. He said no, while jerking unsteadily toward his car. He seemed angry, maybe to cover his fear. Pearl wanted to call an ambulance, but the man said no. Angry. That's all. Just no. As soon as he recovered enough breath, he got into his car and drove away. Meanwhile, John Swartz's dog had gone after the goat, and I don't know how Charlie got the dog back on the chain, but I suspect he scared it half to death. The lawsuit came later from a lawyer claiming that George was responsible for his client's back injuries. George couldn't afford a lawyer, and the case remained suspended over his worried mind. Charlie, say the Burrows came within 50 yards of me in the past, but some man gets a hold of them, beats them, and lets them go. The one mind of all Burrows runs together. Their fear of humans goes up. It's the same with people. The level of trust disappears slowly until no one knows who and what to believe. A little radio in George's house played country music and short blurts of world news every hour, every half hour. The U.S. casualty counts, rallies, politics, riots, and business as usual. The previous year, the Army was revealed to have tested a nerve gas near farmland in the Midwest, inadvertently killing a lot of sheep. In 1969, the Defense Department acknowledged that, unbeknownst to citizens, they had been transporting the gas and other lethal chemicals across the U.S. by railroad. Another report said that NASA was getting ready to land a spaceship on the moon and had plans to send one to Mars. Couldn't they apply that level of intelligence to protecting the planet we already had? Were they preparing to escape if the Earth got too polluted, or were they mentally already gone? Katie, if people could trash this planet, they'd do the same to another one. Patricia Krenwinkel, circa 1973, letter from prison. Leslie, I love this Earth. I guess some folks see another planet as exciting and a new beginning. Not me. Ain't nothing could be as pretty as the way this land must have first looked before we started killing it with progress. Leslie Van Houten, circa 1973, letter from prison. Some of the public were campaigning to give the land back to the Indians. Charlie said, "You gonna shit on a plate and act like you're serving a good thing?" I'll tell you like the Indian told me. I don't want it. Clean it up and I may change my mind. A few months later, amalgamated tribes under the banner of the American Indian Movement would move onto Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay, an encampment that would last nearly 18 months. The island had been abandoned since the federal prison was closed, and the government listed it as surplus property. But it was not the Indians' intention to steal it. They would offer the government $24 in glass beads and red cloth as payment, a recompense historically alleged to have been paid to early American Indians for the New York island of Manhattan. There were hundreds of encampments back then unaligned with the established hierarchy, gatherings of people who grew up hearing about God, country, honesty, loyalty, and honor, of dying for one's beliefs, and then watched those words merchandised into meaninglessness. Who could we trust when, for decades, political and business leaders had been dealing the Earth's resources for personal profit, leaving nothing but plastic and chemical concoctions that could not recycle back into it? Some of their creations will lay like slime on the soil, and the water, and in our own bodies for longer than we live. And some will kill not only us, but future generations. The progression of consequences did not require scientific study. As land, air, and water became more polluted, more people would be sick, and more would go crazy without knowing why. Wouldn't the world's militaries naturally protect our planet? The armies for the land, navies for oceans and air guards? Instead, they were part of a long chain of command owned and operated by corporate earth eaters. Of all the influences in my life, Charlie and LSD stand out. But TV programming was at the beginning, and lasted more than 10 years. That's all anybody is. A long reel of tape, TV, movies, past experiences, until you stop, turn around, and start new thought, new time, new reason. All minds are held together with reason, cause, purpose. The Godhead is like a room, and you can only get out of it what you put there. Life, love, trust, faith are just sounds. Without truth, it's only change for $1, or what time is it, or meaningless garbage. Feeling in truth makes majesty. We must find a way to make the words real again. That was the year George got a stomach sickness he took hard. Brenda, Ruth, and I took turns sleeping in the big stuffed chair in his house, one of us in the house at all times, to put cool cloths on his face, neck, and chest, and get anything he asked for. He refused a doctor. For 3 nights and days he was nearly delirious with fever, but managed repeatedly to lean from his bed over a big tin can to disgorge the sparse remains from his spastic stomach. Afterwards, he rinsed his mouth, wiped his face, and fell on his side, exhausted. Sometimes, when we folded the sheet or blanket over him, he gently patted our hands. On the 3rd day, he asked us to prepare warm water in his washpan and lay out a clean set of pajamas and undershorts before we left his room. On the 4th day, he asked us for tomato juice. Then we knew he was on his way to being well. For months afterward, George talked about our care of him as though we had done a great thing. And our youthful invulnerability we didn't fully understand. I think that Ruth met herself in Sherry, both long-legged teenagers drawn to horses and motorcycles. Sherry had owned a horse, but had to sell it when her parents divorced, so she came to the ranch to take care of horses in exchange for the privilege of riding them. She was 15 and came across as shy, but she had run away before, and told Ruth she wanted to do it again. Ruth advised against it, but Sherry explained that her father had left her and her little brother with their mother, and their mother had remarried. Their new father was Chinese, with a different orientation towards parenting. Her attitudes inflamed his temper. She believed that he and her mother wanted her out of the house. All they needed, she said, was something to tell the neighbors. This turned out to be remarkably true. Ruth enlisted me in creating a scenario about my grandparents' farm in Oregon, where the three of us could live in the country, taking care of animals. Sherry told her mother of the opportunity. Responsibly, her mother invited Ruth and me to dinner, where we apparently pleased her and her husband with the proposal. Sitting around the dinner table, we were prepared to give them an alleged address where Sherry would be living, the name of a high school she would be attending, and a number of other details, but they never asked. Soon after our dinner, Sherry's mother dropped her at the ranch with 2 large suitcases and said goodbye to her daughter, who was going to live in another state with unknown people. And she never returned to even ask about her. Cappy's mother had so severely spooked her in trying to kill her spirit that it's a wonder she could trust any other woman. Leslie confided that when she was pregnant at 17 and wanted to have the baby, her socially conscious mother had forced her to abort, pushing on Leslie's stomach herself to expel the fetus. Sandy. My mother didn't have a maternal bone in her body. On my first day of kindergarten, she dropped me off at school and drove away. If she stayed long enough to see that I found the right classroom, she would have seen that the school wasn't even open. She had brought me on the wrong day. A policeman found me wandering around, totally disoriented and crying hysterically. I think that I began to feel the tensions of my parents' relationship even before I was born, and later to show the extreme physical effects of a child who has formed no attachment with the mother. Mostly, it played out in respiratory issues. In infancy, I had 2 tracheotomies, and in childhood, countless painful exploratory procedures. Doctors back then did not know much about the correlation between parental neglect and abuse and childhood and adult illness. I was in and out of the hospital in oxygen tents. When I was 10, a surgeon removed most of my right lung. I still wonder if that was really necessary. Charlie, you are a woman. Whatever that is or is not is of little difference for the man. Woman games set by queens that destroyed their kings and kings that played their own parts poorly, reflecting self-destruction into the mirrors of their own wives, daughters, mothers, and children. If woman don't hold herself in love for herself, the children won't reflect her in love, and that is what falls hard on the earth, because that is what woman is. Pearl was almost always professionally polite, enthused when we girls talked about costumes. She told about her own costumes while working in a circus, and of her days as a dance hall girl for bit parts in old movies. She had a class of voice and manner like movie characters of the 30s and 40s. You could see she used to be pretty. I found out she used to be George's lover, too, but got old and seemed to hate even the thought of it. So she treated him like a guilty memory, tugging him around by the sleeve of his coat instead of his hand, and running him into doors and other things. George didn't speak of it. When Pearl brought him back from dinner with a scrape or a scratch, he said he had caught his sleeve on something and brushed off further concern about it. But when he came home one night with a bleeding gash on his forehead, a few of us girls conspired to get an invitation to go with them. We took turns going, sitting in the truck between George and Pearl, serving as mediators when the tension got jagged. Neither of them wished to be thought impolite. All the tables in cowboy restaurants were varnished, wagon wheels were on display. We moved light conversation, and made sure that George had a cloth napkin to tuck under his chin. He always urged us to order more food, worried that we'd get puny. After the meal, while Pearl paid the tab with George's money, he quietly consulted us to be sure he had no spots of food on his coat or tie. One time he had run into an old business associate, and after a fine conversation, had returned home to feel food on his tie. He was still mortified. In the fluorescently lit supermarkets, while Pearl scurried to fill her list, George stood straight and tall, holding the handle of the shopping cart. Pearl pulled the cart from the front and he marched behind, sometimes picking up his large feet higher than was necessary, much like a horse. And, too, like a horse, when Pearl pulled the cart too suddenly or stopped too abruptly, George's head jerked back in a start. If he bumped into anyone or they bumped into him, he apologized promptly, never meekly, but as a gentleman. But when his mind was elsewhere, or he and Pearl were at odds, a scrape with someone made him look furious, frustrated, and humiliated. When Pearl got busy and left George standing by himself, he marked time, slowly shifting his weight from one foot to the other. One night, as I returned to the cart with a sack of potatoes, I saw him from a distance, looking completely out of place, a fine old tree in artificial light, surrounded by tin and plastic. After watching him get bumped by and show deference to an overfed stranger in curlers, I dropped the potatoes in the cart, put my arm through his, and we went to find Pearl. Like this, we often strolled the supermarket aisles, me telling him whatever the sounds didn't say, and he, in a low voice, chuckling and talking mountain talk. He said he once got mixed up and took hold of some other lady's cart. I told him not to worry what people thought because a lot of those bulldozers on legs had eyes and didn't use them. I could tell he blamed Pearl. They could have filled a barn with the grudges they had stacked up between them, but their arguments were a part of George's world, and despite the frequent friction, they were beholden to each other in ways I didn't know. Pearl was, on occasion, gracious or feisty, depending on how badly she wanted to get home. She appreciated our help, and sometimes even treated us like kin. She never mentioned having a husband or kids of her own. Frank Retz braked his pale yellow Lincoln Continental at George's porch and stepped into the sun, frowning. He was about 60, bald, under a flat gold cap, and stood rigidly erect, about an inch shorter than me. Not many rich people came to Spawn's ranch. I thought rich because of the car and his clothes. A smooth polo shirt tucked into Bermuda shorts, showing tanned athletic legs. I went inside to tell George, but George was expecting him. He stood, extending his hand, when he heard Frank come into the house. I'd never seen him do that before. Frank had a thick German accent and didn't bother with small talk. George introduced me to him as one of the good little gals who give me some help around the place. Frank begrudged me a grunt before asking George if there was some place they could talk in private. Apologetically, George offered his room. Frank eyed me as he shut the door. George told me later that Frank was gruff because he was a very busy man and only stopped by on business. I felt that George didn't want to lie to me, but in keeping Frank's confidence, he didn't want to disclose too much. I kept my wonderings to myself, but soon George told me that Frank had a lot of wealthy German-American friends who were looking to build a German club. Here? I asked. Maybe, he conceded. You wouldn't sell the ranch, would you? I haven't decided one way or another, he told me. One Saturday, German Frank arrived, wearing knee-high riding boots. George met with him again in his bedroom and later told me that the planned German club would have a restaurant, a spa, lodges, gardens, tennis courts, and a hotel. He was so impressed with the plans he couldn't hide his enthusiasm. He said he liked Frank's solid handshake. He was unconsciously imitating Frank's clipped speech. It embarrassed me that he felt so honored to be in Frank's company. I knew he believed he was finally getting a chance to share the prosperity and association of men he considered respectable, but I could see that Frank didn't respect him. I told him I didn't trust Frank Retz. He said that Frank didn't trust us either. The daughter of a world-famous American entertainer was seated at a baby grand piano in Terry Melcher's Malibu house, where we went to pick up Dennis. She was in her 20s, pale and petite, with a bubble of platinum hair that flipped up at her shoulders, and a black evening mini dress featuring high, pointed breast cones and plenty of leg. I was starstruck. Her father was one of the first voices I'd heard from my parents' radio before we saw him on our first TV. Passing the piano, I tried not to stare, but Dina Martin didn't even glance at us. I sat on a couch beside a man wearing granny glasses and a long Nehru robe. He didn't acknowledge me either, but continued to elucidate the fine points of something he was writing. I was the only person close enough to hear him, and I had no idea what he was talking about. He concluded his monologue by standing, parting glass doors to the balcony, and disappearing into the night. Likewise, a few people drifted through the rooms like ghosts. I headed upstairs to find a bathroom. Opening a door, I was startled by a movie-like scene. Dennis was poised over a beautiful woman on a bed. Before I could apologize, I realized they hadn't noticed me, and I reclosed the door. Downstairs, Charlie had paused to see Dina Martin play the piano and sing. She'd chosen an old blues song about cocaine. I watched her eyes, below tarantula lashes, slide sidelong to Charlie, and her lips mimic a sexy come on. I never knew what Charlie was going to say or do. Meeting her gaze, he suavely propped himself against the piano like her father had done in countless appearances. After her last tragic note, she paused, looking up at him. "Well," she asked, "what do you think?" He said softly, "I think you should go wash your face." To her expression of disbelief, he smiled and said, "I can't see you through all that plaster." Dennis descended the stairs, telling us he wasn't ready to leave, and we would need to come back later. Then he went back upstairs. It was a brush-off. From my vantage, Charlie and Dennis were once connected in a brotherhood known to men since ancient times. There was love and honor between them, and then it was gone. We left Terry's house and didn't come back. If Charlie had wanted a recording contract, he could have been more restrained. I once heard him answer Dennis by saying, "How do I feel? I feel that you can't spend 500 years fucking up the earth, air, and water, then pay a Hindu to get you to forget it." Being near or just seeing Charlie gave me a sense of being in the right place at the right time. I always latched onto the upbeat and humorous things he said, but one night he stopped mid-sentence, as though snagged on a nagging thought. "You know," he finally said seriously, "not everyone can live off the land. 200 million people living off the land would strip the bark off the trees. After another pause, he said, "When we got to the mountains and desert, most of the wildlife was gone. Mountain goats, deer, bighorn sheep, big cats, gone. I looked in the spring above Barker's and seen a dead rat, and I could see that water, and I could see through that water all the way to the ocean, all the shit and garbage being put in it." None of us spoke. I was thinking of the desert as one of the last places we could get away from pollution. He said, "It's not water here or there. It's all water. It's connected." For years, I didn't realize he was saying that we couldn't get away. It's connected. There's no getting away from it. But we were already on our way. Once the first dune buggy was together, Charlie and a couple of us girls took it out into the hills and lived in it. To me, it was a very serious practice run, and I spent the whole time going through the saddlebags and toolbox to make sure everything we needed was there. When Charlie first asked for the binoculars, I found out what was there. Soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste, combs, towels, extra underwear, and clothes. All the things we girls packed. We could hardly get to the tools and binoculars, so we fast found out what we could use and got rid of the rest. We were testing the best way to camouflage clothing and considering the most durable and nutritious foods like whole grains, dried fruits, and vegetables, oil, honey, and nuts. The need to travel unseen inspired fine-tuning of our senses and muscles and melding with the vibrations of any environment. Clem could so thoroughly absent himself that even the dogs couldn't hear him coming. Charlie said, "A bird can make a sound you can't hear 5 feet away, but at 25 feet you can. Bushmen use sticks and logs to do much the same thing. A drum or flute can be set to go over and around some people, yet others hear it clear. I had experienced sound as a vibration, but I'd never considered the possibility of bouncing it over and around things. What each of us envisioned of our future in the desert came to light only after we were arrested. Scenarios varied from the need for basic survival skills and supplies to a phantasmagorical world beneath the surface of the earth where chocolate trees grew without sunlight. Charlie was wont to fantasize, and often in jest, but underground chocolate trees were not what I had in mind. Cappy, with scintillating zest, had told us a legend about Montezuma and his people's descent into the earth, and also of the Aztecs' use of the cacao bean. Chocolate. To her, it was an allegory, but in others' versions, we would meet the people already living underground. Prosecutors would inflate the ideas, claiming that our plan was to emerge like cicadas years later without having physically aged. In their story, Charlie intended to rise as King Jesus, God. Hogwash. Charlie was looking at underground tunnels and caves to hide from the insane people who would destroy their own planet in pursuit of gold and oil. He inspired in me a sense of adventure that supplanted paralyzing dread. God damn it. If chaos was inevitable, we would ride it out on top of our fears rather than cringing beneath them. We would do what was needed to survive. Pearl got a phone call from her former ranch hand, Shorty Shea, as she was strangely nervous telling George about the call. Shorty would be coming to visit, she said, with his new bride, a showgirl he'd met in Las Vegas, where he was working as a bouncer. Pearl didn't know how long Shorty had known the girl, but he hadn't mentioned anything to her about marriage before. The couple arrived late one afternoon. There was a lot of rushing and blushing on Pearl's part as she got George into the passenger seat of her truck, and they all went out for dinner. They didn't return until after dark. Then, in the shallow light from the bunkhouse, before their departure, Shorty introduced his wife all around. The following morning, George whispered to me, "Did you see Black Boot? Oh my God. Did you see Black Beauty?" She was a smiling black woman in a wig, and everyone was cordial with her. But Shorty seemed to be showing off an exaggerated notion of his own magnanimity. In other words, it was all about him. My opinion may have been tainted by George's view of Shorty as a swaggering braggart, but George wasn't hateful and didn't elaborate on the subject. In my teens, I'd come to think that all black people needed help. Obviously, I didn't know there were whole towns with black doctors, teachers, and other self-sufficient people. I think that the pursuit of human rights grew organically, whereas integration was an engineered arrangement, and resistance to it was not exclusive to white people. Sandy. In the early 60s, I was at a huge rally in Berkeley, where Stokely Carmichael was haranguing the American government and white folks in general. I clapped along with thousands of other white people. When blacks talked about poverty, I felt angry that people let it go on. I had the makings of a crusader: intellectual curiosity, discontent, and rebellion against the status quo. Black oppression movies were released when I was in my teens. Romantic, powerful movies. A direction and purpose were programmed into me and millions of others. I enrolled in the tutorial program at San Francisco State College because I wanted to help. Organizers of the program sent me to the ghetto to tutor 3 little black girls about 9 years old. Deborah and a set of twins whose parents I assumed had a sense of humor in naming them Marijuana and Tijuana. The twins lived in a flat in the part of San Francisco called the Fillmore, after one of the major streets. I went one day to get them and picked up a cacophony and a medley of images. The twins were among several children playing around 2 central features in the room: the mother and a big table covered with the remains of breakfast, dishes, boxes of cereal, ketchup, ashtrays, packets of cigarettes, and, since the mom was doing the kids' hair, an area of the table was cleared off for combs, rubber bands, ribbons, and rag strips. The mom gently shoved one little one from between her knees and replaced her with Marijuana, braided her hair, and then did Tijuana's. Some big guys were near the front door, probably older brothers and friends, digging in their pants pockets, producing money, dialing the phone, and getting things together to go somewhere. It was a warm atmosphere. Deborah, on the other hand, lived in a nearly empty apartment in the projects with only her mother. In the bleak living room were just a chair and a couch on which Deborah's mother sat bleary-eyed, telling me over and over how nice it was for me to take her daughter out. She was an alcoholic. The church where the kids were tutored was a big old wooden 1-story building that had lots of room for the kids to run around. The coordinator of the tutorial program, a black guy in his 20s, was brotherly to the kids, and the black women tutors were motherly. I felt awkward. It was hard for me to even understand what the kids were saying. We all went into a smaller room and let the kids read and helped them when they didn't know the words. The books had pictures of white children. One day, after a tutoring session, we were all standing around the big room and the children were playing. I said that we should get books that pictured black people instead of white people. I said that when a book has the word hair and a child only sees light, straight hair instead of black, kinky hair, it would be confusing for them. The black dude looked at me, his expression full of hatred. He said with deliberation, "The word is nappy, baby, nappy. Not kinky, and don't you forget it." I was embarrassed and confused. Later, the white people in the tutorial program were told that only blacks would be allowed to tutor the children, and it was only a matter of months before the Black Student Union rioted on campus. For a long time, I didn't understand why this black man had been so angry over my use of words. I had the right idea. I knew that those kids should be looking at images like themselves. It was the beginning of a period of overt black militancy in the country, and they, more than I, understood that I didn't belong amongst them. Nation of Islam, black Muslims presented as religious and racial separatists, and periodic publications sold by bow-tied members on city streets. Their leader, Elijah Muhammad, asked why black Christians would worship a God that allowed himself to be nailed to a cross. Allah, he said, would not sacrifice himself or his people. There were differences, Elijah Muhammad said, between white people and black people. White people even smelled different. He said that overthrow of white rule was in Muslim scripture, and he told of a time when the white devil would be wiped off the face of the earth. Black Panthers showed solidarity with their afros, their black berets and jackets, and their guns. Gathered for the stated purpose of defending black communities from police brutality, they were self-disciplined, and they had cause, supervising police while displaying legal firearms, openly according to California law. The city of Oakland's police force enlisted a congressman to change that law, and Panthers made a trip to Sacramento to argue that the proposed bill would render them defenseless. News people filming then-Governor Ronald Reagan in Capitol Park turned from him to record about 30 armed Black Panthers entering the state capitol building. Some, if not all, were arrested, but the boldness of their action attracted many more to their ranks. The public was divided on whether to view Panthers as freedom fighters or criminals. Left to the discretion of individual police, treatment ranged from a hands-off respect to a reinvigorated effort to assert the upper hand. In response to the latter, Panthers rallied big crowds, chanting, "Revolution has come! Off the pigs! Pick up the gun and put the pig on the ground." There were open clashes with police and alleged clandestine murders on both sides. To some people, the word pigs referred only to police. To others, moneyed establishment types. And still, to others, all white people. A babysitter for a family of black children told me that after she saw an automatic weapon in the case their father carried, he candidly told her that the time was coming when he would have to kill white people. "You would kill me?" she asked him. Nodding in the affirmative, he said, "Nothing personal." There were fundraisers for the Panthers all over Hollywood. Gypsy was ripe for revolution. Her parents had been active in the French resistance during World War II and had given her up for the cause. She was raised by other people in France and later in the U.S. She said that her foster mother had died of cancer and her foster father was blind. I never heard more about her past. In the present, she was playful, lusty, busty, and when she gained weight, mothering. Each of us had personal struggles and conflicts, but recurring were those between Sadie and Charlie, Snake and Charlie, and Gypsy and Charlie. With rare disregard of discretion, he once told me he'd seen some of the girls working all day in the kitchen, and Gypsy glide in at the last moment to deliver the meal. Things like that set him off. Sandy. Gypsy liked to be where the food was and where the guys were, so she'd often be carrying mugs of coffee and plates of food to the guys. She was an accomplished violinist, and she could sing well, but despite her musical ability and smooth talk and hustle, she seemed to me heavy and indolent. One time in a nomad phase between the ranch and Devil's Canyon, we were struggling to carry equipment from one campsite to another. Instead of carrying the conga drums, Gypsy rolled them downhill. When Charlie saw the drums, he threw her down and knocked her around like he said she had done the drums. Then he hacked up a lot of the recording equipment. I'd never seen him so angry. The incident caused us all to be careful with regard to any equipment, but it also furthered stories, some false, some true, about his treatment of women. Outlaw bike clubs, interestingly, had bylaws and elected officials. Danny was the treasurer of his club's chapter, and word came that some of the members didn't like him spending so much time at the ranch. I couldn't tell that this had any effect on Danny. He looked fairly content with his bike and his guns, and the frequent company of both Ruth and Sherry. The girls had chosen to spend time with Danny. Allegations had ordered girls to go to bed with men. Allegations that Charlie had ordered girls to go to bed with men came as a surprise to me. I never got an order. He did have a thing about respecting the relationships of the other guys. When Leslie was new to the ranch, he asked me if I would spend the night with Bobby so that he could be with Leslie. I didn't understand his reasons, and I declined. I said, "He's not you." Charlie sounded angry as he walked away. He said, "Maybe you're not me." If the other girls reluctantly acquiesced to other partners, or were happy to experience and give experience to other guys, I never questioned. I think now it may have been a point of contention. Hell's Angels and Flying Tigers are legendary, but just two of the rogue names fighting men gave their units during the World Wars. After the wars, some who missed the camaraderie of military brotherhood, and others who had yet to know it, formed their own rolling squadrons, unbound by civil moral laws, or anything but each other. That was a core value of the early bikers, and Charlie was a believer. He said, "War is not murder," and "what you do for a brother is not sin or a crime." Outlaw bikers demonstrated both traditional patriotism and insolent rebellion. Some members of the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels once barged into a crowd of anti-war marchers to stomp heads. Their president, a military veteran, offered the U.S. president their service as guerrilla fighters in Vietnam. Some of the same guys wore German helmets, swastikas, iron crosses, and death's heads because they were imbued with a warrior spirit, because they looked cool, and because they obviously made conventional U.S. citizens feel uncomfortable. Charlie was not the only one to think these rebels could be a force in protection of life. The Merry Pranksters, Grateful Dead, and Rolling Stones, among others, strategized them as allies. The U.S. government did not. Charlie took bikers on some wild dune buggy rides. He composed a song with them in mind and interacted as if he lived in them. But despite their outlaw leanings, many of them were traditional in their thinking. Our ideas were new and strange to them, and if they saw a revolution coming, they didn't envision hiding in the desert. They seemed to be more about illicit ways to make money. Cowboy Bill was like that. He liked the rock and roll of robbing with no pesky ideological attachments. Sandy. Motorcycle parts, tools, and greasy rags lay in unorganized disarray all over the Longhorn Saloon. In a corner sat Witch Brenda, sewing amongst her reams and scraps of velvet and satin. The rest of us sat in a circle near the long bar, passing around a joint. It was dark and quiet, except for the shuffling and snorting of horses in the barn. The heavy door of the saloon creaked open, and quickly 3 people slid in. Their eyes were large, and the sweat on their bodies dampened their leather vests. One dug a hand into a Levi pocket and tossed some clinking, clattering silver onto the dusty hardwood floor. From another pocket came a wad of bills. "Wow, how much did you get?" "Oh, just a couple $100. We had some trouble and had to split." Ella pulled a paper bag out of her purse, removed a Colt 45 from it, and began wiping it with one of the rags. "Whew," she said. "That was something else. Someone stashed this for me." Sadie took the gun from Ella. It was the first time that they had robbed. Ella said, "It was nothing. I was calm as a rock." She took off her cowboy boots and with a big sigh lay back against the bar. Lulu, Katie, Mary, and Cap were making a list of the things we needed, like bolt cutters, entrenching tools, binoculars, knives, water bags, canvas, down sleeping bags, and many hides of leather for our last and only set of clothing. The drawback about the money game is fear and violence. For love, for family or cause that's justified and honest and right, yes, but to give a life for money is total BS. I, myself, wouldn't sell 1 drop of blood, but the people in the money would buy and sell the lives of a whole people, a country. And a lot of people would give their own daughters for a goat, 2 mules, and a barrel of wheat. I liked to think of Charlie as all good. He said, "Come on, real. I'm kind to kindness. I'm love to love, and a fool to a fool." That's where I find my own glory in knowing I am just as good as bad, and I'm free to make up my own mind without worrying about the opinions of the past. We called him a reflection. He said, "Some people are raised to do right and don't know right from wrong because it's just programming. Right and wrong for who and what? On what level of honor, grace, or survival? You can't do much if you need everyone to think good of you. Most only think good of you after you die. Do you think a mama lion evil when she downs a deer to feed her baby? Good and evil is related to balance for survival." Frank Retz came one afternoon and took George and Pearl to dinner. George looked pleased and very important upon returning, and Pearl talked about the wonderful, rich food. She was full of kind things to say to George, too. The next day, George was quiet, but he was so thrilled with Frank's proposal, he couldn't be quiet about the doctors, lawyers, and other professionals who were invited in the club, who were invested in the club. They were of German stock, like himself. Frank had told them if he sold the ranch, he would naturally be an honorary member of the club without paying dues, and could live on the property and be taken care of for the rest of his life. I thought George naive to think he was to benefit from the sale of the ranch in any way but a minimal monetary way. He didn't see that Frank looked at him with contempt. Frank never came to visit socially. He behaved as though the property was already his, coming and going without even telling George he was there. Just beyond the back ranch house, George's property adjoined land belonging to a woman named Mary, who had for years allowed him use of it for horse trails. One day, George told me that Mary had already sold her land to Frank Retz. I said, "You wouldn't, would you? We love the ranch just the way it is." He said, "I haven't yet." Curly Bailey, all elbows and knees, got out of a car on the pass road, showing more teeth than the law allowed. He bebopped down the hill, straight into the saloon, put down his suitcase and started to dance. I thought he must be a police plant. How else would he know about the saloon? But Charlie and Clem befriended him right away. Barbara was one of those girls who came to ride a horse and then, after meeting one of the guys by the stables, came back for the attention. As far as I could gather, nobody really knew Barbara, but on the night she called to beg protection from her father, one of the guys remembered a thick-set, albeit shapely, 17-year-old and Coke bottle glasses. Since her character was unknown, it was suggested to Barbara that she call a friend or relative who might take her in. But she said there was no one. She had no transportation and nowhere to go. "Please, come and get me," she said, crying. "He's beating me up." I met Barbara as Ruth was shepherding her around the ranch, instructing her to move fast and lie low at the first sign of police, to understand the risk to the rest of us, and to know she was responsible for herself. What Ruth knew then about Barbara would prove true, but at the time we tacitly agreed to give her the benefit of the clueless. Barbara could not see to any degree of clarity without her glasses, and of course she broke them when she needed them most, so one of the girls had to look after her. We surely would have sent her home had she not hooked up with Karate Dave. Then we couldn't send her anywhere. People came and went all the time. I couldn't keep track of them all. A retired police officer came just to sit in a chair on the boardwalk. He was an alcoholic, his body racked and hacking like a crow. He seemed to be looking for a place to rest. The ranch was some comfort to him. Pearlie said he was dying of cancer. We called them cops. Sheriffs, the man, and Gypsy called them blue meanies, referencing characters in a Beatles movie, but I do not recall anyone on the ranch calling the police pigs before Linda Kasabian came to stay. Gypsy, who liked to tell people she lived with kings, brought Linda and her toddler daughter after finding her unhappy with her hippie husband. She was short and sturdy, fundamentally pretty, with sandy blonde hair, a hard mouth, and a snarling vernacular. I didn't know if, like Susan, her aim was to shock, or if she had been roughened by a hard life. Charlie's prosecutor would tout Linda, to his advantage, as a gentle little hippie girl, but he didn't know her when we did. She dished revolutionary rhetoric and personal vengeance toward the pigs, and was as disgusted or dismissive of her husband. Apparently unsuspecting the depth of her disaffection, he kept a stash of $5,000 that he and a partner had saved for a trip to South America in a place where she could get, and she did. No one was more primed or persistent in the effort to get wheels and supplies for our last run than Tex. This is what TJ told me. He was driving to town when Tex jumped into the car, asking if he could ride along. En route, Tex asked to be dropped off in Hollywood, and to be picked up later, which TJ did. On their way back to the ranch, Tex pulled nearly $3,000 from his pocket, saying that a guy had just given it to him. TJ was impressed. After they got home, Tex told other people about the money, as did TJ, and they went their separate ways. An hour or so later, the phone at the end of the boardwalk rang. Whoever answered it said it was a guy wanting to talk to Charlie. When Charlie got to the phone, the man on the other end was talking about killing a girl if Charlie didn't get back with money or the dope. From the boardwalk, TJ heard Charlie asking questions. Charlie tipped the phone so they could both hear a woman in the background yelling, "Tex! Ask for Tex!" Charlie said Tex wasn't there, but the caller continued to threaten. The man on the phone was Bernard Crow, and he had just given Tex money to buy 25 kilos of marijuana. The woman was Tex's Hollywood girlfriend who had vouched for him, but Crow had decided to keep her as collateral until Tex returned with the kilos. TJ said that Charlie believed the woman was in trouble. He indicated to Charlie that he knew where Crow lived, so Charlie told Crow there was no need to get excited and that he'd be right over. Before leaving the ranch, Charlie told TJ to grab a revolver from the bunkhouse. When they got to Crow's place, TJ asked if he would use the gun if he had to. TJ hesitated. So Charlie took the gun from him, spun the cylinder, and slid the barrel in the back of his own waistband. TJ said that Charlie was trusting chance, since the gun was not fully loaded. Inside the apartment were 2 or 3 men sitting on a couch, and a young woman tied up with a rope or cord. Then Crow came into view. He was a big black guy, and he was mad. He told Charlie that Tex had burned him for nearly $3,000. Charlie told Crow he had no dope and nothing approaching that much money, but he could pay him off a little at a time. But Crow refused to settle. He had other people to answer to, he said, and then he began talking about killing everyone on the ranch and burning it down. Charlie asked, "Does it take a life?" And Crow said yes. So Charlie took the gun from his waistband and offered it to Crow, saying, "I stand in my brother's place. If it takes a life, take mine, and leave my people alone." Crow looked at the gun, but refused to take it. So, according to TJ, Charlie pointed the gun at Crow and pulled the trigger. It clicked, but didn't fire. This happened 3 times, after which Crow and his partner started to laugh, and then boom! A bullet entered Crow's body, and he fell. TJ ran for the door, but he said that when another man got up, his military training kicked in. He caught the man by the throat, threatening to crush his larynx if he moved. In the midst of his drama, he heard Charlie admiring someone's shirt. Through astonishment and laughter, TJ said that a man wearing a leather shirt stripped it off and handed it to Charlie, and that Charlie had put the gun down to put on the shirt. While holding one man by the throat, keeping an eye on the others, and on the gun, TJ heard muffled laughter and a comical call for help. He could hardly believe it. Charlie was stuck inside the shirt, his arms straight up in the air. Nobody moved. Finally, TJ gave up his guard, pulled down the shirt over Charlie's head. Charlie thanked the man, and they left without further incident. The following day, a woman called the ranch to say that Crow's body had been dumped in the park. That afternoon, one of us heard on a car radio that the Black Panthers Minister of Defense had been found dead on a lawn near UCLA. Word spread quickly around the ranch. There were 3 witnesses to the killing. The police might arrive to arrest Charlie and TJ, but the police did not come. So we figured the witnesses to be outlaws who took care of their own business. For a few days, maybe a week, we were hyper alert. And then something extraordinary happened. The ranch was visited by its first black customers since we began living there. Not 2 or 4 or 8 men and women, but 40 of them. The entire yard filled with cars. They asked to rent horses. Pearl almost didn't have enough horses to give them. Clem sprinted into the hills to watch them during their ride. At the end of the day, although he reported no unusual behavior, precautions were in order. For a week or 2, the little sleeping we did at night was on the roof of the Rock City Cafe, covered by the big sign and an armed watchman. Charlie told me that if retaliation came while I was in George's house, to disregard George and protect myself. Don't think about being a hero, he told me. I never learned more about the 40 people who came to ride horses, and little about Bernard Crow, except that his body was not dumped in a park. He had survived the bullet that went into his body, and kept it because a surgeon said it was too risky to remove it. The ranch was quiet. We settled into a new norm. I didn't see much of Snake or Katie, Leslie, Mary, or Sadie. We were all doing different things. No one was more surprised than me when Snake remarked that she had been in Randy Starr's trailer, and he had been in hers. In that faraway voice, with the slightest irony, she said, "He didn't even take down his pants." Everyone who lived on the ranch owns a piece of this story, and each has different recollections about any event. But I think all would agree that we were living not only on the edge of society, but something that was about to jump off. While maintaining a facade of normalcy, some of the girls became bulimic and anorexic. Some people took drugs not normally used by any of us, and a lot of people were overeating donuts. Mary, Ella, and Tex took acid before a trip to the city for supplies. At evening, when they returned, the girls looked haggard. Everything was fine, they said, until they were about to come home, and Tex began literally picking up children, saying he had to get them to the desert before sundown. The girls had to disengage him from a child and get him into the car. They were exhausted. A few months earlier, Tex had gone out after drinking a tea brewed from the roots of belladonna or Jimson weed. The medicinal plant was suggested to one of us as a route to psychedelic effects, but unlike LSD, it produced no clarity. I don't know how far Texas drove before he had to pull over. How could he drive? He said, "Little green men were all over the dashboard." A bright, handsome former athlete, Tex didn't have a police record. But the goofy booking photo from that arrest would later be the most widely disseminated public image of him. One day, Frank Retz went to the back farmhouse and said we were trespassing. The back ranch house and the land under it belonged to George, and we were in the right. Frank's contempt exploded. People like you should have no rights. When he got to his car, he turned to look at Charlie and called, "I have more machine guns than you, Charlie. I will raise this place and all of you will be gone." It was late at the ranch when 4 sheriff's cars jammed into the yard, flashing. Most of the girls and kids were at the back farmhouse. Somebody stepped in the cafe and called them on the field phone. I was asleep in the stuffed chair in George's house. When I sensed the light and commotion, I leapt up to warn Sherry. Danny could have been jailed if caught sleeping with her. Sherry had already gone for the woods. Ruth and I sat on the porch and shivered, watching the sheriffs roust out all the men at gunpoint. Tension was high. Every ranch vehicle was being sequentially lit up and examined. A flashing squad car came bumping up Lover's Lane from the farmhouse to rejoin others in the yard. "We found the field phone," a hefty deputy growled. "No," he continued, "nobody there." The cops in the yard were questioning Bruce, Danny, Tex, Charlie, and Bobby. They were looking for stolen cars. Danny looked groggy-eyed, but smirking as the conversation turned funny. Finally, everything checked out to their satisfaction. They had no intention of pursuing the rest of us in the hills, but they did flood the woods with lights, providing a hair-raising, perfectly frozen moment for half a dozen teenagers. They left and we all. Next morning in George's kitchen, before going out the door with a pan of hot cinnamon rolls, one of the girls told me that Gary Hinman was floating in the cosmos. The news about Gary shot through my brain both quickly and slowly, lodging on the edge of my spine. I chose not to ask questions. People said later that Gary had sold some bad psychedelics and then failed to reimburse the buyers. Bobby Beausoleil, on the road to see one of his girlfriends, was arrested for Gary's murder. He wrote to us from county jail. I don't recall what the letter said, but he wasn't whining or crying for help. For the first time in months, I thought about Bobby. He had goodwill. He was honest and generous. I never knew him to lie, bogart, hide, or hoard anything for himself. And no matter what was happening to him or anywhere in the world, the ranch needed routine and order. It's what I needed. It would be years before I heard Bobby explain that he had bought the drugs from Gary for some bikers, and they wanted their money back. Bobby was just the middleman, but the bikers had a reputation for retaliation, creating the potential for war. Gary either didn't have the money or wouldn't give it. In the aftermath of Gary's death, the bikers became edgy. Ella left. A valley girl named Sue started coming. She was a horseback riding customer who stayed to hang out and then wanted to live with us. At first, she told Charlie, she wanted to get her high school diploma. Charlie told her to go for it. After she graduated, she was back to stay. At the ranch, she was Country Sue. She said she was drawn to our music and loved to sing with Brenda and harmonize with Gypsy. She and Cappy got close, but the person Sue said she connected with right away, and who became her friend and best buddy for adventures, was Sadie. Sandy. Sadie was the only person I didn't like. She was an arrogant, bossy, and condescending towards many of us, as she was man-hungry and didn't seem clean. Always quirky, Sadie elicited mixed feelings. Brassy, she was provocative and competitive. One guy noted that Sadie and Gypsy competed over who was most feared and who had the biggest breasts. On introduction, Sadie could be seductive, only to challenge and blast her captive audience with proclamations. To me, she seemed caught in a sad circle, so hungry for attention she drove it away. Charlie. True, I let Susan do anything she wanted to do, so she could find herself as each and all were free to do. How about the time she stole $300 or $400 worth of hashish, gave me $100 worth, and left right before a bunch of tough guys came in and asked if I knew Susan, and told me she ripped them off. Did she want to see if I would lie to save myself, or snitch and tell where she was? They said, "You know her," and I lit the hash pipe and said, "Name sounds familiar, but there are a lot of women around this ranch." One guy said, "That looks like our hash." He looked me in the eye and said, "Is this our hash?" I said, "It is if you want to sit down and smoke some. You could tell me more about it, who it was that tricked you out of your stash." We smoked and had a $300 laugh. Charles Manson, circa 1981, California State Prison. George didn't go to church, but he generally respected the clergy. A big preacher in a black Cadillac kept coming around to see old buddy George as an excuse to eyeball all these little round rumps, muttering asides as if George were as deaf as he was blind. The man weighed over 300 pounds and was an eligible bachelor, he made sure to tell, a strutting cock and cornball to boot, sticking sex jokes meant for us into conversations about horses. Well, I could take the hint, he finally said, after the girls fixing food in the kitchen started doing knife tricks. These girls just don't like me. George would have said he didn't either, but he kept his mouth shut. A retired police officer came often just to sit in a chair on the boardwalk. He was an alcoholic, his body racked and hacking like a crow. He seemed to be looking for a place to rest, and the ranch was some comfort to him. Pearl said he was dying of cancer. One day, Pearl asked me to go with her on an errand. On her way through the valley, she said she had to make a quick stop at her house, and after hastily pouring each of us a glass of lemonade in her kitchen, she grabbed bowls, saying she had to feed some of her animals. I looked out the kitchen window into a big backyard crowded with rows and rows of slapdash wood and wire cages, 30 or more of them of different sizes, many on stilts. When Pearl returned, I asked about the animals. She said they were not only cats and dogs, but birds and other wildlife. I asked to see them, but she said we were in a hurry. As we drove away, it got through my head that the animals Pearl acquired for her collection never got out of those cages. The next time Pearl's friend Shorty showed up, he was alone and living out of his car between bent cardboard grocery boxes of plasticware he had bought to sell for profit. He opened the trunk to show Pearl a heavy load of chalk-white plaster lawn statues he'd bought for the same purpose. In the house, Pearl told George that Shorty was waiting for an insurance settlement for a back injury, but the money hadn't come in yet. She didn't say what happened to Shorty's marriage, at least not in front of me. She said he needed a job, and she could find plenty for him to do. George didn't say anything. I don't think Shorty slept at the ranch, but during the days he was handy for Pearl. Whenever not doing something she asked him to do, he hung around the office or in one of the chairs on the boardwalk. He was talkative and seemed friendly, but I didn't trust him, largely because I didn't trust Pearl. The timid, tabby-colored girl on the boardwalk was Kitty, one of Bobby's girlfriends. At least 4 women were then pregnant with Bobby's children: Kitty, Gail, Sandy, and Linda Kasabian, and he was in jail for murder. At the back ranch house, people were taking a lot of acid. Tex said later that he, Susan, and maybe a few others were secretly taking speed. While walking down the boardwalk, I saw Katie and some of the other girls near the Rock City Cafe. They seemed to be in deep conversation. Maybe that's where they were. They discussed ideas for getting Bobby out, or maybe not. They didn't acknowledge me, and I was not moved to question or include myself in their discussions. From transcripts, Katie/Fitzgerald, Volume 78. Katie: that was my brother. We wanted to get him back. The system arrested him. A system that we were trying to get away from. It was like the system was eating him up, and the only thing we could think of was to, in some ways, affect the system, to get back at the system. We put a lot of thoughts around. Leslie/Keith, Volume 81. Leslie: we took an acid trip, and we discussed it in many different ways. Q: did you ever reach any conclusion as to what you could do to best serve Bobby Beausoleil's interests? A: no, not a conclusion. We just kept all the thoughts in our minds. Q: and one of the thoughts was, as you put it, a copycat killing? A: yeah, they do that on TV and stuff. Q: but nothing ever gelled in any of your minds about that kind of operation, I take it? A: well, just say it this way. The thought was in our mind, but we did not ponder upon it or plan anything. Charlie seemed frustrated or depressed. Walking down the farmhouse road, he said to me, "It seems I have to hide from people to keep from breaking their law. I keep thinking I want to stay out of prison. I didn't want responsibility. That's why I've always told you. You do for yourself. It's your world. The only thing I want, if I can have a want, is to be left alone to walk on it." I thought he was planning to leave us. He said, "You have to be with yourselves. I'm just an animal raised up in a cage. I'm mean, and I'm a killer when the need comes up. That's not what I want. I see God in a drop of water, but others want him to come out of the sky with lightning bolts in hand. They want fear. Fear locks the mind. To unlock it, you need a bigger fear, but without love, you got dogs eating dogs." There were pauses, and I didn't know what to say. If a guy feels guilty and sees that I know the truth about him and tries to get me to kill him, what do I do? If I don't want to go back to prison, I hide. Why doesn't he kill himself? He can't bring himself to do that, so he tries to get some fool to do it for him. I could straighten all that out quick if I had the control, but I don't want the control. Yet I got to live under anyone who has it. "I'm nothing," he said angrily, "and I like being nothing. But that can't be explained in a mad world of people trying to be something." When we got back to the farmhouse, he went inside to sleep. Charlie left alone in the bread truck and traveled a few hundred miles north along the coast highway, then back, making a pit stop at the ranch before heading south with his passenger, another pregnant 17-year-old. Right away, I saw the change in him. He was weightless. I hadn't seen him that light since our old traveling days. He was taking the girl to her parents' home near San Diego. I don't know how long he was gone, but when he came back, she was still with him. Stephanie was a good girl who walked into a mad dash. Her boyfriend had abandoned her pregnant and Big Sur when Charlie was out on his own. He told me he'd considered leaving with her and not looking back. He couldn't do it, but still, he said, everybody needed to fend for themselves. Sandy. It was muggy hot to where I didn't feel like doing much more than lying on my back with my 8-month pregnant belly to the sun. All the activity had moved from the back ranch house up front, but I stayed in back where there wasn't so many pesky flies. August 8th, it was just too hot to even lie down, and I was restless. So I found a fresh dress and walked up Lover's Lane with nothing much in mind except taking a cold shower. When I came out of the shower shack, the milk truck was in the yard, and so was Mary. As I was just wandering around looking very pregnant, she asked if I'd like to go with her to the city to get some tools. It had been months since I'd been to a city, let alone in a store, so I was game. While I meandered around Sears looking at nuts and bolts, Mary was lifting a few small items and collecting others, which she presented to the cashier, along with a credit card. Then we headed home in the milk truck. While breezing through San Fernando, the police pulled us over. Mary quickly ditched the credit card. "It's stolen," she whispered. They jacked us up along the side of the road, rummaged through the truck, and took us off to the police station. I was charged with burglary and forgery. Forgery because there was a letter in the truck that their experts swore was incriminating and in my handwriting. To this day, I don't know what the letter pertained to, who wrote it, or its significance. But I learned right then that those experts don't know what they're talking about, or do, and it's all in how they want to look at it. That night, Mary and I were transported from the Valley substation to Sybil Brand Institute, the main Los Angeles County jail for women, and put into different cell blocks. The next day was uneventful, but that evening when the inmates went to the front of the cell block to see if they had mail, I heard a minor commotion and saw a woman holding her newspaper while others leaned over her shoulder, exclaiming words like, "How horrible," and "I can't believe it." Curious, I walked over and saw bold headlines announcing that a movie actress and 4 others had been killed. I asked someone who, and although they said her name, I had never heard it before. It bothered me that the death of people connected with movies could command so much emotion. I stepped back, looking at the gaggle of emoting women, and said, "Every day the news reports deaths of troops killed in Vietnam and their grieving families. And you're practically hysterical over the death of an actress you don't even know?" I doubt any of them heard me. As I returned to my cell, they were turning pages, seeking the gory details. The next day, Mary and I were brought out of our cell blocks and put in a holding tank to await transportation to the San Fernando courthouse. I told her about the newspaper story. I had a strange feeling, and then out of my mouth came the words, "Do you think we did it?" Matrons called us to board the transport bus, and she didn't say anything. After a long wait at the courthouse and a short hearing, Mary was kept in custody, but charges against me were dropped due to insufficient evidence, and I was released. I hitchhiked part way, got an ice cream cone, then a good ride all the way. I don't know why that's funny to me. And then a good ride all the way to the ranch. Several visitors were out in the yard talking to Charlie, and Leslie was polishing a motorcycle. I walked over to her real quick and asked if anything unusual had gone on in the past few nights. "Everything's been pert near regular." There was some ongoing problem with members of Danny's bike club. At the time, I didn't know about the drug deal. The thought I caught was that Danny appeared to have joined Charlie, rather than Charlie seeking to join them. When Danny was late or absent from his club meetings, it threatened their order. If Danny could disregard club rules, everyone could, and they reacted by threatening him with sanctions, and eventually threatening us. Gypsy. Danny's brothers were talking rape, kill and burn if he wasn't with them in the city by sundown. The bikers left, but one came back sober and apologized. He said they were just trying to keep their club together. In the saloon, I lay melting into the arms and oneness of myself. Charlie stirred and tucked me to him, saying half-consciously, "We're being raided in the morning." And he instantly fell asleep. I woke to the voice of Weish at the foot of the bed. "Someone needs a bed," she told me. "You know, the biker who came to visit, he's been up all night." Charlie was up and sitting at the edge of the bed as I sleepily reached for his shirt. He grinned and asked how long the sun had been up. Sherry appeared. "Just peeked over the mountain," she said. We got our clothes on. Sherry opened the door and ran back, whispering loudly, "Police! All over the place!" With that, she and Weish ran out the back door, leapt off the porch, and disappeared into the woods. Harsh sounds crashed through the silence, out of place in time. Within seconds, Charlie was gone. I slipped out the back, walking toward George's house, a shiver running through me. The air was muggy and permeated with a nauseous smell. Paranoia. It brought me to a tiny peasant town in wartime. I heard breaking glass, and then I saw helmets and men with weapons, hundreds of them swarming, shoving boots into doors, smashing guitars into our record player, dragging sleepy-eyed bodies out of beds. I was spotted by a young cop who ran at me with an M16, and in a shaking voice told me to put my hands behind my head and not to move, because he'd have to shoot me if he did. If I did. We stood eye to eye, both shaking. He motioned me with his gun to the front of the ranch. A helicopter chopped the air above us, passing so low that I could see the pilot clearly. Then another helicopter, both sweeping the early dawn woods with beams of light. At the front of the ranch, my eyes widened to the sight of about 100 radio vehicles. There were enough paddy wagons to hold 10 times our number. The TV people were there, a Red Cross truck, even a catering truck. They were ready to see blood, drink coffee, and make a TV spectacular. It was the Special Enforcement Bureau and the riot squad with knee boots, snakebite kits, and other equipment hanging from their belts. Squeaky was pulled from the house, hollering, "What about George? Who's going to give him breakfast?" And from the hills came Ruth and Sherry, rudely shoved by 4 armed men who huffed and puffed in their heavy hip boots. Those girls must have given him quite a chase. I joined the others in the dragnet, a cluster almost entirely of girls seated on the ground in front of the saloon, some holding babies, shivering in the morning chill. Armed men in green uniforms stood around us. Then word rippled through the troops, one to another. "Manson. We got Manson. We got Charlie." "What's all this for?" I demanded. "GTA," said the gunman over me. "So what did we steal?" "You know damn well," he said, glancing across the yard. There were our super custom dune buggies rolling out behind tow trucks. I said, "Those dune buggies aren't stolen. We bought those." I was explaining all the stocks and bonds, saving accounts and inheritances. Not to mention all the work that went into those buggies when he gave me a jab with his rifle, saying, "Keep your mouth shut." By this time, 4 of the men were forcing Charlie to walk with his hands cuffed behind his back and held so high that he had to bend over. Instead of bringing him to the front, they took him around back of the saloon, where they kicked and kneed him, breaking 3 of his ribs. When they returned his bent body, they pushed him face down on the ground before us girls, putting a foot on his back. The gesture was not lost on us. Danny, too, was brought to the front with one purple eye swelling shut. Only George, Pearl, and Randy were not present in the yard. The rest of the cowboys and any hapless visitors stood handcuffed with us, as the violent screeching, cracking, and smashing continued. Rooms were torn apart and searched over and over by different crews. Open doors were kicked in, and boards ripped from walls. George's old Wurlitzer jukebox in the saloon was bludgeoned and shattered, along with sections of the antique mirrors behind the bar. It was apparent that these men had been given permission not only to search, but destroy. Sacks of cornmeal and flour were slashed, their contents spread from one end of the kitchen to the other. In the shack, baby oil was squirted all over the walls and on the baby clothes. It was a free-for-all. Larry couldn't understand why they stomped in his hamster cage with the hamsters in it. As we loaded into paddy wagons, Tommy and Wolf tried to get in with us. Squeaky complained that George needed his breakfast, And Sherry asked, "What about the horses? Who's going to feed the horses?" One of the superiors told us that all would be taken care of. As it was turned out, George was kept hungry for hours while men checked out all his medicines and confiscated a giant hypodermic needle and serum used for horses. The horses themselves were entirely neglected. A welding machine was taken, some of Danny's guns, and 2 dune buggies that we bought from a retired police officer who lived and worked out of an auto shop in the valley. It was for those we were all charged with grand theft auto. "How are you going to explain this machine gun?" a sergeant asked. "Well, I was in the woods one day," Brenda said reasonably, "and I came across this violin case, and I thought it was gypsies. So I opened it up, and there it was, right out of the 20s. I brought it home, and we put it in George's house in the prop room. He could use it in the movies. What's against the law about that?" After hours of waiting in the Malibu Sheriff's Station, we were transported in buses to the jail downtown. A sense of calm and well-being washed over me in the bus because we were all together. I gazed out the window, took a swim in the ocean and run through the trees, and Leslie took my hand. Inside the big women's jail, after being searched, fingerprinted, stripped, showered, and sprayed with insecticide, it was evening. We were escorted in a double line to a large day room and given mattresses and blankets. We stretched out our bedding around an imaginary fire, made ourselves comfortable, and sang. The night nurse with the cart of pills stopped by to sarcastically ask if we'd all had our milk, and later our response to the piped radio music brought a matron to tell us, "There will be no dancing. Dancing is not allowed." The Los Angeles newspapers reported that a VW theft ring and chop shop operated by a motorcycle gang had been busted up at Spawn's Ranch. They said drugs and drug paraphernalia were confiscated. But 4 days later, aside from a biker or 2 kept from outstanding warrants, the detainees were released. When queried about the expensive and time-consuming raid, the seizure of people and property, officials stated that charges had to be tossed out because one of their own had typed an incorrect date on the search warrant. We believed it had more to do with the ex-cop who sold us a dune buggy he had never legally owned. It was not returned. Worse, the kids were now in state custody. Most would be sent to live with relatives, but Zizo was placed in a foster home. At the time, even that seemed like a minor glitch. George welcomed us back. We assessed the demolition, cleaned up, and ranch life resumed. The raid had exhausted the unspoken apprehension in us. I didn't ask how Charlie knew it was coming, but a couple of years later he said something to the effect that he had orchestrated it. Preparations for the desert were in overdrive. I don't know where we got the next 3 VWs, but they were being transformed into better dune buggies than 2 we'd lost. Yeah. We bought whole elk and deer hides downtown. Some of the women soaked them in pans of water and olive oil, stretched, and tacked them on boards to dry in the sun. They bore holes in their fingers and days and nights, sewing leather pants and shirts with sinew like thread. The same tough, painful work went into making the canvas coverings for the dune buggies, and an unwitting mother or 2 contributed a fox stole, an ocelot coat, and a mink to the covering detail. Brenda. I took the furs apart and nailed them all over the dune buggies for camouflage, and rubbed some dust in them so they wouldn't shine. I spray painted all the metal that showed on the buggies with greens, browns, and golds. Months of work went into those dune buggies, nights and days of sanding, painting, welding, and fitting. Bruce took care of the engines and new frames. Bruce is a welder and spent night upon night welding custom designs, all perfect. We stretched hides from one end of the frames to the other. The seats and floors were covered with canvas, furs, and soft cushions. We made cases for machetes on one side and hung saddlebags on both sides to hold tools, flashlights, food, and rope. We built cushioned platforms that unfolded into beds. One gear shift on Charlie's buggy was a skull's head. Fully equipped, the buggies carried an extra tank of gas, full or partial skid plates, a front winch, a set of VW tools, a heavy-duty rope, 2 water bags or canteens, binoculars, maps, gun and slash or sword sheaths, and anything else anyone wanted to carry with them. Essential for the trip we were taking were good knives. Each of us got a new buck knife of our choosing. I had a nice folding buck. The knives assisted us in work with rope, leather, wires, wood, food, and for sport. Some of the guys got good at hitting targets on the haystack. Sandy. Ruth was proud of how proficient she was at sharpening her knife. She had gotten the knack before any of us and loved to teach it. I can see her in her jeans and skimpy top, squatting on the ground over a line of variously sized knives, whetstones, honing oil, and a tin of soft yellowish cloths. She'd oil a whetstone and, dexterously angling the blade, pull each side across the stone. She'd wipe the blade clean with the cloth, and then, with a big smile, demonstrate its sharpness by removing tiny down-like hairs from her forearm. Lynn could absorb and respond to expressions of complex emotions, lending a sympathetic ear if and when she had time. But she didn't have or make much time. She had a big pile of sewing in George's house, projects that I don't recall her ever completing. Mostly she worked on Charlie's vest. Brenda's movements in whatever she did were quick and sure. If she decided to make a shirt for one of the guys, she'd find fabric, cut it, and sometimes within a few hours, she'd have a whole new shirt, and later embroider it. She looked out for all the guys and was sensitive to their feelings for wanting a little of the attention that Charlie was getting, and she treated them all with equal care and consideration. She was also aware and giving to the girls. We all admired Brenda, and without jealousy as far as I knew. She was blunt in her speech, simple and straightforward, which could be off-putting. Complicated thoughts and feelings, fraught with doubt and confusion, might be met with a clear-eyed look, a shrug, and a word like, "So?" Or she might just say, "It's all perfect." Brenda was quite simply a magic witch, too busy doing to take time for introspection. She loved taking care of babies and wanted to have children herself. One time I was on acid in the hills. As I looked down in the fading light, I saw the entire ranch enveloped in what I can only call love. It was an exquisitely fine and soft, nearly translucent blanket covered with tiny roses. There was a wholeness and security there, like what a mother would use to cover a new baby. I had a small backpack with clothes in it. I pulled out a pair of blue jeans and could tell by the almost baby softness of them that Brenda had worn them. I could feel Brenda's love in those jeans even before I saw them, and I could see Lynn's love blanketing the whole ranch. Brenda. I had some bolt cutters I used to cut locks off gates. I really got a big charge out of it too, 'cause I used to get locked in rooms when I was little. It took me a few times to get the hang of this bolt cutting. You have to put all your weight on the cutters at once, and the lock breaks in half. At night we'd go out, 4 and 5 dune buggies at a time. The guys drove, 5 or 6 girls in, on and hanging off of each buggy. One at a time, the buggies would creep out of the ranch with no lights, and then tear up Santa Susana Pass, up under the freeway, and onto the dirt roads above Devil's Canyon. When all were there, we'd take off down curving roads in a line by the light of the stars, where the moon might be out, casting our shadows over the hills. Another world. Going downhill, we turned the engines off, drifting silently to the night symphony of crickets by the creeks and coyotes singing on the mountains. When we came to the locked gates, I'd hop out and cut the locks. Brenda also cut most of our locks, originating a style by leaving one long braid wherever on our heads we chose. She laid out the rest to sew with leather into a mantle Charlie could wear around his shoulders or fly from the back of his dune buggy. George had a new idea. He was going to pump out and fence off about 2,000 acres of ocean. A chain-link fence, he said, to keep the rest of the ocean out. And there we'd have our new ranch, complete with seaweed for the horses and sunken ships for houses and barns. He said other people were so dumb they'd never thought of that before. I asked how a chain fence was supposed to hold back the whole ocean, and he snapped, "Oh, don't be so technical." Late that summer, someone gave Randy Starr something to smoke besides camels. It blew his cap. Randy always wore his hat around his eyebrows. He strolled into George's house laughing, his hat tipped way back, sat down, shook his head, and laughed again. I said, "Randy, you loaded." He said, "That goddamn Charlie blew my whole image." Tex was a live wire, munching mushrooms, acid, and things I didn't know about. Some of the girls referred to him as the Mad Hatter. They were crazy about him. One night I listened as he tuned into a truck driver sitting high on the spring seat of a heavy hauler on the new freeway that we could see from the farmhouse. Brandishing an imaginary CB radio and a smooth, fast drawl, he says something like, "Breaker, what? Oh, Breaker 1, this is Ringtail on the 44. Is anyone looping the ribbon? This is Okefenobi Bob, smoking a locomotive. Can I get a necka?" And he went on like that in a string of lingo that left me laughing and amazed. I never knew before that Tex was crazy, or that smart, or so clear a channel. But for just a moment, I thought he was talking on a real CB, instead of merely responding to the sounds of a semi passing in a small, dark distance. So much energy there was around the ranch in those days. Everywhere, clothes and vehicles were being camouflaged. Dusty brown bodies zinging with energy. Leslie danced almost in a frenzy one night, all night long until she collapsed, sweating upon the floor. Katie was radiant. I'd never seen her so bright. One golden dusk, several of us sat on the steps of the veranda having coffee. The horses in the corral lazily munched their hay, and the ducks pecked bread we had scattered round the house. Katie was laughing, her eyes shining. She was talking about how to scare the life out of people who have enough guilt that they could have the life scared out of them. It was some of the people at the Fountain of the World she had in mind. They spoke of peace and brotherhood, but as she had lived with them, she saw the backbiting, jealousies, and money-grubbing. She acted out her fantasies. How about a long flowing white robe with sleeves like wings, a robe to be worn atop the biggest rock behind the buildings, a figure at dusk, arms outstretched, wailing unearthly sounds. Katie laughed, pulling her long hair down over her shoulders on each side. Or how about John and the trap door in his bedroom? That door leads down to a tunnel running under the buildings, down under the dining hall, the kitchen, the dormitories, the gardens, and finally to a secret cave and back. No one knows where that trap door is. I do. This apparition in white can make its appearance at any time during the night, and after the guilty, frightened people are gone, the children could come. That's what the place is for. Hills and caves and animals and beautiful kids. And directly over those hills is the desert. Where the eagle flies, we will lie under the sun. Where the eagle flies, we will die to be one. C. Manson, Song, 1969. 2 weeks after the ranch raid, Frank Retz called police to arrest Charlie for trespassing. They found him asleep in the farmhouse, a marijuana roach and one of the girls nearby. I think it was Gypsy because she went to the station and claimed the roach. She was not charged, and Charlie was released. Frank said he thought the police raid had taken care of the job he wanted done, but now he would have to do it himself. He openly announced that he would hire and arm a man to watch over the property. Pearl suggested Shorty Shea, and he made no secret of his intention to take the job. Sandy. Almost a month after the police raid, all the underage girls had left the ranch and gone to the Mojave Desert. Brenda was driving the big flatbed truck back and forth with people and supplies. Lulu, Katie, Little Patty, Gypsy, and some of the guys were driving dune buggies to and from Death Valley. Sadie was tripping between the ranch and Hollywood. Lynn was caring for George, and Mary and Bobby were still in jail. All I knew was that I was going to have a baby. I had chosen the little red shack, cleaned and re-cleaned it, and had all the supplies for delivery in place. The day I felt the baby moving down, I filled all the ranch pots and pans with hot water. One by one, I carried them to the shower and took a long, thorough bath, pouring cups of water over my body. One last sweep of the shack, and then I made the round of the ranch to let everyone know I was ready. By evening, I was in fairly hard labor and had thrown up all the peach and licorice ice cream the girls had gotten at my request. Ugh. By nightfall, it was Brenda, Katie, Leslie, and Sadie, who surrounded me on the mattress, waiting for the baby to show. I moaned and yelled in increasingly hard labor, while the girls in their all-night vigil massaged my neck and shoulders, while others wiped my face with cool, damp cloths. It was hot in there, and it seemed all the chickens and cats were on the roof trying to get in. Wolf and Mutsy, and especially Tommy, had to be blocked at the door. Charlie was in the desert and must have sensed that I was in labor. He called the ranch and Lynn told him that I was. The next evening, semi-delirious and in the middle of a yell, I felt his firm, cool hands on my face and heard his rich voice telling me to relax. He took one of my fingers, bent it back slightly, and said, "Look at all the faces around you, and turn up all the love you have for these girls." I looked at Katie, face soft in the candlelight, eyes huge with love and expectation, as if the baby were coming from her own body. Sadie had gone, and it was Cappy's face I saw next. She had been massaging my legs and feet for hours. Charlie bent my finger back more and said, "Now, turn on all your love, and there will be no pain." I looked at Brenda, serene and watching. Ever patient love, it was Brenda I counted on to do the actual delivery, tying the cord, cutting it, cleaning the baby's nose, eyes, and mouth with her delicate, sensitive hands. She hadn't slept for several days. Ugh, you can hear the slobber. She hadn't slept for several days and was visibly tired, but she wouldn't let me down. The bending finger didn't hurt, and in the contractions, not as much. Charlie then left, taking Cappy with him. I felt confident. I didn't want to go to a hospital or take pharmaceuticals, but the next evening I accepted the pill a biker had dropped off for me, and it did nothing to ease the pain. Charlie called from Ballarat to ask if the baby had come. Lynn told him no, and he said, "That's what I thought. I think you need to get her to a hospital." This time, I was ready to go. The ambulance arrived with the fire department and the police. Someone was using an axe to get a stretcher through the doorway, and I was carried away, sirens blaring. The fire and police crews departed, and the ambulance crew took me to a small, quiet hospital. It was so small, it didn't have a baby ward or an obstetrician on call. The front rooms had been completely torn apart in the process of a major remodeling. Ambulance attendants left me lying literally on a wooden plank stretched between two sawhorses. When I finally saw a person walking by, I managed to speak and said I needed to be on a bed, but she said she couldn't help me and left. I heard Lynn in another room emphasizing that I'd already been in labor for 2 days. A woman was on the phone with police who said there was some kind of red tape they had to go through before they'd be allowed to transfer me to a hospital with an obstetrics ward. And I was out of it. It was early the next morning before I was finally taken to the right hospital, hollering like a banshee. The nurses told me to be quiet and to quit pushing. The doctor came in, asking who was going to pay for his services, and he left. After one big contraction, a form was put in front of me, a pen placed in my hand, and I signed. Then to the delivery room I went. A cut was made. The doctor put a hand inside me and turned the baby around. I pushed like I'd been pushing for the last 2 days, and this time a baby popped out and was dangled upside down in front of me. Happily I acknowledged, "A boy," and fell asleep. When I awoke, the nurses wanted a name for him. The name I chose was the very one George Spawn was suggesting to Lynn at about the same time, and we had never discussed it. Sadie arrived to take me home, dressed all in black. She warned that the police had been nosing about the ranch. She had been trying without success to find me a house, so the girls had converted Randy Starr's abandoned trailer into a nursery. The fridge and heater worked, so the health department wouldn't object. But everyone felt that Cho and I should stay indoors, away from the eyes of snoopy cops. Headed for refreshment from a hot desert day, a day spent close to the ground, motionless as lizards, motionless as the air that let the sun's heat turn the earth's crumbling rock to blazing dust, the same dust we had all become. Two dune buggies of nude night bodies flew over the hills, along the ridges, and down the banks into the beds of forgotten rivers. This night had no moon, but freedom was arise. The dune buggy engines hummed into the vast darkness. We neared the opening to a canyon that gave birth to a hot spring. Our heavenly hot springs popped into view, but something of huge and grotesque proportions loomed out of the darkness beside it. A ruthless monster had invaded our unblemished desert home, a thing that had leveled a nearby hill and had stopped just short of shoving it into the pool of streaming water. A U.S. government monster. Weish's loud exclamations rebounded off the mountain walls. Then sparks lit within our eyes. We all laughed and charged to the dune buggies, lugging out gasoline and all the matches we had stashed. What a beautiful picture it would make, exploding in huge tongues of flame to return to the earth it was trying to destroy. We doused the tires and the seats with gasoline. Lit matches found their places. Poof, poof, poof. The flames were titanic. The whole machine was on fire until the gas evaporated. Just how much of a Michigan loader burns? More gasoline, everything saturated once more. More matches. And finally the seat caught ablaze. We slid into our pool beside the fire, and after a long bath, dawn came creeping. Goose pimply and wet, we stood in the chill air, viewing the remains of the monster. There it stood unscathed, only a few patches of blistered paint and a gorged seat on melted rubber feet. We left our mark and sped off, laughing into the morning. I think I was the last to know about the murders. It was mid-September. Candles were lit in the trailer where I stayed with my newborn son. Katie and Sadie slipped through the door, talking quietly so as not to disturb the nursing infant. The police had taken Bear when he was just 5 days old, so the girls were on constant lookout so they could alert me to head down to the creek. Sadie's attention wandered from the baby, and in a low voice she remarked to Katie, "Every time I go down to Hollywood, someone always mentions the name Tate." I flashed. That sounds like a rich boy's name. Who does Sadie know named Tate? Then I caught Katie giving Sadie a knitted brow shut up look, right? And I said, "Are you guys all right? What is it?" Both were quiet, adding fuel to my curiosity. I said, "I have a feeling about something, and I want to know right now." The baby nursed contentedly. I gave my word not to say anything, and Sadie couldn't wait to spill her story. Between shock and curiosity, I was eager for details. She told me how much adrenaline shoots through your body when you are fighting for your life. A big man had her by the hair and was pulling with all his might as she stabbed at him with her knife. She called for Katie to help her, but Katie was trying to subdue someone else. Linda was becoming frantic as death became a reality to her, a reality she had thought she could face. Her panic generated more energy and haste to get out and leave no one alive to call police. I asked what it was like to be killing people. Katie said that each stab was herself coming closer to death till she felt nothing but total peace when it was done. She said she could not have taken lives unless she was totally willing to face her own death. And I asked, "What about the baby?" Without a thought, Katie said, "You have him in your arms." I understood, and I asked them if others knew about this. They told me they didn't know. Their move was for Bobby, and there was really no need to say anything to anyone. After the girls left the trailer, I thought about what they told me. I could not judge them. A week later, when I wasn't so sore from stitches, I packed bags for the desert. The BW, with Tex driving, was filled to the top with baby things. On our way to Death Valley, we made a brief stop at the house where Zizo was kept. Sadie looked in windows until she saw him asleep in a crib. A few nights later, she went to the window, cut the screen to get in, and took him away to the desert. Chapter 13. The Desert. We traveled from Spawn Ranch in different vehicles. Some were purchased and customized, and others procured at the last minute. Memorable is the clean-cut visiting college boy who, in wanting to help, went to a car dealership to price VWs. He returned to the ranch only briefly to tell us that the dealer, eager to make a sell, had hastily offered him a test drive and tossed him the keys, saying, "It's all yours." So we took it. When we arrived at the mouth of Goler Wash, I was proud to present my 2-week-old son to Charlie. Still very sore, I rode with him in the Jeep, the baby tucked under my breast. A week later, I would walk miles with the rest of the girls, sometimes carrying him on my lower back in a hunting sack designed to carry ducks. It was just the right size. Lying by the fire nursing my son, I imagined seeing the world through his new eyes, and I felt gratitude that these were among his first impressions. He was being washed in the light of millions of stars, clean air, soft breezes, deep quietude, and the love and care of my friends. Barker's ranch was now occupied by more permanent squatters. A gray-haired, erstwhile prospector named Paul, tall, swarthy, and weathered, blocked the doorframe. Behind him, around the kitchen table, the Paul we knew, Juan and Brooks, sat in self-conscious postures. After the elder Paul stepped aside and we entered the house, the young Paul sat upright and forced his overproud smile. But Juan and Brooks leaned back in their chairs, staring at the center of the table. The older man, with alternately self-righteous and suspicious expressions, had claimed the space and commanded the order. We would hear rumors that he'd once been a military deprogrammer, and that the 3 younger men were under his tutelage. Whether he was the product of the military or a freelance philosopher was unclear, but we could tell that he did not want these men distracted by women. After a brief, awkward visit, we left, and thenceforth referred to Barker's ranch as Man's Camp, and to Paul Watkins as Little Paul, to distinguish him from the older, taller one. Tex, Gypsy, and I were crossing the desert in a dune buggy and had paused in a gully to rest when 2 rangers came over a ridge above us. Cutting their engine, they parked their Jeep on a hill and walked down the slope to meet us. After cordial small talk, they asked to see our IDs. I don't recall how many of us had IDs, but Tex was very cool, relaxing the atmosphere. One of the men asked, "Where's Charlie?" Tex spoke up. He said, "I'm Charlie." "The other Charlie?" They clarified, smiling. I believe it was Gypsy who answered next, also smiling. "I'm Charlie." Tex shrugged with his big affable grin and said, "We're all Charlies." This banter was cut short when the men saw another man on the hill near their Jeep. They rushed to catch up to him, their hands holstered on their guns. But when they reached the top of the hill, the Charlie they were looking for was gone. And when they jumped into their Jeep to give chase, they couldn't start the engine. The doors flew open, and they got out. We took this as a cue to get in our dune buggy and hightailed it. Several of us were walking leisurely on a dirt road when we heard vehicles and walkie-talkie radios. Little Patty grabbed me, pulling me and Cho into the bushes, where I crouched with my hand covering his mouth. We witnessed Sheriff searching our dune buggy. After the badges left, we knew the heat was on. When Charlie saw the white comforter and the baby things I was carrying, he said, "Too much white. It needs to be camouflaged." Reluctantly, I dragged the diapers and quilt through the desert dirt until they blended in. From then on, our days were spent on the cliffs, being still and aware of planes, and taking only a sip of our small supply of water per day. We had way too much in our packs, so we stashed some of it in pocket caverns. At night we could stretch and sneak down to the water hole. Sandy. There was a tiny shack at Willow Springs in Butte Valley where we drank and bathed in water pouring from a large pipe. One dusk, as we were gathered in front of the shack, Charlie spoke to a bunch of us about the need to defend ourselves. He said he couldn't be everywhere for everyone. He demonstrated martial arts moves as well as some motions that he had evolved for his own survival. Hefty gypsy lolling in the doorway, wearing a wool plaid shirt over a long skirt and holding a shotgun, looked tough enough to scare anyone. A group of us girls set out on a journey. Charlie said he and Clem would meet us on the opposite side of a distant mountain. It was hard to tell how far. We walked towards that mountain for some days, stopping at night to make small fires, cook oatmeal or rice, and lay blankets on the ground. Upon reaching the mountain, we began the long, difficult ascent up sharp rocks. It was then I felt the baby wasn't safe enough in my arms, so I traded him for the sack of brown rice Ruth was carrying. She was sure-footed and 8 years younger than me. I'd been so jealous of her that I couldn't see her, and now I completely trusted her to carry my infant son up a craggy, treacherous mountain at night. We climbed for hours and settled on a sandy plateau with sheer high cliffs on either side. Exhausted, we laid out our gear, and I fell asleep nursing my baby. The next morning, Charlie found us and gave us the all clear so we could make the descent into Butte Valley. Food was in short supply, and people were looking thin. But because I was nursing, I was given first consideration and ate half a can of fruit cocktail. I washed the wet and soiled diapers in the dirt, shook them out, and got ready for the climb down the mountain to a Jeep and several dune buggies. As many of us as could piled into the Jeep, and Charlie sped through the valley. The wind was whipping my face, and the valley floor with its surrounding mountains was brilliantly lit by the red glow of the setting sun. These wild rides in dune buggies or Jeeps with Charlie driving and the baby and I tucked in safely beside him were exhilarating. He stopped where the ground was more densely covered with bushes. We quickly unloaded and stretched our camouflage parachutes over vehicles and between bushes, then placed bushes on top of everything, and climbed inside our bushy cavern just as the airplanes arrived to canvass our area. They didn't see us. Ruth. We moved camp. The moon was out. As the Jeep headed slowly into the desert, a long line of dancing witches swept away the tracks behind it with desert brooms. We were disappearing, leaving no track or squashed down plant to let anyone know that we headed. that we had headed in any direction. The jeep stopped after a long, long way, and soon all the witches caught up. Here was our new home. Now someone had to go to Barker Ranch and let Tex and Brindle know where we were. It was a 10-mile walk, the straightest route over hills. I decided to stop thinking, walk out in the night, and have a good time on me way. The desert has so many voices and moans and groans and whistles. It has everything imaginable, and that's what I did. I let my imagination go and died 1,000 million deaths every second, right on the point. But at last I arrived at the Barker Ranch in time to see the dune buggy fixed and ride in it to the jeep. It was getting light mighty fast, so we found a good stash for the buggy. We covered it with bushes and rocks and all the desert things that stash dune buggies nicely. Just as we were finishing, we spotted a green jeep far in the distance. Early morning made it clearer, and behind it was another one, and another one, all official green. If they had spotted us already, we knew to lead them away from the jeep and the family of elves and witches. Tex picked out a white shale mountain to lead us up and up. Tex is like a lean, keen mountain goat, so we managed most beautifully. We had no shade, so there we lay on a white mountain, watching a bunch of green jeeps race around with little stiff gray men looking for us and yelling, "We know you're here. Come out." Come down, they didn't say. The sun gets hot fast in the desert, and we quickly had peeled off our night clothes. The little men bored us into sleep, as the sun browned us and dried our tongues. At nightfall we awoke to the sound of an engine. It was a dune buggy, with messengers of our new camp high in the hills. We usually traveled only at night. One time we were caught in a shallow arroyo at dawn. The day was too hot to travel, and we needed sleep. Charlie suggested the parachutes for cover. Minutes later, we were about 15 people and at least one baby, lying side by side in a dry riverbed beneath a camouflaged parachute. I awoke, perspiring, hearing noises on the bank above us. It was a vehicle. It stopped. Almost everyone was either sleeping or listening. 2 men were edging the embankment, less than 6 feet above us, discussing their weekend plans. It was so quiet we could hear their words. Then Zizo woke up, making small sounds. I grabbed a bottle of milk or water, desperately hoping he would accept it. He did. I think that I have never been as tense listening to these men come terribly close to us, so it was a huge relief to hear them conclude that we were not there, turn, walk back to their vehicle, and drive away. The next time I saw a man's camp, it had been vacated. I didn't know where Juan, Brooks, and the 2 Pauls had gone. 7 or 8 of us girls came in at dusk, meeting up with Charlie and some of the guys. Before all else, we savored the taste and feel of water. Then we ate a small meal and put on extra clothes. It was the season of hot days and cold nights. Some of us wore knit hats. Each of us downed a tab of acid and headed out the door, picking up several shovels and a pickaxe. Across the road, halfway up a steep hill, Katie built a small fire. It allowed us to see a roughly 12-foot square bunker dug into the slope, about 3 feet deep at the front and 5 feet deep at the rear. Some of the guys had spent hours digging, and part of the hillside was solid rock. One of the last things they did was to carry a thick double mattress up the hill and place it in the bunker. Now it was up to us girls. All night long we worked, searching the landscape for materials to complete the bunker. Remnants of shacks and mine shafts were around, and I recalled some thick beams for the roof. More surprising to me than finding them in the dark was that I could carry a 10-foot beam up a hill on my shoulder simply by keeping it balanced. Once the beams were across the bunker, we found corrugated sheet metal to place over them. A gigantic canvas tarp had been left for us to cover the tin. Then we piled shovelfuls of sand on top of the tarp and dug up dry bushes to plant in the sand. We selected a big piece of desert brush for the entrance, and many of us tried it, dropping down into the bunker and pulling the bush behind us. At some point, one of the girls, I think it was Leslie, was sitting inside fitting together small stones in a gap between the roof and the walls. The result was invisibility, even at night when the bunker was lit outside. When the bunker was lit inside, it could not be seen from the outside. Charlie and I think Bruce had gone to the city for supplies. Clem and the rest of the guys had gone off exploring. It was early morning. Little Patty and I were taking shovels back to Granny's. Sadie, in a bright red shirt, came out of the bunker to take a leak, and several hills over, the Inyo County sheriffs were watching through binoculars. From behind the house, I heard the crackle of police radios. A man in khaki uniform with a bayonet appeared on the hill above us, shouting. Several more came at us from the front, giving commands. "Stop! Keep your hands up! Don't move!" Two came towards me, but as soon as they reached to put their hands on me, I backed away, telling them, "You're not supposed to..." Smash! I was punched in the face and went down. They searched me. From distant hills, girls and babies were brought to Barker's at rifle point. Brenda lay half naked, asleep in the sand. When a rock hit her back, she awoke hearing strange male voices. She grabbed her shirt and ran. They shouted their intentions to shoot her, but she kept running, swooping down to stash some acid. She made it over another hill before meeting more bayonets. A loud shot sounded, a bullet piercing the tin roof of the bunker. The big bush in front of the door moved. Katie, Sadie, and Leslie came out of the hole beneath it, each of them kneeling or standing with their hands up. Leslie said later she felt the whiz of the bullet that entered the bunker as it went by her head. Clem and two younger guys were apprehended near the foot of the wash, chained together, and walked up to Barker's in front of a truck. We were kept for hours on the dirt in Barker's front yard, while deputies repeatedly spread out to search and regathered. They were electrified, jocular, scornfully baiting us. "Where's Jesus Christ?" one called. "We want to crucify him." After 9 hours, we were all loaded into trucks and jeeps, transported to Inyo County Jail, and variously charged with grand theft auto, receiving stolen property, and an unregistered gun. Charlie had missed the bus. So had Cappy and Country Sue. The girls arrived late at Barker's, with Charlie later to follow. Finding that we'd all been arrested, they rushed down the wash to a town with a payphone to catch him before he left. When he answered the phone, Cappy told him, "Wait, don't come. Everyone's been busted." He said, "I'll be right there." Charlie, your world outside was complex and you wanted much, even more than you understood. For to have a child you must have water, air, and the earth's food. The problems of the world are thousands of years old, set in thoughts of kings and emperors gone. You said you wanted change, freedom from your own thoughts, no war, peace, harmony, and newness. You showed a love of awareness that you were robbed of by the schools that taught you what to think. And you laid down your lives upon the machine that was warring upon itself in the earth. You are all my father also. I know only what I was taught and shown. I went as far with you as your love would carry you, and death would be the easy part. You've seen me walk away from movie stars and millions of dollars. For what? For a new experience. If someone else wants you, and you freely want whatever it is, go. I would take nothing except the world if it was given. I already did when no one was looking. Death died, and the TV camera was there to catch the last drop of blood, to sell the last heartbeat of fear, and they made a movie out of it. And the money kept buying and selling your love as fear, and the world's birds of prey keep feeding from your breast. Charles Manson, number B-33920, circa 1981, California State Prison. I've no thought of defeat. Unaware, I never gave up, never surrendered. I can be broken and dead, but to lose is impossible, because you cannot destroy the universe. Lynette Fromme spent 34 years in prison after pointing a 1911 model Colt .45 pistol at the President of the United States in order to get her imprisoned friends back in a courtroom. There was no bullet in the chamber of the gun.